Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Statements in relation to the death of Judith Durham AO.
I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the 5th of August, Australia lost Judith Durham. On behalf of the government, I extend my deepest sympathies to her family and loved ones. Few people made their voice heard quite like Judith Durham. For a time, hers was the best-known Australian voice in the world. You could fill a speech with the descriptions that were given of her voice alone. The purest voice in popular music, powerful and bell-like, a clear, warm clarion call. Judith was a classically trained singer and pianist and gained her associate in music in classical piano at the Melbourne University Conservatorium, with her first professional engagement in the arts playing piano for a ballet school. After she left school, Judith met Athol Guy. Athol played acoustic bass and also sang in a trio called The Seekers, and invited her that very night to come and join him and the 2 guitarists, my friend Keith Potker and Bruce Woodley, to sing acoustic 4-part harmony folk and gospel at a Melbourne coffee lounge called Treble Clef. And with that, the carnival had begun. Some bands set out with a plan, but as Judith put it in her own words, the Seekers simply set off on an adventure with no idea we would stay in England and become pop stars. In 1965, they won the NME Award for Best New Group. Think about that, 1965, winning the NME for Best New Group, beating a couple of lesser-known outfits that were eligible at the time, called the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. They hit number 1 in the US in 1967 with Georgie Girl. When they signed off, their farewell concert was broadcast on the BBC and watched by more than 10 million people. Their Best Of album stayed in the British charts for more than 2 years, and on she went. She sang through the decades, even performing a cameo in a Silverchair song. She performed with her husband Ron Edgeworth, and after Ron died from motor neurone disease in 1994, Judith became patron of the Motor Neurone Disease Association of Australia. It was one of the many charities she put her energy into supporting. Judith's work showcased Australian stories to the world in her own way. For people that choose careers as musicians, there's often a range of barriers, and for women there can be even more. The extraordinary determination and talent of Judith Durham places her in that set of iconic, outstanding musicians. Many of us grew up singing the songs of the Seekers, like Morningtown Ride, when we were children. It was one of the few vinyl singles that I remember being in my home. They were then sang to our children, beautiful melodies that have stood the test of time. May Judith's musical family and her loved ones take some comfort knowing that people around the world are listening to the music she made and will keep listening to it, still feeling the joy of it. This treasured music will stay with us, and for Judith we are forever grateful.
And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I'm very pleased on behalf of the Liberal National Coalition to join in this tribute to an acknowledgement of Judith Durham, an outstanding Australian. And I do want to acknowledge the serendipitous fact that the Leader of the House is also the Minister for the Arts, and so therefore we can appropriately acknowledge outstanding and iconic Australians like Judith Durham here in our national parliament. Judith Durham was a strong, accomplished Australian woman who made a huge global impact at a time of considerable social change and of growing Australian self-confidence. Together with the other members of the Seekers, Athol Guy, Bruce Woodley, Keith Potger, she achieved an unprecedented level of global sales success for an Australian musician. The outpouring of popularity and of national pride that the success of the Seekers triggered is powerfully evidenced by the fact that their 12 March 1967 performance at the My Music Bowl in Melbourne was attended by over 200,000 people, reportedly close to 10% of all people living in Melbourne at the time. Their TV special, The Seekers Down Under, scored the biggest TV audience ever with an unheard-of rating of 67, and they were announced early in 1968 as the Australians of the Year. Of course, that came shortly before Judith Durham announced that she would be leaving the Seekers and performing or commencing a solo career. Of course, in later years there were some collective performances, but she was largely a solo performer subsequent to that, and her achievements have rightly been recognised over the decades. The Seekers were inducted into the ARIA Hall of Fame in 1995. Judith was named Victorian of the Year in 2015 for her services to music and to a range of charities. She and her bandmates were appointed officers of the Order of Australia in 2014. And it is interesting to look at some of the features of her distinctive success. Her voice was very widely praised for its purity. She had significant classical music training. She had a qualification of Associate in Music and Classical Piano from the University of Melbourne Conservatorium. Interesting parallel with more contemporary musicians such as Kate Miller-Heidke, who bring very strong classical music training to extraordinary popular success. The significance of Judith Durham and the Seekers to the growth of our national self-awareness and self-consciousness in the 1960s, I think, cannot be overstated. To have an Australian band with Georgie Girl doing so well globally, I'll Never Find Another You, reaching #1 in the UK, of course, similarly in Australia, was something that Australians at the time took great pride in, and Australians today continue to take pride in. And I think it, while obviously the loss of Judith Durham is a great national loss, the renewed attention it's brought to her extraordinary achievements and those of the Seekers, I think, is noteworthy. The lyrics of I'll Never Find Another You start with, "There's a new world somewhere they call the Promised Land, and I'll be there someday." In politics, it's often said that we campaign in poetry and we govern in prose, but I think those lyrics contain some inspiration for politicians. Can I, on behalf of the Liberal National Coalition, express our celebration of the achievements and life of Judith Durham and our condolences to her friends and family.
And I call the Minister.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on the death of Judith Durham to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted?
Please go ahead.
I call the Minister.
Speaker, I move that further statements on the death of Judith Durham be permitted in the Federation Chamber, and in doing so also advise the House that we were represented last night at the memorial service by the Envoy for the Arts, the member for Macquarie.
I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Statements on the death of Dame Olivia Newton-John, AC DBE.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, it's still hard to believe that we've lost Olivia Newton-John. On behalf of the government, I extend my deepest condolences to her family and friends, her loved ones who are grieving her loss. But I'll say this. When you think of Olivia, whatever sadness you may be feeling is eventually softened by the memories of the sheer big-hearted joy of her. Olivia didn't so much light up a room as make it feel like the sun had just risen a second time. But as high as she rose, her feet stayed firmly connected to the ground. She was a down-to-earth star. Above all, she was a good human being. As well as her incredible achievements as a musician and actor, she was also recognised for her contribution as an activist for environmental and animal rights and an advocate for cancer awareness. It was only in May this year that Olivia Newton-John received the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Australian Women in Music Awards. It was one of the greatest and, I have to say, most unexpected honours in my life to have been asked to accept that award on her behalf. And when you heard her acceptance speech that night, where she acknowledged the legacy of some of her favourite singers, including Judith Durham. At the awards ceremony, Olivia Newton-John acknowledged the importance of supporting women in the music industry to start a career as producers, engineers, technicians and musicians, a true role model who has aspired so many more to careers in the music industry. She was a country star and a pop star long before she ever made it onto the screen. One of her albums, it was a greatest hits album, including the song Sam, was an early memory of mine, as my sister Rosemary had it on her cassette player, playing on pretty high rotation. But it was Olivia's role in Grease that launched her to another dimension. In Grease, they had to change the script to cast her as an Australian. She was either unwilling or unable to shake the accent for the role. And as Olivia's fame grew, some would start to call her Australia's Golden Girl, but to do so would raise the value of gold. Her musical success continued with albums like Xanadu, Physical, and in that album, Physical, there's some lyrics from that album I won't quote in the house, but I will quote from a song, The Promise, which Olivia said was a song that actually came to her in a dream. And it had this beautiful line, "If I can make one man aware, one person care, then I'll have done what I promised you." It was dedicated to marine life, but that promise to make one person aware, one person care, is a promise that was fulfilled in full by everything we know about Olivia Newton-John.
I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise on behalf of the opposition to express our great sorrow at the loss of Olivia Newton-John and to also express our appreciation for her extraordinary achievements as a musician, a dancer, an actor, and of course as somebody who was a campaigner on issues of importance to her, including, for example, the fight against cancer and animal rights. She was one of our most beloved performers and one of Australia's greatest exports. Very few people achieve the status of being almost universally liked and admired, but Olivia Newton-John certainly did that. For many Australians, indeed for many people around the world, the memory of Olivia Newton-John is in significant measure a memory of some of the defining and iconic moments of the 1980s. Of course, her performance as Sandy opposite John Travolta in Grease really sparked a cultural phenomenon. The soundtrack spent 12 non-consecutive weeks at #1, and Olivia Newton-John became the second woman to have two singles, Hopelessly Devoted to You and Summer Nights, in the Billboard Top 5 at the same time. The Travolta-Newton duet, You're the One That I Want, was one of the era's biggest songs and has sold more than 15 million copies. She achieved another huge hit the following year with Physical, which certainly was a defining and iconic song, an anthem for a generation and a reminder of sweatbands, of lycra aerobics and a particular moment in time. When Olivia received a breast cancer diagnosis in 1992, she poured her energies into becoming a champion of the fight against breast cancer, and the consequences of her work there will be felt for a long time and have benefited many, many people in stimulating and enhancing the research efforts and the treatment efforts to deal with this insidious disease. With her husband John Easterling, they opened the Olivia Newton-John Cancer and Wellness Centre in Melbourne, with a focus on cancer care complemented by wellness. Olivia Newton-John was a great Australian. We are right to mark her life in the nation's parliament and to celebrate her achievements. She's survived by her husband John Easterling, daughter Chloe Latanzi, sister Sarah Newton-John, brother Toby Newton-John and their families. To her friends and family, I express condolences, but of course to all Australians, we all share great pride in Olivia Newton-John's achievements.
And I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on the death of Dame Olivia Newton-John to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
The Minister.
I move that further statements on the death of Dame Olivia Newton-John be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put that question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I present report number 2 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 12 September 2022. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. And I give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. National Health Amendment, General Co-Payment Bill 2022.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, today I introduce the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022. The amendments made by this bill will cut the cost of medications by reducing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or the PBS, general patient charge, commonly referred to as a co-payment, from the current maximum of $42.50 per script to a maximum of just $30 per script. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or the PBS, was established back in 1948 as a limited scheme then to ensure that Australians had equal and affordable access to life-saving and disease-preventing medicines when they need them. Establishing the PBS was not easy. It was John Curtin and Ben Chifley who fought hard to create this essential pillar of our healthcare system. It took 2 High Court challenges, 2 referenda, constitutional changes and long battles with the British Medical Association, as it was then called, the Liberal Party and many others over 15 years to make it what it is today, a genuinely universal system and perhaps the best medicine system pound for pound, or in terms of bang for buck, that we have in the world. It was a Labor government that first introduced the legislation to make life-saving drugs more affordable back in 1944, and the Albanese government remains utterly committed to ensuring that the PBS enables Australians to access affordable medicines well into the future. The PBS is a key component of our health system, providing significant direct assistance that amounted to $13.8 billion in 2020-2021 to make medicines affordable for Australians. As Minister, I'm absolutely committed to making sure that the PBS continues to work as well as it possibly can well into the future. After 9 years of neglect and drift from the former government, Mr Speaker, costs of living are soaring, and many Australians are cutting back on essentials just to make ends meet. This bill will help ease the squeeze on household budgets for millions of Australians. This bill amends the National Health Act 1953 to reduce the maximum general patient co-payment under the PBS from the current maximum of $42.50 to just $30. This reduction of $12.50 for each script represents a saving of almost 1/3 of 29% for general patients. From the 1st of January 2023, around 3.6 million Australians with current prescriptions over $30 will benefit from this Albanese government initiative. People filling a prescription for one medication per month, for example, will save up to $150 a year, while a family filling prescriptions for 2 or 3 medications per month could save $300 to $450 per year. Approximately 19 million Australians, Mr Speaker, will be eligible for savings under this bill, with total savings for consumers calculated to be almost $200 million each and every year. This bill will ease the cost of living pressures that Australian households are feeling right now, right across the country. But this bill will also have a profound benefit for public health. High medicines costs has meant that patients are currently choosing between the health care they need and providing for their families. The PBS co-payment for general patients has doubled since 2000, and according to ABS figures, more than 900,000 Australians delayed or did not get a prescription filled in 2019-20 due to the cost. Pharmacies have told me time and time again of their experiences of having to deal with patients that come to them with multiple scripts and seek advice about which ones they really need to fill because they can't afford to fill them all. Patients are often deciding to fill a script that might give them immediate relief, for example, pain medications, but not filling a script that's actually very important for their longer-term health. The Albanese Labor government will keep the costs of medicines down and help to ease the cost of living pressures that Australians are facing right now. All Australians should have access to universal and world-class medical care, and no one should have to choose between filling a prescription that their doctor has said is important for their health, for life-saving medicines, or providing for their families. To make sure the PBS is sustainable, patients contribute a co-payment towards the cost of their PBS subsidised medicine, with the Commonwealth paying the remaining cost. While many PBS medicines cost significantly more than the patient contribution, the patient co-payment for the 2022 calendar year is currently $42.50 for general patients, that is, patients who are not concession card holders. This bill amends the National Health Act 1953 to reduce that maximum general patient co-payment under the PBS from the current maximum of $42.50 to just $30. This reduction of $12.50 represents a saving of 29% for general consumers, excluding brand premiums, which are optional charges that might be imposed by manufacturers. Approximately 19 million Australians will be eligible for savings under this bill, with total savings for consumers calculated to be almost $200 million per year. No longer will general patients taking Eliquis, for example, for the prevention of stroke, or Advair for asthma, or Janumet for diabetes, and so many other life-changing medicines, have to choose between their script and their other household expenses. This bill will ensure that they receive the essential medical and pharmaceutical care needed to prevent severe illness and keep them healthy. The bill will also ensure that no patient is worse off under this change by allowing pharmacies to continue offering optional discounts where the Commonwealth price is somewhere between the new and the current co-payment amount. The amount paid by the patient under these arrangements will still be counted towards the general safety net threshold, ensuring that no Australian is adversely impacted by these changes. Every year, and in fact almost every month, this government is adding new medicines to the PBS and expanding access to existing medicines for new patient groups, in line with emerging evidence about the safety and the effectiveness of those medicines. Treatment options for patients are ever expanding, and the PBS has continued to expand with them. Some subsidised medicines that are available through the PBS can otherwise cost thousands of dollars per prescription. The PBS provides, however, these medicines to patients at a significantly reduced cost, where general patients will now only pay a maximum of $30 per prescription, with the government covering the remaining cost. The general patient co-payment will continue to be indexed on the 1st of January each year in line with existing indexation arrangements. Indexing from the 1st of January 2024 will be calculated off the new general co-payment amount, securing savings for Australian general patients well into the future. Right now, Australians are paying the price for a decade of missed opportunities and drift. Through this bill, we will make a real difference to household budgets for millions of families. The Albanese government is taking action. We're tackling the day-to-day concerns of Australians. We have plans to make medicines cheaper and to make it easier to see a doctor. Millions of Australians will benefit from cheaper medicines under an Albanese government. And just like Medicare, it was Labor that built the PBS, and Labor will always protect it so that all Australians can access affordable medicines when they need them.
Order. The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for Canning to move that the debate be adjourned.
Yes, I move now that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4. Social services and other legislation amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize Bill 2022.
I give the call to the Minister.
I present the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Speaker, this bill delivers on an important election commitment of the government to provide real support to older Australians confronted by the challenges of rising prices and soaring cost of living. It delivers amendments that will remove a potential barrier to pensioners downsizing their principal home by reducing the impact that this has on their social security means testing. The bill will reduce the impact of selling and buying a new principal home on pensioners and other income support recipients, consistent with the values of the Albanese government. It is yet another important step to ensuring that no one is left behind and no one is held back in our government's vision for the future of this country. It works in concert with the government's separate commitment to allow people aged 55 or over to make a one-off downsizing contribution of up to $300,000 into superannuation when they sell their principal home. It also works together with this government's decision to freeze deeming rates for a period of 2 years. This measure, working together, encourages more older Australians to downsize their homes, reducing the impact of downsizing on older Australians' access to the pension, at the same time as improving housing access and affordability, enabling growing families more opportunities to find suitable housing options. From the 1st of January 2023, this bill will amend the Social Security Act and Veterans Entitlement Act to double the period of the automatic asset test exemption for the principal home sale proceeds, which a person intends to use for the purchase of a new home. It also ensures the financial assets of pensioners is calculated on the lower deeming rate, recognising the high prices and values of home sales at the moment could mean that a higher deeming rate that would apply could discourage downsizing. Under existing arrangements, an income support recipient's principal home is exempt from the Social Security Assets Test. When a person sells their principal home, the sale proceeds are exempt from the assets test for up to 12 months, so long as the person still intends to use the proceeds to purchase, build, rebuild, repair or renovate a new principal home. During this exempt period, the person continues to be treated as a homeowner for means testing purposes for income support payments, meaning that they remain eligible for their income support payments. The rationale here is that the asset test exemption works to protect an income support recipient who's moving between homes from the potentially significant impact the sale proceeds will have on their support payments if the house sale were to be counted as their assets. Given the currently high value of Australian real estate, in many cases an individual or couple wouldn't be eligible for any income support payment if the full value of their home were to be counted. In the past, the exemption period has been considered to be a reasonable amount of time for people to find or build a new principal home. The exempt period generally ends when the income support recipient no longer intends to use the sale proceeds for a new home or when they move into their new home. The current situation is that there is an additional extension available of up to 12 months in extenuating circumstances, for example, such as when there are building delays due to a natural disaster. The amendments in this bill that I'm bringing forward today will extend this asset test exemption period for the principal home sale proceeds from the current maximum 12 months to a new maximum of 24 months. The additional 12-month exemption for extenuating circumstances will continue, meaning that in exceptional cases, home sale proceeds will be exempt from the Social Security Assets Test for up to 36 months from the date of the house sale. Now let me turn to the second part of the mean testing arrangements that this bill addresses. The second limb to the Social Security means that means testing considers income. In this part, the value of the home sale proceeds that are intended to be used in buying the financial asset of the individual are deemed by applying a uniform amount of assumed interest gained from a person's financial assets working. This saves the recipient from the complexity of having to bring forward evidence of their actual income derived from their financial investments. This component of means testing can also affect a person's rate of income support based on the threshold applied. Financial investments might include a person's bank account balance, managed investment shares and superannuation. Investment income is assessed by applying the deeming rates to the total market value of a person's financial investments. The actual returns from the investments aren't used, and any excess returns above the assessed income do not affect a person's payment rate and generally benefit individuals if their financial investments are performing better. From a policy perspective, taking into account some level of deemed income on the principal home sale proceeds is appropriate, because if the proceeds are placed in a savings account or other financial investment, they would generate returns which a person could use to support themselves. Under the current deeming rules, the lower deeming rate of 0.25% is applied to the value of the financial assets up to the deeming threshold, $56,400 for singles and $93,600 for couples combined. The upper deeming rate, presently at 2.25%, applies to the value of financial assets above these thresholds. These thresholds apply to the principal home sale proceeds, even when they're exempt from the assets test, in the same way as funds placed in other financial investments, such as shares or bonds, are treated. Again, given the high value of most Australian homes, this means the bulk of the home sale proceeds are often subject to the upper deeming rate. This can have a significant negative impact on a person's pension or other payment rates and works as a considerable disincentive for pensioners considering downsizing their principal home. This bill will substantially reduce this barrier and disincentive for pensioners by ensuring that only the lower deeming rate is used to assess income on principal home sale proceeds, which are also exempt from the assets test for between up to 24 months, with the possibility of a further 12 months for extenuating circumstances. This legislative change will significantly reduce the amount of income deemed on asset test exempt principal home sale proceeds. It builds on the doubling of the exemption period by further reducing the impact on a person's payment rates during the process of selling and purchasing a new principal home. As I've noted earlier, the government has separately committed to freezing the deeming rates at their current level for 2 years to the 30th of June 2024. This means for the next 2 years, the principal home sale proceeds which a pensioner or other income support recipient intends to use to purchase a new principal home will generate deemed income rate at only 0.25% per annum. Now let me share with the House 2 practical examples that illustrate how this bill helps pensioners downsize and reduces the impact of selling and buying a new principal home on their payment rates. The first illustrates the benefit from extending the assets test exemption period and the application of the lower deeming rate. Consider a maximum pension rate pensioner couple who choose to downsize by building a new, smaller home that better suits their needs. Under the current rules, if the couple sold their existing family home for $1 million and, say, intended to use $800,000 of that amount to purchase, rebuild, repair or renovate a house of equal value, then the $800,000 would be exempt from the pension asset test for up to 12 months. Without the changes in this bill, assuming the couple put the full sale proceeds of $1 million into a savings account and have no other financial assets, the deemed income assessed on this amount would be at the upper deeming rate of 2.25% on the $1 million less the couple's deemed threshold amount, which was $93,000 and $93,600, which would be deemed at the lower rate. This would have an effect of reducing this couple's payment rate by about $229 a fortnight. The other significant impact in that the sale proceeds of $800,000, which the couple intends to use for the new principal home, would be set aside from the assets test for only 12 months. On the other hand, with the changes to the deeming and the asset exemption period in this bill, in which the $1 million less the deeming threshold area of $93,600 would be deemed at only 0.25%, with the effect of reducing the deemed income on this couple's home sale proceeds to well below the income-free area of $336 a fortnight, meaning they would remain on the maximum pension rate. And in terms of the assets test, which could knock out their eligibility for the pension entirely, what if the building delay was outside the couple's control, preventing them from their new home being completed within 12 months? Under the current arrangements, they could apply for an additional 12-month asset test exemption due to extenuating circumstances. But if there are further complications such as flood or other natural disaster preventing the couple's new home from being completed by the end of the second year, the assets test exemption would expire and their home sale proceeds of $800,000 would be subject to the assets test. Under the current arrangements, after 12 months, they would no longer be treated as homeowners for the means testing purposes. Now, assuming they had no other assets under the asset test for a non-homeowner couple, their pension would have reduced very significantly by $1,069.50 a fortnight to the part rate pension of $419.30 per fortnight. Unfortunately, some people do face such repeated setbacks to the completion of a new home. We know with the pressures on the economy, labour supply and supply chain issues due to the impact of COVID-19, there have been significant impacts on the building sector across the country. And many areas of Queensland and New South Wales have experienced repeated bouts of severe flooding over the last 2 years. The amendments in this bill will allow the assets exemption to be extended to a total of 36 months in extenuating circumstances, giving these people more time and certainty to complete the building or purchase of their new home and to have greater peace of mind. Now, let me share with the House a second example that illustrates the benefit of these changes to the deeming rules in this bill. Let's consider the case of a single pensioner, let's call him Nick, who sells his home for $600,000, intending to downsize to a smaller unit of equivalent value. He intends to use the full amount to purchase his new home. The assets test exemption applies to the $600,000 is exempt from the pension assets test for up to 24 months under the changes to this bill. Nick then deposits the sale proceeds into a savings account. He has no other financial assets. Without the change to the deeming rules in this bill, deemed income would be calculated on Nick's home sale proceeds at the lower rate, 0.25% for the first $56,400 and the higher rate of 2.25% for the remaining $543,600. As a result, Nick would have assessed income of $12,372 a year, or around $476 a fortnight. Pension benefit for the income test-free area, which singles currently get at $190 a fortnight. This means for the first $190 a fortnight Nick receives from any source, including the deemed income from his financial assets, do not affect the rate of pension. Nick's remaining income will reduce his pension by 50 cents for each dollar over $190. Without the changes in this bill, Nick's pension would be reduced by about $143 a fortnight. However, with the benefit of this bill, the full $600,000 of Nick's home sale proceeds will be deemed at a lower rate of 0.25% while they remain exempt from the assets test. This would result in Nick having assessed income of only $1,500 a year. As he has no other income, this would not be enough to impact on Nick's age pension rate. In Nick's case, the amendments in this bill would leave him $143 per fortnight better off during the period between selling his old principal home and moving into his smaller unit. We know that people weigh up many factors in making a choice to sell a home and to downsize to something smaller. One of the considerations that people make is how this transaction will impact on their income support that they receive. The changes in this bill will assist older Australians contemplating downsizing who are concerned about the impact on their pension rate during the process of selling and buying a new home. Of course, the changes to this bill will apply to all people who sell their principal home from no later than the 1st of January 2023, or 1 month after the day this bill receives royal assent. These changes are beneficial for affected pensioners and other income support recipients and are expected to cost the budget $61.4 million in underlying cash terms over the next 4 years. The changes in this bill build on the government's separate commitment to allow people aged 55 years or over to make a one-off downsizer contribution of up to $300,000 into superannuation when they sell their principal home. By encouraging more older Australians to downsize their home, these measures will improve housing and access to appropriate housing, of course, for all people in our community, including growing families. The Albanese Labor government is deeply committed to serving all Australians and ensuring no matter what your circumstances, we will do everything we can to make sure that you are supported. This measure is yet another building block to what we're putting in place to help ordinary Australians manage in challenging economic times. And of course, this will ensure that we are removing the barriers that could negatively affect pensioners when they downsize their home. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Call the honourable member for Canning.
Debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5, Emergency Response Fund Amendment, Disaster Ready Fund Bill 2022.
I call the honourable minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Today I introduce the Emergency Response Fund Amendment Disaster Ready Fund Bill 2022. Deputy Speaker, we all in this chamber know that due to climate change, Australia is facing longer and more intense natural disaster seasons.
Minister,
We have
would you mind presenting a copy, please?
a copy of the bill. Yes, I can do that.
Got to sign it.
Thank you, my assistant. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I present a copy of the bill and the explanatory memoranda.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Emergency Response Fund Act 2019 and for other purposes.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for your patience. Deputy Speaker, today I introduce the Emergency Response Fund Amendment Disaster Ready Bill, and I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to present this bill, and those gathered in the House now know that due to climate change, Australia is facing longer and more intense natural disaster seasons. Deputy Speaker, we have already seen the devastating consequences of not being prepared when unprecedented natural disasters hit. Think of the Black Summer and the long recovery time that that's taken, the recent floods in south-east Queensland and in New South Wales. Deputy Speaker, it's a sad national conclusion that the Morrison government failed to prepare for these events. They ignored extensive warnings in the lead-up to Black Summer and left their $4.8 billion emergency response fund untouched for years. Over 3 years, Scott Morrison's emergency response fund didn't complete a single mitigation project, not a single mitigation project. They did not release a cent in recovery funding, and meanwhile that fund earned the government at the time $800 million in interest. At the election earlier this year, Labor committed to making a big change to how this area of government is managed, and I want to talk about some of those changes in the bill that's before the House. One of the commitments that we made was to create a disaster-ready fund out of this failed emergency response fund. Deputy Speaker, part of doing that was a commitment to improve Australia's disaster readiness by investing up to $200 million per year in disaster resilience and mitigation projects. We're only 3 months on from the election, but the bill that's before the House at the moment makes good on this commitment. The bill will transform the former government's Emergency Response Fund into a dedicated, ongoing source of funding for natural disaster resilience and risk initiatives. The bill will allow the new Disaster Ready Fund to provide up to $200 million per year for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction initiatives. To ensure that the level of funding remains appropriate, this limit will be reviewed at least every 5 years. If it is determined that the limit should be changed, the responsible ministers will have the flexibility to do this through a disallowable legislative instrument. Prior to making a legislative instrument, the Future Fund Board of Guardians will be consulted to confirm that any proposed adjustment will not impact the board's ability to continue to comply with its obligations under the Disaster Ready Fund Act and the Disaster Ready Fund Investment Mandate. The responsible ministers will consult the Minister for Emergency Management as part of this process. Funding for natural disaster recovery efforts will continue, most notably under the Australian Government State Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements 2018. These arrangements provide for disaster recovery funding to be delivered through state and territory agencies to disaster-affected communities. This, along with the recent appointment of Senator Tony Sheldon to the new role of Special Envoy for Disaster Recovery, demonstrates the government's commitment to strengthening disaster recovery and emergency management. Dedicating the Disaster Ready Fund to natural disaster resilience and risk reduction will provide a clearer distinction between the different funding sources for recovery and resilience and enhance the focus on building resilience for future natural disasters. In saying that, the government will honour the 2022-23 Emergency Response Fund commitments announced by the former government, including the recovery elements. This will ensure that important resilience projects such as the $50 million Coastal and Estuarine Risk Mitigation Program, which is designed to reduce the impacts of natural disasters and coastal hazards such as storm surges and coastal inundation, can achieve their objectives. The bill will also allow the government to provide the $150 million announced for the 2022-2023 budget to fund recovery and post-disaster resilience measures in the Northern Rivers regions of New South Wales. To ensure that these commitments can be met while also promoting the long-term sustainability of the Disaster Ready Fund, the government will make new commitments to fund natural disaster resilience and risk reduction initiatives from the fund from 1 July 2023. On 1 September 2022, the new National Emergency Management Agency was established, merging the functions of Emergency Management Australia and the National Recovery and Resilience Agency. The agency is administratively responsible for all disaster-related functions, including expenditure from the Disaster Ready Fund. To facilitate this change, the bill will transfer responsibility for Disaster Ready Fund expenditure to the new agency. Combining the functions of the Emergency Management Australia and the National Recovery and Resilience Agency ensures that all natural disaster programs and funding, including under the Disaster Ready Fund, can be administered effectively and efficiently to strengthen Australia's ability to prepare for, manage and recover from an increasing number and severity of natural disasters. The bill will also streamline arrangements for transfers from the Disaster Ready Fund special accounts and make administrative improvements to the operation of the fund consistent with other Australian government investment funds. In summary, this bill makes important amendments to ensure that Australia is appropriately funded for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction initiatives. Investing up to $200 million per year on resilience projects was recommended by the Productivity Commission in its report into natural disaster, and it is supported by insurers, local government and disaster relief bodies. The bill provides the flexibility to change this limit, if appropriate, while promoting the long-term sustainability of the Disaster Ready Fund. The amendments made by the Disaster Ready Fund Bill will improve Australia's disaster readiness into the future. An Albanese government will be better prepared to respond to, recover from and prepare for the next natural disaster. The establishment of the Disaster Ready Fund is a really crucial step in this. Deputy Speaker, having dealt with the detail of the bill, I just want to make some broader contextual comments about the environment in which the Albanese government introduces this bill. We just had a federal election where the Australian people sent us a crystal clear message, and that is that they are desperate for this parliament to draw a line under 9 years of inaction and delay on one of the most important issues that faces our country, and that is the management of climate change. Speaker, in the work that I did leading up to the election, talking with my constituents about what mattered to them most, there was absolutely no contest. The set of issues around our changing climate are the #1 concern of the people that I represent in this parliament. They're worried about the natural environment that they see deteriorating around them. They are worried about disasters, Deputy Speaker, and we will all remember just a few short years ago when my city of Melbourne was covered in unbreathable smog because of fires that were burning right across this country. And, Speaker, they are worried about their children, as I am worried about my children, because our obligation as citizens is to leave this country better than we found it, and on climate change we are failing, and we must stop failing. Now, Speaker, we had 9 years of disgraceful behaviour from those on the other side of the House, where they failed to show a shred of leadership on these issues. 22 failed energy policies that not only meant that our country has been left with very little credibility globally in this discussion, but also the very practical reality that people in my community are paying vastly more for power than they should be when we have in abundance the cheapest source of energy that there is in the world. Now, Speaker, we are trying to start by cleaning up some of the mess that was left for us. And it's no mistake that the bill that I present today is happening in concert with the work that those in the other place are doing on Australia's principal approach to managing climate, which is to set a proper climate reduction target for our future. Now, Speaker, we are going to continue that important work of acting on climate, but the tragic reality is that as humans we have let this go on too long, and our climate is now warming in ways that we cannot manage through law. We cannot wind back the clock, and we are dealing with a climate that is warmer than it should be, that will continue to get warmer no matter what we do about it today. We have set ourselves on a course where the future will have more floods, more fires, more natural disasters, and we can't put our head in the sand on that problem. So while the Albanese Labor government is doing the important work of thinking about how we are going to confront our climate future from a policy and political point of view, how we are going to help our industries make that big switch to renewables, we also need to manage the brutal reality that our beautiful country is going to be subjected to more natural disasters than should have been the case. So how do we manage that, Speaker? Well, we are doing a lot about it. The bill that I'm presenting today is cleaning up what has been an abject failure of the former government to manage this issue of natural disasters. I want people to understand that the former government set aside $4.8 billion in an emergency response fund and didn't release a cent for recovery funding, a period during which millions of people in our country suffered because of disasters, and the government had this money sitting there and didn't use it. Now, we are going to take a very different approach, and I really want to commend Senator Murray Watt, the relevant minister in the other place, who is leading this very important work. It is a record that leaves us nothing to be proud of in the way that this parliament has conducted the debate on this matter over the past period of time. My fervent hope as a parliamentarian, as an Australian and as a parent is that we can do better in the years ahead, and we have a Prime Minister in charge finally who wants to take that leadership. I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that debate be adjourned.
I put the question. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Treasury Laws Amendment, Electric Car Discount Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hume.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will not support this bill, but the Coalition's opposition is not about low-emissions vehicles. It's about the stewardship of hard-earned taxpayer money that should be used for the best possible policy impact, Mr. Speaker. And this is a piece of legislation that has no sunset to it. The Parliamentary Budget Office has said that the bill will cost well over $2 billion over the next decade. The government cannot say what this bill will deliver in terms of emissions reduction. It cannot say what it will deliver to the low emissions vehicle market, and they cannot even say what criteria will make it a success. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that demand for low emissions vehicles, for pure electric vehicles and hybrids, is rising fast, with figures from the Federal Chamber of Automotive Industry showing sales of pure battery EVs last month were the highest market share ever recorded. The bill will simply, if it's effective, indeed, increase demand in an already tight market. The best thing the government can do with this money is invest it in practical measures to drive EV infrastructure investment, because we know that's where the bottleneck is in order to get greater uptake over time, and at the same time to deliver real cost of living relief for Australians when we are facing a cost of living crisis. Mr Speaker, in government, the Coalition's Future Fuels and Vehicles strategy was part of our plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. The strategy detailed a technology-led approach to reducing transport emissions whilst ensuring Australians can drive their preferred type of vehicle, be that petrol, diesel, hydrogen or electric-powered or hybrids, Mr Speaker, all about customer choice. It's our side of the House, Mr Speaker, that has always believed in customer choice because customers know what is best for them. Now, the strategy detailed the technology-led approach with three principles underpinning the policy. First, partnering with the private sector to support uptake and stimulate co-investment in future fuels. Second, focusing on reducing barriers to the rollout of future fuel technologies, not adding taxes. And third, expanding consumer choice by enabling informed choices and minimising the costs of integration into the electricity grid. Deputy Speaker, in government we committed $2.1 billion to help increase the uptake of low-emissions vehicle technologies, and that included $250 million to ARENA to roll out fast-charging stations across the country. Round one of the program resulted in a 7-fold increase in the fast chargers in our cities and in our regions. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, we outlined the detail of what our policy would deliver. We actually laid it out. Unlike this government, we outlined that our policy was estimated to deliver the following. First, emissions would be reduced by over 8 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent by 2035. Specific outcomes. We haven't seen that for this legislation. We haven't seen it, which is extraordinary. Secondly, charging infrastructure will be deployed in over 400 businesses, 50,000 households and 1,000 public access fast charging stations. Third, convenient access to public fast charging would be enabled for up to 84% of the population. That's about choice, Mr Deputy Speaker, ensuring people have choice so they have that infrastructure when they need it. Fourth, over 2,600 new jobs would be created. Fifth, electricity network upgrade costs of $224 million would be avoided by 2030. And this is important, Deputy Speaker, making sure we've got the smart charging infrastructure in place so that you preempt now the costs that will come at you down the track if you don't do it. We are always thinking ahead of cost of living, Deputy Speaker, and it's something that those opposite could learn something from. And finally, it would create the environment for 1.7 million electric vehicles to be on the road by 2030, although that will ultimately be the choice of consumers as to what is right for them. Now, Deputy Speaker, we absolutely want to see the uptake of low-emissions vehicles in our transport sector for those who choose to do it, but this is not to diminish the need for effective, quantifiable and responsible policy development which is outcome-oriented. This is even more important in a global economic environment which is challenging, with increasing pressure on inflation and a requirement for well-designed, well-targeted government spending. Now, despite the fact that this is being referred to as tax reform by the Treasurer, a very loose use of that phrase, the Senate inquiry suggests this bill is high-cost, low-impact and has been designed with no consultation with industry, government or civil society. A number of experts have raised serious questions about equity, fiscal sustainability and price pressures that might be created by this legislation. Treasury and the Department of Climate Change's evidence to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee showed the impact of this policy on emissions reduction has not been quantified, has not even been quantified. Its impact on EV supply has not been quantified. Third-party evidence suggests this bill's impact on both is negligible, and perhaps that's why it hasn't been quantified, Deputy Speaker. The Institute of Public Accountants has said that this measure will have a negligible impact on reducing Australia's carbon emissions from the transport sector. Damning. They also went on to say, the Institute of Public Accountants, that there are other measures which would have a far greater short-term benefit to the environment than this measure. This is at a time where we need to make sure every dollar of taxpayers' money is spent well, because if it's overspent, we're going to see more inflationary pressures. We're going to see more cost of living pressures on all Australians. Now, Professor Miranda Stewart, a respected tax expert, Director of the Tax Group at the University of Melbourne Law School, Fellow at the Tax and Transfer Policy Institute at the Crawford School of Public Policy at ANU, just down the road from here, who has literally written the textbook on taxation. She has literally written it. Said that the design of the measure must be changed, given its fiscal cost, unequal benefit and uncertainty about the electric car market and the best policy to transition Australia. So, again, damning from a tax expert, second to none. And that the policy will deliver the subsidy to a rather narrow class of employee beneficiaries and provides the largest benefit to the highest income earners. That's modern Labor policy, Deputy Speaker. That's modern Labor policy. And Uniting Care, a large fleet user, asked a Dorothy Dixer by the Labor chair of the Senate Economics Committee about the impact of the bill, said, as it is currently modelled, the bill, we're not certain it would necessarily change anything. We're not certain it would necessarily change anything. They're a fleet owner. They're the target of this policy, Deputy Speaker. Now, given the high ongoing cost of this measure, a cost that Treasury has confirmed they expect to grow over time, the government has failed to establish clear criteria and metrics of success for the policy. Government's failed to ensure the expenditure was temporary, proportionate and linked to the tangible productivity gains. This has got no sunset clause on it. Failed to quantify any benefit of the policy to EV uptake, to emissions reduction or to the budget bottom line. Failed to tangibly address the biggest constraint on EV uptake, which is supply and infrastructure, getting that charging in place, which I talked about earlier, and failed to consult extensively with business and civil society. These failures make it irresponsible and fiscally reckless to support this bill in its current form. The Treasurer might have felt like he was playing Paul Keating by calling this tax reform, but he's really nothing more than ineffective tinkering at the fringe, Deputy Speaker. As the coalition senators have pointed out on their Senate Economic Committee's report, most Australians will be unable to benefit from this tax policy change, which is extremely narrow. It will mean that people working in small businesses are less likely to access the proposed tax policy change due to the lower level of usage by salary packaging in the small to medium business sector. For these reasons, I move the second reader's amendment circulated in my name, and I'll read those now, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House notes, 1. With this policy, the government has failed to a. Establish clear criteria and metrics of success for the policy, b. Ensure the expenditure was temporary, proportionate and linked to tangible productivity gains, c. Quantify any benefit of the policy to EV uptake or emissions reduction or to the budget bottom line, D. Tangibly address the biggest constraint on EV uptake, which is supply and infrastructure, and E. Consult with business and civil society on policy design. And 2. The Coalition supports increased uptake of low and zero emissions vehicles, and our focus is on enabling consumer choice when it comes to new vehicle and fuel technologies. 3. The Coalition is focused on partnering with industry to support the uptake of new vehicle technologies and create the necessary enabling environment to support that uptake, which includes helping to support the infrastructure rollout that will make sure our electricity grid is ready. And 4, calls on the government to invest the substantial medium-term cost of this measure in supporting practical EV infrastructure and cost-of-living relief for hard-working Australians.
Is the amendment seconded?
I rescind the motion and reserve my right, Mr Speaker.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be agreed to. I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I declare that the Treasury Laws Amendment Electric Car Discount Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Just need to adjourn the debate.
Oh, sorry. But before I do that, so if we can rewind for a moment, I'll first move that the debate be adjourned.
I'll put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Having adjourned the debate, I'll now declare that the Treasury Laws Amendment Electric Car Discount Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Jobs Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill of 2022. The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak today in support of the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022. The bill establishes the Jobs and Skills Australia as a statutory body to provide independent advice on current, emerging and future workforce skills and training needs. This is important. We need to start planning better. It replaces the National Skills Commissioner. The key difference in scope of the organisations is the remit of the Jobs and Skills Australia to undertake workforce planning and research future industries and opportunities. I support this bill because, as highlighted at the Jobs and Skills Summit, collaboration across all sectors and workforce planning is critical to addressing both the immediate labour market issues and skill shortages in some areas. We know these shortages are both immediate and forecast for the future and in the long term. They're both geographical and sectoral. In some areas, we have high unemployment or underemployment and underemployment in others. We have a critical shortage of workers in areas like Warringah in certain industries. It's true in cities and regional centres alike. In my electorate of Warringah, businesses and chambers of commerce, especially in hospitality and retail, are crying out for workers. Yet, in other electorates like Fowler, just on the other side of the city, there's over 10% unemployment. So clearly there is a disconnect in how our employment services are working at the moment. We need to look at ways to bridge the barriers to relocating for work and the affordability of transport to better connect workers with jobs available and where they are. During the recent Jobs and Skills Summit, I would say government supported much talk around migration, and that was mostly the elements and actions that came away from it. But whilst I raised the question that we must first address housing and infrastructure, there really was very little focus on that. We need long-term planning. To plan for the long term and for a future workforce that not only addresses the key labour market challenges of decarbonisation, an ageing population, participation rates for women that must rise, First Nations people, digitisation of nearly all professions, the rise of AI. We need an agency that coordinates a system of education and training support for workers as they navigate a portfolio of jobs and careers throughout their working lives. As a mother of teenagers and university students, I'm well aware that our current young people are being told they will have several careers, not just several jobs, but several careers in their working lifetime. We need to ensure the education system is actually preparing them for that. We know workers won't have a job for life. We cannot even imagine the jobs of the future, and so we need to implement an adaptive and dynamic process to ensure Australia thrives, developing the skills required, where we know 2/3 of Australia's top 50 economists have said that education and skills was the top issue that needed to be addressed at the Jobs and Skills Summit. And I would have to say I was a little disappointed. For my time there, I was there Thursday afternoon and Friday. There was very little discussion about education, and in particular around the university sector and what was going to be done to support and increase their capacity to meet those skills and education needs. We must develop research and development capabilities to capitalise on the opportunities in our industries. I raised during the Jobs and Skills Summit just how far Australia is falling behind when it comes to innovation and R&D. Research and development only makes up 1.8% of Australia's GDP. Our OECD comparable nations, it's some 2.5%. We are falling behind, and we won't be competitive in the world of the future. The government needs to set the guidelines for what our industries are and provide the necessary incentives for investment to congregate around those skills, research and development. Jobs and Skills Australia improves on the National Skills Commissioner in its remit to undertake research and analysis into emerging and growing industries, such as the green economy, areas such as carbon sequestration, clean energy, green manufacturing. These are all huge opportunities, and we heard at the Jobs and Skills Summit discussion around the Megatrends report when it came to global trends in terms of future skills. We need to start growing and training the workforce required to develop these industries. And whilst I acknowledge that there is shortage now that needs to be addressed, and I know the government is looking at that through a migration lens, we must also develop those skills locally. We must ensure education and opportunity exist here at home. Obviously, there's been disruption to skilled labour supply because of COVID and closed borders. And there's a disconnect between Australia's skills acquisition and training system, including through migration, and the needs of industry. And we know that disconnect is widening. But the big issue I want to raise is women's workforce participation. We have also seen barriers to using our most skilled and trained labour force, which is women. And for too long, it's been a side story, a story that in this place gets mentioned occasionally, but never really focused on. We had the pink budget to try and remedy the blokes budget under the last government. But I think with an increased number of women in this place, I'm very, very focused on making sure that women's participation in the workforce is absolutely made a top economic priority of this government. We know that it's fairly equitable for women in the workforce until they have children. And then the slide starts. Then the discrepancies and the discrimination and the disadvantage starts, because women are required to bear that much heavier burden. There are so many structural barriers to women rejoining the workforce after childbirth. Paid parental leave needs to be increased, as do the incentives for partners to take up parental leave and share a greater proportion of caring duties. Childcare needs to be made more affordable and accessible. They are critical workforce, and when we know there's critical workforce shortages in those very sectors, creating even more barriers to that participation. And we know there's workforce shortages prevalent across our highly gendered care economy. So better understanding those needs of the childcare sector are incredibly important. But it was interesting that at the Jobs and Skills Summit, while there was nearly universal call for improving parental leave and childcare costs, it's the one area the government refused to actually move on when it came to an immediate action plan. From 1st of January, childcare should be made more affordable. There should be no delay in implementing those measures. And knowing that there is a budget coming, I call on the Albanese government to act on making childcare more affordable for women, to enable them to participate more in the workforce. Ensure that there is more than just talk, that there is action. There are potential improvements to the bill. The legislative requirement for collaboration is good, but I wonder if this requirement should extend to the tertiary education sector. At the end of the day, we won't develop that skilled workforce without engaging with the education sector. Universities Australia highlighted in their submission to the inquiry that there could be a case for Section 10C of this bill to be amended to explicitly include universities, tertiary education sector as a key stakeholder to be consulted. particularly given recent research by the National Skills Commission suggesting nearly all new jobs will require a post-secondary qualification and lifelong learning. This addition would reflect the importance of lifelong learning, but also Australia's commitment to upskilling its workforce in conjunction with a skilled migration strategy to address the current skill shortages. There needs to be that kind of long-term planning. Now, I know that the previous government really attacked the tertiary education sector, made changes that have made it incredibly difficult for young people to pursue those education goals. And I think these are some of the aspects that really need to be reviewed. So I do support this bill on the understanding of the need to enact as an interim measure with detail on permanent model to follow. The collaboration and consultation between stakeholders is ultimately key, and we need to understand the mechanism for that and who will have a seat at the table. So I call on the government to acknowledge that call, that the university and education sector have that seat at the table. So I welcome the start to a complex and critical issue. We need to look forward to seeing further detail on this, on the structure and composition of Jobs and Skills Australia, and I look forward to seeing the Albanese government move on important issues like parental leave and childcare support, increasing those costs. We need to remove the barriers to over 50% of our population truly, fully participating in the workforce. As a professional woman, I find it incredible that in 2022 I am still having to push that we have to argue for that. But I know with many women on this crossbench and in this parliament, this is not a topic that we are going to drop. Many women around Australia have said enough, and it is time that we remove those barriers to participation. Thank you.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this very important bill introduced as the very first piece of legislation of the 47th Parliament by the Albanese government. Deputy Speaker, this government is wasting no time in getting on with the business of government and delivering on its election commitment in establishing Jobs and Skills Australia. It's a solid reflection of where our legislative priorities are, and I want to thank the Minister for Skills and Training, the Honourable Brendan O'Connor, for taking immediate action to help address the significant skills and labour shortages and introducing both the Jobs and Skills Australia bill and the parallel bill to the House. Deputy Speaker, we've had nearly a decade of lost opportunities with successive Liberal national governments presiding over the decline of some of our most important national industries, not least of which is Australia's local manufacturing. This decline, Deputy Speaker, wasn't an accident of fate. Nobody is more aware of this reality of decline than the people of my electorate of Cornwall, a community that was once home to our very proud automotive manufacturing industry before, as we all know, the previous coalition governments shut it down. And this was a result of deliberate, calculated policies driven by an ideology and a government that spoke of Australian jobs and Australian workers in rhetoric only, all the while targeting Australian workers and their unions and at the expense of addressing some of our most pressing economic challenges. We can now see its effect. The smoothed four-quarter average estimates relating to unemployment data has shown my electorate of Cornwall to have amongst the highest rates of unemployment across Australia. At the same time, according to the latest OECD Economic Outlook, Australia is experiencing the second most severe labour shortages in the developed world. This double-edged reality is because we've had an economy presided over by a coalition government that ignored sector shocks and the state of Australia's skills when it came to areas such as manufacturing and the new economy. Such is the myopic view of jobs and the economy, Deputy Speaker, from those opposite, that their impact has been wide and far-reaching, and especially my own electorate. In their ideological potholes, they failed, while in government, to see that a skilled workforce is a more productive workforce, and that if you put in place policies that shock entire sectors, there is a need to ensure that those workers are reskilled so that they can continue to contribute to our future economic growth. So what I find most encouraging, Deputy Speaker, about these bills is not only the preparing capacity studies for industries and the review of the training and vocational sector, but the commitment to undertake specific plans for targeted groups. For my community especially, these include older workers who need to retrain or upskill, having been victims to industry decline and shutdowns, as well as our young people, and in particular our young women, who need not only to be trained, but also given the confidence to build their future within emerging and growing industries of the future economy. I'm hopeful and confident that Jobs and Skills Australia will look to future-proof our economy through a workforce and skills analysis that creates a pathway to the jobs of the future as well as to those needed today, to the current and emerging sectors and to industries that will help drive our future economic growth. And by that, Deputy Speaker, I mean real and active workforce planning, and with an active approach to addressing skills and training to help support the vital sectors. These are the issues most important to the people of my electorate and to our national economy. It's heartening to see that we as a government are starting off our national agenda with a focus on Australia's labour market. It was the first policy announced by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese as Leader of the Opposition, and it's the first piece of legislation introduced by him as Prime Minister. Deputy Speaker, the previous government's nearly decade of inaction was made worse by its approach to skilled migration. As Deputy Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration in the previous parliament, I saw the inadequacies of previous approaches firsthand. The committee's inquiry into Australia's skilled migration program took place at a time when labour market gaps emerged while our borders were shut as a result of the COVID pandemic. Instead of recommending that the government identify skill shortages and deliver urgent training and reskilling opportunities to Australian workers so they can fill these jobs, the then government members turned to temporary migration as a short-term fix and solution. It was a missed opportunity to rethink our skilled migration program and to help create real impactful change in two areas very close to my own heart and interest: migration and national skills and jobs policies. And what was the result? Data from the National Skills Commission shows the number of vacancies listed in Melbourne was 65.8% higher in April 2022 compared to its pre-pandemic level. And yet we have industry uncertainty across the board. We have skilled workers pleading to be retrained or upskilled into job opportunities in areas that will fuel our economic growth into the future. It's amazing, Deputy Speaker, how informed one can become by simply speaking to ordinary men and women working on shop floors across industry sites. It is their capacity to help shape our future economy that we should use to inform and drive policy on skills and labour shortages. This bill, Deputy Speaker, is a beginning, which is why I'm pleased that this bill lays the foundation for a second stage legislation for a permanent structure and governance arrangements that is informed by employers, unions and education providers. Because that's what we need, Deputy Speaker, a tripartite approach to skills and training supported by a government committed to addressing Australia's current, emerging and future labour market needs and delivering on the policies to meet those needs. And it is indeed just the beginning of our commitments in this area, with a further suite of policies designed to make real, impactful change. These policies include Deputy Speaker, the Australian Skills Guarantee, which will ensure 1 in 10 workers on major federally funded government projects is an apprentice, trainee or cadet. This translates to a commitment to training thousands of workers. Our fee-free TAFE places, delivering 465,000 fee-free TAFE places, including 45,000 new places, that includes those for students studying in industries of national importance and those facing skill shortages. The TAFE Technology Fund, and ensuring that at least 70% of Commonwealth VET funding is for public TAFE. Public TAFE has been the backbone of training our young and mature-aged workers in skilling and reskilling, and I'm absolutely delighted that this government has placed public TAFE at the centre of our programs going forward. Our Future Made in Australia skills plan, covering a number of commitments made as part of the government's $1.2 billion Future Made in Australia skills plan, helps close the gap on key areas of skill shortages. And the new energy apprenticeships will encourage Australians to train in the new energy jobs of the future and provide the additional support they need to complete their training. Deputy Speaker, that's a funding commitment of $100 million to support 10,000 new energy apprenticeships and a new energy skills program to develop fit-for-purpose training pathways for new energy industry jobs. And, Deputy Speaker, you'll note that, or I note, rather than shooting from the hip, we will be a consultative government, working in partnership with the states and territories, industry and unions to support this progressive agenda to prioritise growth and investment in the renewable energy sector. And to see, Deputy Speaker, how these policies are inspiring confidence on the ground, last night I had the opportunity to speak online at an event called Women in Trades, which was held in Broadmeadows in my electorate. I want to thank the AMWU Victoria for the amazing work that they are doing in helping and working towards getting more women into the trades. I also want to acknowledge the support of a very fine institution, TAFE institution in my electorate, the Kangan Institute, and also the Federal Government's National Careers Institute, including all our local employers, career practitioners and tradeswomen who were represented yesterday and who were there to give young women an opportunity to ask questions about their futures should they pursue a trade. Now, Deputy Speaker, we don't need to increase the representation of women in manufacturing. We do need to increase the representation of women in the manufacturing trades, and the work and initiatives of the Australian Metal Workers Union in supporting workers across the manufacturing and trade sector is to be commended, and I look forward to working far more closely with the AMWU and other unions that share a common purpose in training young people and especially young women. A big thank you to Courtney Nunn, who is the AMWU's Victoria's Careers for Women in Trades Project Officer, for the work she has done so far in helping advance in historically male-dominated trades, industries, and explaining to young women that this is a genuine career option for them. Deputy Speaker, ours is a government that will look to prepare Australians for the jobs of the future, to improve the quality of work and tackle issues of underemployment, casualisation, job insecurity, long-term unemployment and stagnant wages. I certainly welcome these measures and look forward to working with all the relevant ministers and the government in helping contribute towards helping to shape these policy frameworks, because ultimately they are the benefit of the people in my electorate, they are the benefit of Australia as a whole, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak today in support of the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022. I support this bill because it will provide a plan and a roadmap at a time of great challenges, change and opportunity. However, in this context, as I said at the recent Jobs and Skills Summit, I am advocating for direct and achievable actions, particularly when it comes to women in the workforce. At a moment when we have more women in this parliament and indeed on this crossbench than ever before, we must not let this moment slip past with talk and not action. I, for one, will not. Empowering women to work must cut across all legislation, and all policy and legislation forthwith should include a gender impact statement. As I said at the summit, women are done with being secondary. This legislation is highly relevant to this conversation. Jobs and Skills Australia, and indeed its Commissioner, must be laser-focused on empowering women into the workforce. At a time when we have chronic workforce shortages, there's no better time to finally shift this dial. The good news is we know how to do it. The Minister says that Jobs and Skills Australia will have an important role in planning, forecasting and developing a pipeline for skilled workers. Great, more good news. We already have them. Our women are an untapped resource. As Grattan's Danielle Woods said at the Jobs and Skills Summit, I can't help but reflect that if untapped women's workforce participation was a massive ore deposit, we would have governments lining up to give tax concessions to get it out of the ground. Quote of the year, and women around Australia nodded their heads furiously, I'm sure. Businesses large and small across my electorate of Goldstein are crying out for staff. So what can we do? The government's childcare measures must be brought forward. If we can afford stage 3 tax cuts, we can afford this. The numbers say that expanded childcare would contribute billions to economic growth. These changes to childcare, though, must cater for women who do not work 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Tens of thousands of women cannot access childcare due to irregular and short shifts. Government, business and unions need to reach agreement to ensure that major employers upgrade their rostering so that part-time and casual workers know their work hours ahead of time and can plan their care responsibilities. No woman should be left behind. Getting more women working at their full capacity is central to a healthy society, while improving productivity and, in the current circumstances, alleviating workforce pressures. Despite all the progress that we've made, women still tend to be the ones who stay home or work part-time because they usually earn less. And when childcare is expensive, inflexible or unavailable, that becomes the default position. This is not good for fathers in heterosexual families either. Traditionally, being the family breadwinner creates a habit in which men find it hard to stay home with the baby because they commonly have a higher income than their partner. Only true equality will create real choice for men and women in this space. Highly feminised care industries must be revalued. This means closing the gender wage gap by recognising the importance of these jobs and then providing cheap, accessible childcare and early childhood education so that both women and children, indeed families, can thrive. Currently, women in feminised industries with a bachelor's degree or a Certificate 4 earn roughly a third less than men in male-dominated industries. This is not because they don't work hard or add just as much value. This is simply a societal mindset issue, and it's time to change it. This is where Jobs and Skills Australia can channel its energy. Recent data from a partnership between Chief Executive Women and Impact Economics found that increasing women's participation in the paid workforce would address Australia's current skills shortage and have a long-lasting impact on productivity. The study found that engaging women in paid work at the same rate as men could unlock an additional 1 million full-time skilled workers. Grattan Institute data also estimates that a 6% increase in female workforce participation would add $25 billion to Australian GDP. Yet we continue to focus on the cost of childcare rather than the blindingly obvious opportunity that is staring us in the face. There is also the opportunity to enable women to retrain, with subsidised study in midlife and possibly a study wage to enable families to cover financial commitments while expanding skills. We also need to consider the fact that the current structure of the workforce means many women do not work 9 to 5 and are grappling with short and fragmented shifts that in many cases make working more expensive than not working due to the cost of care. The sandwich generation, in which women are frequently not only caring for children but also elderly parents, also requires consideration and flexibility to enable women to work while managing their personal responsibilities. Paid parental leave must also be expanded and superannuation paid on it in order to close the gap between women and men. At the Jobs Summit, I suggested amendments to the Fair Work Act to strengthen an employee's capacity to request flexible working arrangements. Currently, a request can be made by an employee, but no appeal is available. As I said, women of the sandwich generation are caring for children and elderly parents, and true flexibility is key. There's also a need to improve the unpaid parental leave provisions in the Fair Work Act to make them more flexible and shareable. Jobs and Skills Australia must also focus on apprenticeships in feminised industries. Apprenticeships are traditionally male-dominated. We must not be blind to this. Australia's fashion industry, for example, has had outsized success overseas. foster it. Women should get a fair crack at apprenticeships, if that is a focus of this government. We must also develop strategy now to channel girls and women into the industries that will emerge from the coming renewables revolution. If we don't, we'll have yet another trades-based sector that is neither attractive nor indeed safe for women. We need our girls talking about working in renewable energy and climate risk mitigation industries with their parents around the dinner table. We need these discussions happening in schools from an early age. Girls care about climate and they want to do something. It's incumbent on us and Jobs and Skills Australia to foster those girls. I will also say this, though. We must equalise the conversation that often focuses on hard infrastructure like roads and bridges and shift our gaze to our growing service industries, the biggest growth areas of our economy. I also placed on the Jobs Summit agenda pay gap transparency, and I was pleased to see it included on the Summit communique. This is a space for Jobs and Skills Australia to administer and monitor performance reporting for employers, public and private. Transparency on performance on the gender pay gap, women in leadership and workforce flexibility are appropriate. This transparency has led to substantial pay gap reductions in other countries. In Denmark, for example, this simple measure led to a 13% increase in women's wages. This is a no-cost measure that creates natural competition between organisations, public and private. Indeed, in my view, it should be led by the Commonwealth Public Service as a leader of best practice. I close by saying that lip service has been paid to equality and safety for women. That is a big part of why I'm standing here, and this representation requires substantive action. I look forward to Jobs and Skills Australia delivering on this, and rest assured that I will remain the squeaky wheel throughout my time in this parliament as an advocate for the empowerment of women and girls. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time. The member for Fraser.
There is no bigger issue for our economy and our society at the moment than the skills shortage that we face. And that is why this bill was the first bill introduced by this government. That is why the issues raised by this bill were central to the Jobs and Skills Summit that was so successfully held last week, and that is why it is so important that this bill passes through this House and why I'm so pleased to speak in favour of it. The skills shortage that we are facing creates many issues for our economy. First and foremost, of course, it adds to already existing inflationary pressures, which in and of themselves are creating so many issues for households and businesses across our community. Second, the skills shortage is impeding the growth of businesses, of corporations throughout our economy, and indeed hampering the ability of not-for-profits and indeed government to provide services. This is something which I'm all too familiar with, having held a roundtable in my electorate in the lead-up to the Jobs and Skills Summit and heard from businesses who are very successful already and wish to grow but are not able to. So clearly, the skills shortage that we are experiencing is a significant handbrake on our economy at this point. But the other dimension of the skills shortage, which I think is which is of first-order importance, is that it means that we are not matching people to positions in the way that we should be. When a labour market isn't working effectively, we aren't using people's skills, we aren't giving people the opportunities that they deserve to see out their potential in the best way possible in the workforce and more broadly, of course, in society. So this skills shortage is having so many negative effects, both for our economy and, of course, socially. We see this in a range of statistics. 17% of businesses have reported recently that they did not have enough employees. And of course, many of those businesses are not able to easily acquire the employees through the labour market that they need in order to grow. This is a first-order importance issue, and it's not something that we're going to be able to turn around immediately, but this government has taken action on a whole range of fronts already. And as has been discussed very broadly, there are a whole raft, dozens of positive actions that have come out of the Jobs and Skills Summit, but there is so much more to do. And this is an example of the longer-term changes that are needed in order to get our job market working more effectively. Another issue that I think is worth putting on the table for context is that our labour market is changing. So we have this short and medium-term skills shortage, but we also have a labour market that is changing, where people are going to be expected to have many more jobs or occupations throughout their life. It is estimated by some that Australians will have as many as 13 occupations across their lifetime, very different to the experience that so many had in the period following World War II and before that. If you're under 25, you're likely to have 17 employers across your career, others have estimated. So this is, again, reinforcing the importance of our training institutions. Our training institutions are going to be front and centre when it comes to overcoming the skills shortage, because they will be critical to training people up who can fill the positions that our job market is currently not able to finish. But our training institutions, our VET institutions and indeed our higher education institutions are going to be absolutely critical when it comes to helping people navigate a career, a life cycle where they have so many more jobs and occupations. Now, of course, what I've talked about just there is a whole raft of statistics which can become very sterile. But what I'm very conscious of also is that what we're talking about here is opportunities for real people, is quality of life for real people. And my interaction with the skills sector of late has reinforced that to me. When I walk around Victoria University's St Albans campus and see the cybersecurity training facility that is giving kids an opportunity to be trained in Cert 3 and 4 courses in cyber, what I see is people being given an opportunity to enter the labour market in areas where their training will allow them to get good quality jobs and where they will be getting jobs in a sector that is going to be growing for decades to come. When I was fortunate to represent the Minister for Training, Minister O'Connor, recently at William Angliss, I met somebody in the kitchen who was providing a remarkable lunch for all of the people in attendance to celebrate Skills Week, and she was from my electorate. And again, it reinforced to me that what we're talking about here isn't just these numbers and statistics, but when we talk about fixing the skills shortage, when we talk about training people up so that they can take advantage of opportunities in the labour force, what we're talking about is giving people opportunities. People who are just finishing school, who are trying to enter the labour market, such a difficult hurdle, and of course so many people who need to change tack mid-career, so many people whose firm might have closed, so many people whose skills might have been automated out of existence, so many people whose industry might be in decline. Those people, also often middle-aged people who are particularly vulnerable, also need a well-functioning labour market and need skills. And so what we're talking about today, for me, is so important for individuals and for families, and often for the most vulnerable individuals and families. To get this right means incredible things for people in electorates like mine, and the people that I've met at skills functions, at training facilities and indeed at employers reinforce that to me every day that I'm in my electorate. Now, what does this mean to set up Jobs and Skills Australia, an entity that will provide advice to government along many dimensions, but which for me is really critically going to dramatically improve the quality of data that is provided to government? And this is an area where data is absolutely paramount. And why? Well, sometimes we describe different parts of our economy as markets, and I'm probably more guilty than most of that, being an economist by training. But I'll not describe this as a market, I'll describe it as an ecosystem. But it is an ecosystem where a number of actors have to make decisions that are very complicated. The people who are seeking training, students to be or existing students, are making decisions about what courses to do that are based upon their expectation of jobs in the future, that are based upon their judgment as to what types of jobs they will like, that are based upon their expectations as to where the economy will evolve in the future. Those choices are very difficult for individuals to make. And the more information that individuals have around where jobs exist and are ready for people to enter into, the more information that students have around where jobs and industries are emerging and growing, the better decisions they'll be able to make. So it is absolutely critical for individuals, students or students-to-be, that they have the best information possible. Secondly, of course, there's the providers of services, and it is absolutely critical for the system to work well that they have the best information possible about which jobs are emerging. For a TAFE or a vet provider in a community to know that a large employer or a sector is growing in their community means that they can pivot and offer a course that provides students with the skills necessary to enter that growing firm or cluster of firms. It is absolutely critical that we provide the best possible data to the people providing training. And thirdly, of course, there's government. Government needs the best data possible, both in terms of the existing labour market and also, of course, in relation to forecasting where the labour market is going, an extremely difficult thing to do. Forecasts are extremely important for government because government is often making long-term investments, and it is critical that government makes those investments with the best possible understanding of how the labour market is evolving. So Job Skills Australia is being set up to help all of those different parts of the labour market ecosystem, students and people who might soon be students, the providers of services and, of course, government, who is such a critical funder of so much of the training that goes on in the sector. And, of course, employers are another important part of that. And what Jobs and Skills Australia will do is put in place, what this bill will do is put in place the first of a two-stage process. There are a number of things that it is absolutely imperative that we get underway right now, and this bill will do that. It will establish the machinery of Jobs and Skills Australia, it will establish the Jobs and Skills Australia Director, and it will set up an organisation that can hit the ground running and provide a number of important services, such as producing data, such as producing workforce forecasts, such as producing capacity studies, such as informing the public, such as putting in place mechanisms whereby the data that is produced can be shared, can be provided to government, but can also be shared to users, can be shared with providers of services, can be shared with employers. And it is absolutely critical. There's not much point producing high-quality data if you don't set up mechanisms to share that data. But it's also critical that, in addition to Jobs and Skills Australia being set up so that it can hit the ground running and provide data where needed immediately, and there are a number of different areas where government is undertaking services where this data will be needed immediately, it is also critical that there be a two-stage process, because there are elements of the ultimate architecture that the government wants to consult on. So there's going to be exhaustive consultation on a number of elements of the ultimate governance architecture that government will now consult on before a second bill is introduced. So it is absolutely important that we start this process, and we will see results from JSA being implemented very, very quickly indeed, and how necessary that is. It's also important, I think, to put on the record that in this first tranche of legislation, Jobs and Skills Australia will replace the functions undertaken by the National Skills Commission and will expand on those functions to include a broader and more strategic focus. The work of Jobs and Skills Australia will be economy-wide and will not be limited to VET. And this will be absolutely imperative to the functions, the advisory functions and the data collecting functions and the forecasting functions that it undertakes. So the bill does not limit the scope of Jobs and Skills Australia in terms of the work that it will undertake. Clearly, it will set out a number of functions that Jobs and Skills Australia will have to undertake in relation to informing the VET sector, to informing those people who interact with the VET sector, students, employers, service providers. But it is important to put on the record that the way in which it will operate will not be limited in scope, and that Jobs and Skills Australia will have a capacity to look at the jobs market and the skills required in our economy much more broadly. We'll be able to look at the university sector, for example. We'll be able to look at the way in which skills are developing and demand for skills is changing right across the economy. And that is absolutely critical because, of course, we have an economy where people are going to be moving between different types of post-secondary school training. We have some students that will have an interaction with the university sector, but then might have an interaction with the vet sector mid-career to obtain some additional skills if they need to pivot. We have some people that will start with vet and may undertake further vet down the track. And we need to have an advisor to government, Jobs and Skills Australia, that is capable of, where necessary, broadening its focus. So this is an extremely important piece of legislation. This is an extremely important institution that we are establishing today, and an overdue reform. It is absolutely critical at this point in the economic cycle that this government prioritises significant, meaningful, substantive reform in this area. As I mentioned at the start of the speech, we can talk about any number of macroeconomic statistics in relation to why the skills shortage is so important in the economy at the moment. It is inflationary, it is hampering growth in a number of sectors, it is limiting the opportunities for individuals in a number of sectors, it is creating suboptimal and inefficient matches in a number of areas. But moving beyond these statistics, there are, for me, there's the individual stories as well, and these are the people that I've been meeting in my electorate, both in my everyday interactions, but also even more intensely in the lead-up to the Jobs and Skills Summit. And it's for those people, I think, those people who need opportunities, who need to get the best possible start after finishing school, or people who need opportunities after they've suffered an unfortunate mid-career disruption. It's for those people that we need to do everything we can as a government to get our labour force working more efficiently. So I'm very pleased to speak in favour of this bill today. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time. The member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Jobs and Skills Australia Bill will establish Jobs and Skills Australia, a statutory body which will advise and publish data on Australia's current and emerging labour market and skills needs and priorities. With its sister bill, it will repeal the National Skills Commissioner Bill, which performs similar functions from when it was established in 2020, with a focus on the workforce outcomes and training courses from the vocational education and training system. Jobs and Skills Australia will research workforce trends using data, evidence and analysis to provide impartial advice to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and the Minister for Skills and Training. The goal is for the government to better match investment in training and education with industry needs. As a former rural health researcher, I'm committed to ensuring that decisions made by government are based on data and evidence, and it's positive that this agency will be collecting data to inform decisions in this crucial area. It's absolutely crucial, of course, that we understand what data points we need to collect. And the government is promising that this agency will be dedicated to consultation, including with employers, unions, state and territory governments and the training and education sector in developing outcomes. It's crucial to do this because we need to ask the right questions to determine the data we need to answer those questions, and we need to be able to analyse, to interpret, to find meaning, to adapt and to review again in order to find the answers we're seeking. We need to be including people with disabilities. We need to be including people on the margins in thinking about how we ask the questions to find the jobs and skills answers that we're looking for. So this is positive. Improving the number of quality jobs in Australia is vital to growing our economy, and it won't happen without improving our skills and training in Australia. This bill repeals the National Skills Commission, an agency that's existed for less than 2 years. In fact, it's just over 2 years since I stood in this place and spoke on that bill. And the added challenges we face in regional and rural Australia, especially when it comes to vocational education and training, have only grown. Everywhere I go across my electorate of Indi, people speak to me about jobs and skills because those constituents, those businesses and those organisations that employ them are facing enormous challenges. Across the board, in our large regional centres, our bustling tourist hotspots and small towns, employers are struggling to find staff. Job ads go unanswered, or the staff available don't have the required skills. There are also notable times when employers find someone who's willing to take up a job, perhaps moving from Melbourne or Sydney or another regional town to make a tree change, but it's simply impossible to find somewhere to live. And this is happening again and again. This is happening whether it's a brewery, whether it's a school, whether it's a medical practice, whether it's a meatworks, whether it's a logistics trucking company. This is a very different challenge to that faced in many other areas of Australia. In Indi, the unemployment rate is below the already historically low national unemployment rate. People are not talking to me about creating jobs. They're talking to me about filling jobs, about how the lack of workers and housing for workers is dampening productivity, is forcing restaurants to leave empty tables due to lack of staff, other businesses knocking back clients because they know they simply can't fulfil orders. It's my hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this agency will take a holistic look at jobs and skills in this country and all of the drivers that come into this and all of the barriers too, especially in rural and regional Australia, where the issues we face are indeed quite different to those in the cities. Unfortunately, though, I must say this bill repeats a mistake from the initial National Skills Commission legislation from just 2 years ago, which I will seek to rectify. I will move an amendment to this bill to include an additional function of JSA to provide specific advice to the Minister and Secretary in relation to skills and issues and training and workforce needs in rural, regional and remote Australia. The barriers that constituents like mine face are very different, as I've said, to those in metro centres, and likewise our skills and training opportunities and workforce development needs are unique and do require a dedicated focus. In reviewing this bill, I was concerned to see that this rural and regional focus was not carried across into the new body. I was also concerned that while the explanatory memorandum said that the JSA will be required to consult and work genuinely with key stakeholders, including regional organisations, that regional organisations were not actually included as a key stakeholder in the bill. For too long, regional Australia has been sidelined in the policy-making process as an afterthought or represented by a headliner statement. Well, this isn't good enough. As a parliament, we need to show our constituents that they're not forgotten and they'll not be left behind as we prepare our workforce for the future. I moved a similar amendment to the National Skills Commissioner Bill 2020, which was voted down by the former government, including by the National Party, who claimed to represent the interests of regional Australians. Imagine my surprise, Mr Deputy Speaker, though, when the bill returned from the Senate with a near-identical coalition amendment which mirrored my amendment. This eventually became law, and I was very pleased to support it. I'll always support good policy that backs regional Australia and my electorate of Indi, irrespective of where it comes from. However, I noted that when the former government only supported regional Australia when the arithmetic was stacked against them. So that was disappointing, that they weren't on the front foot with regional communities like mine. And I'm seeing this again, so that's why I seek to change it. This needs to change, and it needs to change now with this government. There are massive opportunities in regions like Indi that can be unlocked if we have the right data, information and advice to back robust bills, training and workforce development policies. I'm very pleased to have had constructive discussions with the Minister for Skills and Training and his team about this amendment. I'm also very grateful for the involvement from the member for Kennedy, another long-standing representative of rural, regional and remote Australia. The town of Julia Creek in his electorate is classified as remote. They have a brand new medical centre, but they can't get a GP, and this is simply terrible and ultimately unacceptable. I look forward to continuing to be a strong voice alongside the member for Kennedy to make sure our regional workforce is not forgotten. While we have challenges in my rural and regional electorate of Indi, we also have some really terrific, innovative programs that are opening doors for our willing workforce. And the JSA would be very, very well placed to have a look at these programs. The Country Universities Centre in Wangaratta, Mansfield and Corryong provide opportunities for people to study courses at universities across the country while staying close to their rural home. These centres provide state-of-the-art study spaces, an informal area where students can gather and bond, including a student kitchen, space for tutorials, video conferencing, good, solid, effective internet. Students have access to campus-level technology, to the facilities, tutors, supportive administration, academic staff and a network, importantly, of fellow students. And this opens up a whole world of higher education to people who would previously needed to move far away from home to access it or to leave their employment or to their families. The Girls of Steel program in Wangaratta provides women with a Certificate 2 in engineering pathways and a Certificate 1 in work skills. It aims to open up job pathways for women in engineering, a sector that is predominantly male. The course is project-based, including the manufacture of park furniture for councils, sculptures, trailers, signposts, bespoke letterboxes, you name it. I've met with the program director, Brendan Richens, who exemplifies the very, very best in innovation, the very, very best in including people from the margins, and the very, very best in ensuring that that enormous, great big, untapped workforce in skills such as engineering, women are included. I note with encouragement that the member for Fraser talks about the multiple jobs that people will be taking on into the future. And when I was at the Jobs and Skills Summit last week, we heard a lot about the skills needed for now, the skills needed for the near future. And while I'm pleased that the government has increased the number of free TAFE places, we need to do a whole lot more in our TAFEs around ageing infrastructure. We simply can't take on skills development in rural and regional TAFEs for these jobs of the future while we've got 1970s infrastructure. I was recently at GoTAFE in Wangaratta speaking with Travis Heaney. I'm often at the Wodonga TAFE speaking with the CEO, Phil Patterson, and I repeatedly see ageing infrastructure. So if we wish to train our rural and regional workforce for the huge transformation that renewables are going to be into rural and regions, we need to have the infrastructure in those TAFEs that can allow our students to work on batteries, to work on electric vehicles, to work on renewable technology more broadly. I speak to employers who are dedicated to training and retaining their staff, bosses who take on apprentices and trainees, giving them a foot in the door to a lifelong career, and I commend them. I speak to people every day who love their jobs and who are looking for opportunities to improve their skills and secure themselves a career pathway which will give them security and fulfilment, and they want to stay in the regions. And I also speak to many young people who want to find secure, well-paid jobs close to home in the country towns where they grew up. Students at our local university, at La Trobe University in Wodonga, at CSU, at TAFE and school campuses right across Indi who are leading innovative programs. And I really encourage the JSA to consult with these groups when they're establishing what their data set should be. Rural and regional Australia, Mr Deputy Speaker, is ready for the workforce of the future if we put in the support that it needs. We have the energy, we have the commitment, we have the vision, we have the smart people. We do need the infrastructure. We do need to be included very, very carefully in the analysis of jobs and skills. And I want to see this government step in and support the hard-working students, workers and employees to realise the incredible full potential of rural and regional Australia and truly build our economic prosperity.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time. The member for Bendigo.
If there was ever a day to be debating this bill in our parliament, it's today. Today we have the early childhood education sector in Australia taking a big, bold step to close childcare centres early. And one of the main reasons why is because they're stressed, overworked and struggling because they don't have enough skilled staff to fill vacancies and to help them educate our youngest Australians. Today is also the day we thank our aged care workforce for the amazing work that they do. Another sector that is struggling with workloads, lack of staff, and facilities are quite often raising with us, as is the union and the workforce, that they can't find enough skilled workers to work in the sector. Yesterday, it was National TAFE Day, where we celebrated the role that the public institution of TAFE plays in our country. 3 examples just in today and yesterday that demonstrate why this bill that's before us is so critical. We are in a skills crisis in our country. It's not something that happened just because of the pandemic. It's not something that happened because Labor won the last federal election. It didn't just happen since May. It's been building in our country for the good part of a decade. Nearly a decade of inaction by the previous government, a decade of cuts, a decade of mismanagement, a decade of chaos that was created that exacerbated a problem, and exacerbated that they did, particularly during the pandemic. Decisions that the previous government made, like not extending JobKeeper to casual workers who work in those critical sectors, saw many of those skilled workers in aged care and early childhood education leave, and they haven't come back. The funding cuts that they had to vocational education and training meant that many courses in regional areas were not run because they couldn't get enough students in those regional areas to fill very large class numbers. Just a litany of examples of how the previous government have exacerbated the skills shortage that we have in our country. But our government is acting. Our government is acting to address the skills shortage that we have. And one of the key parts to that is by creating this independent, transparent body which will be made up of many stakeholders to help give us the data we need to address the skills crisis. The Albanese government is taking immediate action to address the urgent skills crisis. The very first piece of legislation that was introduced into the parliament was to create Jobs and Skills Australia, independent agency. It is critical that our government, that the Australian community and economy and employers have independent, transparent data to help provide us with the advice that we need to address the current, emerging and future labour market and workforce skills, training and needs to improve employment opportunities. It's critical that we have data that is accurate. That is one of the key functions of what the Jobs and Skills Australia will do. It will work closely with state and territory governments, not against, but closely. It will work with industry, employers and unions. Maybe a dirty word to the opposition, but a word that we should not fear. Unions and their members know full well the skills challenges that we have, and it is quite often unions advocating in this place, articulately how we can solve workforce issues that they have. One of the key reasons why educators are taking action today is because there's simply not enough of them. They are stressed, they are tired, same as our aged care workforce. They have ideas and solutions on how we can fix these skills gaps, and we as a government are keen to work with them to ensure that we meet those gaps and those challenges. The background of this bill is quite simple. The government's commitment to establish this new body to work in partnership, different to the previous approach. It is critical that we work with our state and territory governments, who have a critical role to play, particularly in the delivery of TAFE. They have a role and a relationship with employers that we shouldn't be working against, but working with. Just a few local examples of the skills shortage that we have. We all know, we all hear it from talking to local businesses. In February 2022, 17% of businesses reported that they did not have enough employees and that recruitment was difficult. For higher skilled occupations, it was sitting at 67%. In my electorate, I feel like that's the same. I haven't spoken to an employer yet in recent times I didn't say they weren't looking for staff. We are a large regional centre, but we still struggle to recruit like many other regional areas. I've mentioned ECEC, just at the centre that I was at last week. They're currently at a 65% occupancy at Good Start Strathfield Say. They could open more rooms but can't because they don't have the qualified staff to open those rooms. It's the same situation at Shine and Bright in Maiden Gully. Great new centre, fantastic facilities, amazing staff. There's just not enough of them. The skills shortage in our care sector cannot be underestimated. In aged care, alarmed to have the report that at a few facilities nurses were being asked to work a 24-hour shift. After finishing their 12-hour shift, they were being asked to stay on until they could find a replacement nurse because somebody had called in sick. It ended up being a 24-hour shift. Unacceptable, unreasonable, but that is the skills crisis we're in. It's not just the care sector in my electorate that's struggling with skill shortages. Bendigo Railway Yards, proud business that goes back many decades. We still manufacture and refurbish locomotives and rail in our electorate. They are looking for staff across the board. Good union agreement, good rates of pay. But as our older fitter and turners and boilermakers retire, because we haven't invested enough in apprenticeships and young people, there's not people with the adequate skills to replace them. They have a great apprenticeship ratio, but they're always looking for more people to work. And as we start to bring more of those jobs back onshore, we need to make sure we have the skilled workforce to do the job. So we've got skills shortages in our rail manufacturing and, in fact, all manufacturing. We have skills shortages in food manufacturing. Don KR is the biggest private employer in my electorate. They're the Baco, as it's called in Castlemaine. They will hire anyone that passes their entrance test. They are keen for a workforce, always having a recruitment ad in their local paper. They've taken the step to engage Pacific Island workers because they cannot fill their jobs locally. Their jobs that they have range from engineers through to people in accounts, through to people on the factory floor. Hospitality is one that's often raised. Smashed by the pandemic, the stop-start nature of what we did for health reasons, businesses are still opening only a few days a week or cancelling their lunch or closing their doors at lunchtime because they can't get enough staff to fill shifts. Hospitality is a rewarding job, but it's still a tough job. You're asked to work late nights, casual shifts. The skills required in hospitality not everyone can do, but yet we don't have enough people to fill hospitality jobs. Vets. This isn't one that's just happened overnight. This is one that's been growing for a long time. Vets continue to stay on the skills shortage list and have done so for probably about 20 years. It raises the question about why the previous government didn't address this one sooner, given the nature of what they claim, that they are the representatives of regional Australia. It's not just farmers that raise this concern. It's not just live export in cattle industries that raise this concern, but piggeries and processors, anyone that has a regional electorate that has livestock or larger animals would know about the drastic shortage of vets that we have in our country and the need to train more locally. What tended to be the practice under the previous government's model was that skill shortages would sit on the list forever. They would never come off. Once they went on, it was hard to get off. We weren't investing properly in developing our own people to fill those gaps. Another example of that is, of course, GPs. A number of MPs have raised this issue. We are in a chronic shortage of healthcare workers and in particular GPs in our region. And I acknowledge it is complex. It's not as simple as just creating more university medical places. The university medical graduates that we currently have going through our system, my local primary health network tell me about 70% of them stay in the public state hospital system, that only about 30% will actually go on to be GPs. At that rate, we will have very few doctors left for general practice in our region as our ageing workforce continues to retire. It's a complex problem and an issue that an independent body like Jobs and Skills Australia could look at. The previous government, it was patchwork. Couple of places here, little extension there, but no overall comprehensive workforce strategy to help tackle the crisis that we have in not just GPs but our rural health workforce. This agency will be able to work with other agencies to address the problems that we have across our country. This bill essentially also lays the groundwork for future legislation that would establish a permanent Skills and Jobs Australia and include a full range of functions and structures and governance and governance arrangements. And it is just the beginning. It is part of our broader plan. Other key parts: the free TAFE places that were announced at the Jobs and Skills Summit that will work in partnership with the state governments and their free TAFE commitments. The announcement that $1 billion of co-funded National Skills Agreement will deliver 180 free TAFE places in 2023 is a good start. It will give Australians the opportunity for a vocational education in the area where we need people to work. Australian Skills Guarantee will train thousands of workers by ensuring that 1 in 10 on major projects are federally funded have an apprenticeship, trainee or a cadetship. Critical to making sure that we have those boilermakers and tradespeople that we need in the future for these jobs. Further commitment guiding the principle will be an underpin 5-year national skills agreement from 2024, not just the makeshift stop-start that we had at the previous government, but making sure that we've got that 5-year comprehensive plan. Probably one of the most important commitments from our government has been that at least 70% of Commonwealth VET funding will go towards public TAFE, helping to rebuild our much-loved public TAFE institutions, whose primary role is not profits, whose primary role is the education of Australians. The TAFE Technology Fund will help improve facilities, workshops, laboratories, telehealth simulators across the country. We've had lots of good investment in Victoria at the TAFE level from the state Labor government. This fund will help fill the gaps. This is just the beginning, Deputy Speaker. I could go on about the importance of skills. It's an area which is close not just to my electorate but many electorates. It's an area where there are lots of answers, but now it's time for action. We do need to get working if we're going to address the skills crisis that we're having in our country, because it is a handbrake on our productivity. It is going to hurt us being able to recover from the pandemic. I strongly encourage everybody to support this bill and to reach out to workers and give them hope, to reach out to businesses and give them hope that we will work with them to solve these issues.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Casey.
Nurturing future jobs and skills is vital to Australia's prosperity, and we know it. This legislation establishes Jobs and Skills Australia as a statutory body within the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations to provide advice and collect, analyse, share and publish data and other information on Australia's current and emerging labour market and its current training needs and priorities, and the adequacy of the Australian system for providing vocational education and training. In my electorate of Casey, I see thriving businesses who collectively employ thousands of people, tradespeople struggling to fill jobs, whether it's Miglis Glass, Mainstream Cabinets, from the construction to hospitality, agriculture to electro-engineering. Casey has a wide spread of industries. I see the frustrations of businesses with skills shortages every day. In fact, I saw it just on Sunday when I visited a great local business, Hutch & Co, on Father's Day. The staff are working so hard in a full restaurant to give everyone a great experience. Half their restaurant was closed because they didn't have the staff to fill the demand. Last week, I visited Rangers Tech, a campus of Mount Evelyn Christian School, designed for hands-on study with Year 10, 11 and 12 students through VCAL, with the goal of achieving Year 12 and a pathway to trade, TAFE or the workforce. I took along the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. During that visit, I ran into a young man named James. Now, James and I played soccer together about 2 years ago at Lilydale Montrose United Soccer Club. I remember a time where I had to drive James to a game in the city, and he was talking to me about starting at Rangers Tech. He was in Year 10 and he was taking part in their Taster program, which gives students the opportunity to try many different trades and understand what they like so they can specialise in Year 11 and 12. It was extraordinary to see James 2 years later, see how much his confidence had developed, his growth and development as a person, and how he was enjoying learning to become a chef. It's a testament to the amazing work that Rangers Tech do, because I know James is just one example of thousands of young people in Casey that they have helped. There is an open enrolment at Rangers Tech. They draw students from every sector, including state, independent and Catholic schools, Steiner schools and even home schools. They usually have almost 100 students enrolled annually. Rangers Tech is an innovative model working to assist young people who struggle with the traditional school system. They create a pathway to employment for many young people and to help them develop vital life skills. On the same day, we visited Mainstream Cabinets, a family-run business in Lilydale, specialising in custom-designed, high-quality kitchen, laundry, bathroom and office cabinetry. Matt showed us around and explained the challenges his business is facing at the moment, including the increasing price on materials, but most worrying was the skills and worker shortages. He told us this was the biggest barrier to continued growth in his business. The Labor Party inherited a booming skills and training sector from the coalition government. Mr Speaker, I passionately believe that if we invest in and support young people, it is not only supporting them but the wider community now and into the future, which is why I will always support legislation that helps our young people. We handed the Albanese government a skills and training system that was backed by record investments. There was real momentum in skills and training thanks to the Liberals and the Nationals. We'd established the National Skills Commission to provide evidence leadership on the skills we need for our workforce today and tomorrow. It invested a significant $13 billion in skills over the past 2 years alone. While the new government's goal for better information, coordination and leadership of Australia's workforce and skills needs is important, it was already being provided by the National Skills Commission. You can see this with no increase in funding in the budget for this change. It's a name change. The NSC reformed and increased training incentives through the new apprenticeship incentive system, including introducing direct payments to apprentices to see them through their studies and into a job. Apprenticeship numbers were up to record levels. For the first time in our history, we hit over 220,000 Australians taking up a trade apprenticeship. We support the jobs and skills sector fully and absolutely, but we remain sceptical of the Albanese government's plan for the new arrangements, given there is still no clarity on how the organisation will be structured, nor the responsibilities that Jobs and Skills Australia will hold. We still do not know the full scope of this agency, nor how it will operate, before Labor pressed ahead with establishing a new part of the bureaucracy. But I am sure that they had a media release they had to send out or a speech the Prime Minister had to deliver. The few announcements that they have made have been delayed to align with the much-hyped Jobs and Skills Summit, where the Prime Minister announced an additional 180,000 fee-free TAFE places for 2023. His much-vaunted training blitz is nothing more than marketing spin, with the vast majority of funded positions not new or additional at all. Reports in The Australian suggested of the 180,000 committed places, over 66% already exist and will only be further subsidised. Just 45,000 will be new, and all of them were already announced as part of Labor's fee-free TAFE pre-election commitment. As I have begun to notice as a new MP, this government will always put politics and optics over the interests of Australians. I must admit, I'm also worried about the signals coming out of the government when it comes to the role of unions in the JSA. What is also concerning is the Prime Minister's explicit statement that funding will go to public training providers only. This is particularly worrying for the industry-led training providers. We know private RTOs currently do 70% to 80% of training across the vet sector. This could open up the possibility of unions dominating the JSA's direction, just like they did at the Jobs Summit, and turn it into an entity that backs public providers only. We need an even-handed approach to the entire skills sector that provides choice to our next generation. So while we accept this bill will pass, I'll be keeping my eye on the details that hopefully will be released soon. We know just how vital jobs policy is for the strength of our economy, and I really hope this Labor government gets it right for once. However, Labor's poor record on skills is not new by any means. I'm quickly realising that Labor do not have a plan to address the skills shortages in Casey, outside spin and optics. And that is why I'm committed to working hard to ensure that we have short-term and long-term solutions to these skills shortages. This will include working visa extensions across all of Casey, which I will be continuing to advocate for, and partnering with Yarra Ranges Council to implement a designated area migration agreement to allow our businesses to help address their skills shortages. We can't wait around for Labor to get their act together. That is why I invited the Shadow Minister for Immigration and Citizenship to Casey last week to meet with industry groups, including Wine Yarra Valley and Yarra Valley Agribusiness, as well as visiting businesses such as Cherry Hill, a thriving agricultural and tourism business that is facing worker shortages right now, today, as they are looking to staff up for their busy tourism summer. They don't have staff. They would normally get over 600 applications for a role. They received 120 to fill 200 places. So we must work on both short-term and long-term solutions. We want this agency to succeed because if it hits its mark, Jobs and Skills Australia will play an important role in the skills system. There's been a lot of talk about skills from Labor over the past week, but as any tradie will tell you, it's getting the job done that matters, and that's the important part.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be supporting this legislation, which tackles an area that is holding our economy back. It's holding back businesses in my electorate, in Macquarie, in the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury. And having a planned and thought-through collaborative approach on jobs and skills and how we make sure we're training people for the jobs of the present and the future is crucial. Before I go into the detail of it, Deputy Speaker, I want to point out a theme that's been coming from those opposite, and that is it's actually an ill-informed view that there has been no specific additional programs and funding attached to the policy and the legislation that we're doing. And the member for Casey repeated this, and I'd really urge the member of Casey not just to take the talking points you're given, but maybe do your own research so you can fact-check a few things. Because one of the things that is going to, this agency is going to be tasked to do is to look at the future challenges that we have around a clean energy workforce. And we have made an announcement that there will be $1.9 million of additional funding, and you can shake your head as much as you like across there, but $1.9 million of additional funding that will be absolutely targeted by Jobs and Skills Australia to deepen the understanding of the workforce issues and provide foresight into what the future challenges are going to be. So I'd really encourage those opposite, check your facts before you stand up in this place and tell us what we have or haven't done. Because what we're doing here is a game changer in terms of employers and workers in my electorate and around the country. What is going to be different about it is that we're going to work collaboratively. I know that's a word not much understood on the other side. And had there been better collaboration, we may not have ended up with the urgency of this skill crisis that we currently face. In my round tables in the lead-up to the Jobs and Skills Summit, every single employer talked about the challenges that they're facing in terms of trying to find skilled staff, skilled people, or even finding the training options to skill up people. And that's why we have taken immediate action on coming to government to do this. It was the very first piece of legislation we introduced, and here we are only a couple of weeks into our parliamentary sittings debating the detail of it now. So Jobs and Skills Australia will be an independent agency, and it will be responsible for providing advice to government on our current, our emerging and our future labour market and workforce skills and the training needs that go with those skills. Here's where the collaboration comes in. It's working closely with state and territory governments, as well as industry, employers, unions and training providers, to ensure that there really is a shared understanding of what the key issues are. It's tasked also to look at the adequacy of the vocational education system that we have in delivering those skills, and making sure that training and job opportunities are available to all Australians, irrespective of their background. And we particularly notice the gaps in a peri-urban community that I represent, where you can't study some of the things that are needed in our very community. Only just last year, a key course that goes to the heart of our equine community was removed from our TAFE system. So you can no longer do basic safety training to work around horses. We have a racehorse industry, we have a dressage and equestrian industry, and we have a polo sector. And they all require people who are very able to work very safely around these potentially lethal animals. And we need to make sure that our vocational education system provides this training in the places where the work is and where the workers are, and complete that triangle. This is the first of a two-stage process in terms of legislation, the second part of the legislation will require detailed consultation, and we're committed to doing that, working across state and territory governments, industries, employers and unions to make sure that and training providers to make sure that we get those details right. But this is a terrific start. Deputy Speaker, it is just the start of our commitment to ensuring that there are the training pathways and the trained workers that are needed. That's the outcome that we're looking for. There's been a lot of focus on the sorts of trades that this will support, clean energy trades, all the people we need for that, the construction trades that we need. I want to talk about another set of workers, and that is the arts workers that we need, the technicians that we need to work in our theatres, all those technical skills. It doesn't just appear on stage without a whole lot of technical stuff happening behind the scenes, from lighting, sound, equipment, and things like safely moving sets in, let alone the construction of those sets. And what I have heard as Special Envoy for the Arts, travelling around the country to regional areas to consult around our national cultural policy, what I keep hearing is that the arts sector cannot get the workers that it needs, that given how many of them were treated during COVID and how hard it was for them to receive any government assistance, they left the sector. They had to eat and they left the sector. And now there are severe shortages, particularly in regional areas, although I know that those shortages exist in more urban areas as well. So for jobs and skills, I want people to be really clear. We're talking about every sector where technical expertise and skill-based expertise is needed. That is what our government's objective is, to make sure that we can train people up who are workers in every one of those sectors. Deputy Speaker, there are many things that we need to do to set right what has happened in the last nearly 10 years. And there are a range of commitments that we've made, things that will shape how we interact with how people interact with us when they're doing government tenders or projects that come under Commonwealth funding, and the way that we work with the states in terms of determining TAFE places. All those things will matter. So just let me run through a few of the things that really build off the Jobs and Skills Australia bill that is the first step along the way. We have our Australian Skills Guarantee, which is about training thousands of workers by making sure that 1 in 10 workers on major federally funded government projects is an apprentice, a trainee or a cadet. And we're going to look at how to include digital skills in that. This is something that came out of the Jobs and Skills Summit. We're also looking at targets for women so that we can really see some shift in those more traditionally male-dominated sectors. Another key objective that we have that we'll be working on is around our fee-free TAFE places, and the Jobs and Skills Summit and the National Cabinet meeting immediately prior to that, with the announcement of over $1 billion of co-funded money for that National Skills Agreement. That will deliver 180,000 fee-free TAFE places next year. Now that's a good start, a really good start. It's particularly a good start when you think that it's daunting for a lot of young people to even know what pathway they're going to take, and to be able to do it and know that they're not carrying a huge debt right from the start can be a game changer. There's some of the other proposals or the other plans that we have, and the one that has been mentioned by those opposite with a lack of understanding is the assurance that we have given that at least 70% of Commonwealth vocational education training funding will be for the public TAFE sector. Now yesterday was National TAFE Day, and we should be celebrating what is delivered in the public sector to students by incredible teachers in the TAFE system. and it is right and proper that 70% of Commonwealth funding goes there. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't really good quality training happening in the private sector. And we need to make sure that what is delivered in both sectors is to the standard that people deserve, and that means it should be at an exceptionally high standard. A key area is obviously going to be around clean energy, which is why we've made a commitment of the additional $1.9 million to really understand what the needs are there. But we'll have new energy apprenticeships to encourage Australians to train in the new energy jobs of the future. There'll be a new energy skills program in terms of developing fit for the future pathways. Something that sometimes gets left out is the foundation skills, and TAFE teachers talk to me about these. It's all very well to put someone in even a fee-free TAFE training course, but if they lack the literacy or numeracy skills or the digital literacy, then you're setting them up for failure. One of the outcomes of the summit was that the Commonwealth will work to redesign the foundation skills program so that we can make sure it best serves adult learners, as well as supports vocational education providers and employers, because without those skills it's very hard to get through your course. I want to finish, Deputy Speaker, by taking a couple of minutes to talk about an incredible group locally who have been not just talking the talk but walking the walk in terms of getting young people into an apprenticeship or a training program, and that is the Inspiring the Future Australia program from the Schools Industry Partnership. And I met with Adrian and Ian and Jenny and Vanessa last week in Springwood to find out how they'd been working with students within the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury to inspire them to think about taking on an apprenticeship, becoming an apprentice. Now, what they're really aware of is that you can't be what you can't see. And they have some fun ways of engaging with young people in schools. I think the one that they say has huge success is they get all the kids in a school, they get a bunch of employers who have quite diverse backgrounds, and they play a game called What's My Line of Work? And the students ask each person, there might be 8 of them on the stage, they've each got a number. The kids get to ask questions, and they have to be yes-no questions. We've all played that sort of game. And what that does is helps the students to guess what occupations or industries that the volunteers work in. It was held just earlier this year at Springwood High School. And I'm told the students' reactions were priceless when they uncovered what the professions were. And the way they find out what the profession is the professional or worker goes off into the wings and comes back with props or some of their costume. So it's a way of getting students to think really widely about all the different roles and all the different training courses they can do. Here were some of the ones that they were exposed to by this What's My Line of Work game. One was a welder, one was a youth worker, one was a plumber, one was a childcare worker, another was a beekeeper, there was an author, a horticulturalist, an allied health business owner, a landscape apprentice, there was a pilot and a correctional services officer. So a vast range of things. And for me, that's one of the things we also really need to work hard on. That's engaging with our young people at school, in their school environment, and supporting our careers advisors and teachers to do that. The program, Inspiring the Future program, which of course is run on the smell of an oily rag, is doing an incredible job encouraging young people. This year alone, they've been at a number of schools. At Colo High School, a former Colo High School student, Jim Bolchin, went back to the school as an industry guest. And, what a delight to see someone from your school and see what they've become. So there's a lot that we can do. On this side, we have an absolute commitment to getting this right. This is how we move our economy forward. It's how we make the most of our human capital, our people. We give people an opportunity to really excel in an area of work that they're well suited to. And so I absolutely support this bill, and I encourage the House to give it its full support.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that Order of the Day number 3, Government Business, be postponed until a later hour. Oh, sorry. I move that debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order for the day for later this day. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that Order of the Day number 3, Government Business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Birmingham, Instone, Patterson, Smith and Walsh have been appointed to members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. Senator Dodson and Green have been appointed as members of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia. And call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Aged Care Amendment, Implementing Care Reform Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I thank the clerk and call the honourable member for Farrer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and may I move the amendment to this motion that has been circulated in my name. The Coalition supports the implementation of the recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety, and we want to make that very clear. In response to the recommendations of the Royal Commission, the previous Coalition government invested $19.1 billion to improve aged care, fund new home care packages, respite services, training places, retention bonuses and infrastructure upgrades. This bill continues our work on the fundamental and generational reform of the aged care system to ensure that it meets the needs of senior Australians both now and into the future. This bill, implementing care reform, further responds to the recommendations of the Royal Commission, which are contained in 3 schedules that amend the Aged Care Act 1997. The opposition is disappointed, however, that this legislation lacks any details on how the schedules will be implemented. It also dismisses the full details of one of the key recommendations of the Royal Commission. Schedule 1 of this legislation seeks to deliver on a Labor Party election commitment to have a registered nurse on site at all aged care homes 24/7 by July 1, 2023. Recommendation 86.5 of the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety states that from 1 July 2024, the minimum staff time standard should require at least 1 registered nurse on site per residential aged care facility at all times. The opposition supports the implementation of a requirement for a registered nurse on site 24/7 at every aged care facility, in line with the Royal Commission's recommendations. The Royal Commission took into account a range of factors when recommending their timeline, recognising workforce shortages, the pressure placed on aged care homes throughout the pandemic, and the time required to train or access this additional workforce. Despite these undeniable factors, the government has brought the timeline forward by a year, in conflict with the Royal Commission's recommendation. The opposition has genuine concerns regarding the impact this will have on the aged care sector, particularly small aged care homes and those in rural, regional, remote Australia. And everyone would acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, that on this side of the House we have more representatives of rural, regional and remote Australia. The bill fails to demonstrate where the additional workforce will come from and how this workforce can be accessed in the short timeframe set by this bill, and whether this will have significant impacts on other care sectors who are competing for the limited number of registered nurses available. I note the testimonies from the Community Affairs Committee's hearing into this bill, where many witnesses, including aged care peak bodies, providers and unions, anticipate that accessing additional registered nurses will be difficult and in some cases not even possible in the foreseeable future. The written submission from the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation stated there is a risk that many services may need to close or that providers will leave aged care, especially in areas where there are no other services available. There is a known undersupply of health and care staff across the sector. In aged care, this includes registered nurses. The aged care industry needs adequate time to recruit and train additional staff." End quote. Without access to the details that will be contained in the delegated legislation, it is unclear how providers, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander providers and those in rural and regional Australia, will be supported to ensure that their aged care services will not be closed due to this requirement. These concerns are heightened by the lack of details surrounding the exemption clause for Schedule 1, which will create uncertainty for many providers. The lack of transparency surrounding this subordinate legislation also avoids parliamentary scrutiny and has been highlighted as a key issue for aged care providers and other key stakeholders. The government must provide answers to the significant questions surrounding this exemption clause. Providers deserve to know the details of the exemption mechanism, who will be eligible, the length of the exemptions, the penalties of non-compliance, and who will be the decision-maker. The opposition is particularly concerned about the impact on regional and rural providers of the uncertainty that exists until these questions are answered and the delegated legislation is seen. We note the unique circumstances of rural and regional providers due to their geographic locations and the challenges they face in finding the additional workforce to meet the requirement, exacerbated by the timeframe set out in this bill. These concerns were also shared by the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Service organisation, as I announced earlier. And they said, in order to meet the recommendations of the Royal Commission and the National Agreement and ensure Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people receive aged care from the most appropriate organisations, consideration must be given to alternative staffing models for services in urban, regional, rural, remote and very remote locations. So the opposition believes that it is essential that the delegated legislation outlining the details of the exemption mechanism should be tabled before this bill is further considered. In recognition of our concerns, the opposition will seek to move an amendment, which I have circulated, Deputy Speaker, to ensure that the draft subordinate legislation is presented to Parliament prior to the passage of this legislation. The cost to providers of a poorly drafted exemption clause has the potential to be significant, especially for those providers who are already facing difficulties accessing adequate workforce and whose viability is already under pressure. It is also unclear whether the subordinate legislation will consider the acuity of care required by individual facilities in the implementation of the requirement for a registered nurse to be on site 24/7. I note testimony from Dr Brooke, the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Community Industry Alliance, who said the other problem is that if you have one registered nurse for a whole facility, you're not defining the level of experience suitable to the level of acuity in those residents. You can have one registered nurse who's a new graduate and has been out for 2 weeks, and that will still fulfil that requirement. But the level of acuity with palliation, dementia and delirium isn't going to be supported by an inexperienced nurse or a nurse who's not familiar with the residential aged care facilities. Schedule 2 of the bill enables the government to cap charges that approved home care providers can charge care recipients, and it removes home care providers' ability to charge exit amounts. In government, the Coalition implemented for the first time a requirement for information to be published relating to the median prices charged for home care services to support older Australians and their families make more informed decisions on home care and the associated costs. The Coalition Government began the process of providing greater accessibility of information to assist with informed decision-making on home care services and to put downward pressure on home care prices. We support the government's continuation of our reforms to support older Australians access important home care services, allowing them to remain independent in their homes for longer. Schedule 3 of the bill requires the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to publish information in relation to aged care providers with the aim of further increasing transparency on aged care services and allowing Australians to make more informed decisions on aged care. The publication of additional information to increase sector transparency and increase consumer understanding of the sector is supported by the opposition. We absolutely agree on the importance of increasing transparency in the aged care sector, and we're happy to see the government continue our reform work in this area. However, we note that, like Schedule 1, the details of this schedule are subject to delegated legislation that has not been released by the government. There are still questions regarding exactly what will be published. So, in conclusion, and to speak to my amendment, Deputy Speaker, the opposition strongly supports improving the aged care sector and the care provided to our older Australians. However, the extreme reliance of this bill on delegated legislation, the details of which have not been released by the government, denies the Parliament the opportunity to scrutinise the impact of this legislation. That's why our amendment has been introduced, to ensure the government, who was elected on a platform of transparency, provides the necessary information to allow for adequate parliamentary scrutiny of this bill. We propose that further consideration of this bill be postponed until such time as the draft legislative instruments relating to Schedule 1 and Schedule 3 of the bill are tabled in Parliament. We also note that 53% of all aged care homes who currently do not have a registered nurse on site at all times are based in regional and remote areas, and of this, 86% are small providers. Considering this, we are calling on the government to ensure that when amending the quality of care principles to make provision for an exemption to the new responsibility relating to registered nurses, the disproportionate impact on providers in regional and remote areas, especially small providers, is properly taken into account. So the opposition does call on the government to provide greater transparency on the details that will inform the implementation of the schedules of this bill. Deputy Speaker, nothing in the introduction of our amendment should detract from our real and genuine passion for reform of the aged care system. This is something that the Royal Commission picked up on, that we ran with, that we funded, and that we want to see done incredibly well and properly. And failures in that system, Deputy Speaker, have brought members of this House on many occasions to tears, both within this chamber and outside this chamber, when they look at the circumstances of their own families, when they see the struggles of providers in their own, often rural and regional communities. And the level of care and concern is very high, and in no way do we want to politicise what should not be a political debate. But what we are saying is that the government must stick with this promise of being transparent, of demonstrating the detail of the legislation, where they have changed the Royal Commission's recommendations, where that change could have a deleterious effect on rural and regional and remote providers, as demonstrated by the committee hearing, then we must see the detail, because uncertainty only adds to insecurity. Insecurity of our wonderful community-based providers. Member for Forrest at Table has many in her own electorate that she's spoken about on many occasions. Personal examples have been brought forward on many occasions. We need to see that detail so we can reassure our community-based providers who work under incredible pressure, who do what they do incredibly well, and also reassure our older Australians and their families. I thank the House.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. And is the amendment seconded?
The amendment and reserve my right, Mr Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Forrest. The original question is that the bill is now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Farrer has moved an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with a view of substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form of the amendment be disagreed to. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley. Cooper. Sorry.
Sorry about that, Deputy Speaker. I rise to address the House on the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022. This bill implements a number of our government's important election commitments that will improve integrity and accountability for aged care facilities. The bill puts nurses back into nursing homes and caps home care administration and management charges. This will ensure older Australians receive the aged care they deserve and that security, dignity and humanity is put back in the system. These reforms must be done urgently. This is because hundreds of thousands of families have seen the aged care system in crisis, and they need to know that the system is changing for the better, that it will be fixed. It is reforms like these that only happen under Labor governments. And it is reforms like these that are precisely why I'm standing here where I am. I'm so honoured as a registered nurse who's worked in aged care to be here today speaking in the chamber about the importance of these reforms. These are reforms that I have worked on with my colleagues and have played a role in nurturing from the idea stage through to legislation, and it's something that the mighty union movement from the ANMF, the UWU and the HSU, along with other unions, have worked on collectively, along with their members, the hard workers in aged care, with providers and consumer advocacy groups. Because when we do things together, we get things done. This bill also responds to recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety and demonstrates another step this government is taking to address these shortcomings in the care provided to older Australians. In the history of aged care facilities in Australia, there will be a before and an after this legislation. The before is a terrible national tale of neglect, where older Australians, mums and dads, grandmothers, grandfathers, neighbours, friends and community members were left to languish in a system that was not geared to protect them. Under the previous government, we saw COVID rip through these facilities. Under the previous government, aged care facilities didn't have an adequate supply of personal protective equipment or enough RATs. There was a failed delivery of booster shots. There was a cynical cash bonus incentive for poorly paid workers, but they would not commit to any real wage increases. We saw facilities struggling to fill shifts with a stampede of workers leaving the sector for less stressful and better paid work elsewhere. There was a failure to act decisively on the Royal Commission's recommendations, including making sure that workers had enough time and resources to care for residents appropriately. Deputy Speaker, I want to paint this before picture, which is a bleak portrait of the sector that was almost on its knees. While there are, of course, many great examples within the sector, by and large it was one that had been failed by the government and was failing Australians. But the picture we are working to paint, with these reforms as a significant part of that, will be very different. These reforms will shift the way aged care facilities fundamentally run and operate, and the way people are supported to age in the community and in residential care settings. Schedule 1 to this bill will introduce a new responsibility for approved providers of residential care. From the 1st of July 2023, aged care providers will need to have a registered nurse on site and on duty at each residential facility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Put differently, we are putting nurses back into nursing homes. Nurses offer so much, a highly skilled set of hands. They offer expertise. They're a steady and measured presence that many other staff often look to for guidance and support. The Royal Commission found unacceptable staffing levels in over half of all nursing homes. For too long, staff have been stretched too thin, and the consequence of this has been that our older Australians are not guaranteed the care they deserve. By putting nurses back into nursing homes, we are implementing a crucial election commitment. This will save thousands of unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments and will ensure that older Australians living in residential aged care have access to nursing care that they deserve. It will lift care and quality standards and improve health outcomes. Crucially, this will put expertise in-house. The dedicated women and men who work in aged care are so critical to getting the settings right for this sector. And these workers, the personal care workers, the cleaners, cooks, nurses and administrators, are such exceptional people who've had to work in incredibly difficult circumstances. After enduring the pandemic and its massive implications for the sector, they are bone tired. They've worked around the clock to care for their elderly residents. They've often taken on additional responsibilities to keep residents cared for and safe. They've been spread so thin, looking after way too many residents, and these workers have had to make extremely difficult decisions about how to prioritise care. They've worked double shifts, covering colleagues out sick with COVID. They've taken yet more shifts as colleagues have left the sector for less stressful and better paid work. The ANMF released a survey of nearly 1,000 aged care workers in March of this year. 37% of these workers said they plan to quit the sector within the next 1 to 5 years, with another 21% planning to leave within the next 12 months. These workers said they were feeling hopeless and abandoned, were exhausted, demoralised and resigned. Being both overworked and underpaid is not only a terrible position to put workers in, but it's potentially dangerous for the residents as it leads to a rapid exodus of workers. The previous government must be held accountable. The sector has been hemorrhaging staff and we need to stem the flow. We need to get these people back and encourage a pipeline of the next generation of aged care workers. And one of the ways we plan to do that is also a part of these reforms. We need to give aged care workers the time and resources to provide appropriate care for residents. And this is why we will be mandating care minutes for aged care residents. Everyone who works in aged care is there because they want to be there. They want to provide care to our older Australians, and they must be given the time to do that. That's why the government will mandate that everyone living in residential aged care facilities will receive an average of 200 minutes of care per day by October 2023, and then this will increase to an average of 215 minutes of care per day by October 2024. And this crucially includes 40 minutes with a registered nurse. This will fulfil our election commitment and is in line with the recommendation 86 from the Royal Commission into Aged Care, Quality and Safety. By mandating these care minutes, workers will be able to dedicate an appropriate amount of time to look after each person in their care. It will make sure that residents get an average of 35 additional minutes of care above current levels. It will mean that workers don't need to make a difficult decision about whether to feed someone or follow a resident who is wandering and keep them safe, because they'll be able to look after everyone in their care. It will mean residents aren't put to bed at 4:30 in the afternoon because there are not enough staff on an evening shift. It will mean they can spend the time talking to the residents and assessing their mental health, their cognitive awareness, their well-being, and give them some much-craved company. It will mean more care for every resident every day and not just for essential medical treatment. It will mean they can help a resident have a shower, get dressed, or even phone a loved one. We know this will improve the lives and well-being of residents immeasurably. It will not only improve their health, but also their mental health. Another part of this suite of reforms is capping administration and management charges for people receiving home care. When charges are capped, it means that more of the funding will go directly to care. Too many older Australians who are living in their homes have crippling high management and admin charges. Currently, approaches to charging varies significantly across providers. And while they are required to publish prices for care and package management, there is little transparency about how these prices are set, and there is no cap on the amounts that may be charged. Our government is reducing the high levels of administration and management charges and will remove the ability of providers to charge care recipients for ceasing care. Evidence to the Aged Care Royal Commission demonstrated some organisations gouge as much as 50% from people's packages. 50%. These historically high charges have had a significant impact on the amount of funding that can actually be spent on care while people are living at home. This has meant older Australians are missing out on care. Ultimately, we want to be keeping people in their homes as they age, as long as it's safe and they are comfortable. We've listened to older Australians and we will keep listening to them and their families. So many older people want to stay at home as long as they can. They want to stay in their communities, stay where their families and friends can drop in, where they can make tea and coffee in their own kitchen and sleep in their own bed, live on a familiar street with neighbours who know and love them. When someone is well enough to stay at home, it encourages their independence. Light physical activity is important, and it supports general well-being and connectedness. It's so important to have the support systems and services in place so people can stay in their homes. Now, the Labor government is not afraid to put the quality and safety of home care first by reining in unscrupulous providers who are charging exorbitant management and admin fees. These reforms put transparency, integrity and accountability into aged care. For too long, under the previous government, the aged care sector was encouraged and rewarded for opaque, greedy and even deceptive fees, and this has to change. And we are very clear that a Labor government will stop this. We'll ensure that older Australians and their families have access to more comprehensive information about aged care services and providers, including how money is spent on care. The Labor government has long said that we will improve transparency, integrity and accountability in the sector. We'll shine a light in the dark corners in areas where poor behaviours and practices have flourished. The amendments in Schedule 3 to the bill will ensure that older Australians have access to more and better information. These amendments will ensure information is published in a format that's clear and able to be understood. It will empower older Australians and their families to make better decisions about their care, and will strengthen the integrity and accountability of providers, incentivise best practice. It will deliver improved nursing care, provide for improved pricing and transparency, and demonstrates that this government's commitment to putting security, dignity, quality and humanity back into our aged care system. This bill takes several important steps towards fixing the aged care crisis. Change takes time, and we don't believe things will be fixed immediately. But change means fixing many things and monitoring them and continuing to talk to workers, residents and other people in the sector to understand how the reforms are progressing. However, at its heart, it is all about dignity. It's about restoring humanity and respect to the sector. It's about standing up for workers and their conditions. And it's about enshrining integrity and transparency. It's about improving people's lives as they age, both in their homes and in aged care facilities. It's about reforming the aged care sector to do what it is meant to do, care for people. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Cooper for her contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak to the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022, and I support the aims of this bill and believe that it shows the crossbench continues to be an engine room for key reforms. That is because the measures in this bill mirror two private members' bills which I introduced in the previous parliament, and another measure for which I strongly advocated. However, unlike my bills, this bill places an over-reliance on subordinate legislation with key, almost indeed all, details of the measures not yet known because they will be comprised in subordinate principles under the Aged Care Act. Based on the bill before us, members will be denied any opportunity to debate the devil in this detail. And I know very well that many of these provisions could be included in the primary legislation because I've previously introduced private members' bills that did precisely that. And that is why I am moving a second reading amendment to the amendment moved by the member for Farrer, and that has been circulated here in the chamber. And I call on the government to provide parliamentarians with an opportunity to review these subordinate principles. It is my view that I deserve, and every other member in this place deserves, the opportunity to properly represent our constituents to ensure that changes to the aged care system are to the benefit of all older Australians. My second reading amendment also calls on the government to take into account in those subordinate principles that smaller and regional residential aged care providers that are experiencing critical workforce shortages have flexibility. Many terrific smaller regional providers are already reporting struggles with workforce shortages, and indeed, just to break even, they are really struggling due to the ongoing management of COVID. So I would like to see some recognition by the government that additional funding and support are needed to ensure that regional facilities where older Australians live, where they want to go into care in their communities so they can continue to age in place. My second reading amendment also sets out to be inclusive, not exclusive, list of matters which I believe should be published by the Secretary, including executive salaries, such as payments to third parties, so we can avoid a provider paying, for example, well above the market rent to an affiliated third party, and we have seen instances of that. In addition, I will be moving a substantive amendment that again has been circulated in my name to the bill to address the risk that the imposition of a cap on administration and management fees for aged care for home services, so that it doesn't result in gold plating of fees and services of equipment in other areas, essentially cost and profit shifting. My constituents tell me that providers have required them to obtain costly occupational therapist reports to secure equipment, such as a basic shower chair, and in one case a hanging basket for the shower, just to contain soap bottles. While such assessments are probably advisable for high-value items, they can cost up to $700 out of a package in a month, only to be told that really they just need a very simple piece of equipment. Other constituents have been forced to use expensive third-party providers, paying a 10% premium to their aged care provider for the privilege, or prevented from purchasing identical items such as hospital beds, showering chairs, which are available more cheaply elsewhere. When contacting the Aged Care Quality and Safeguards Commission, my team has been told that these are matters for providers. So anything that we can do in this place to prevent rorting, to prevent gold plating, should be pursued here. And I therefore urge members, the government and opposition, and of course my fellow crossbench, to support these amendments. To the bill itself, Schedule 1 amends the Aged Care Act to require approved residential and flexible care providers to have at least one registered nurse on duty in residential aged care facilities at all times. This is consistent with aged care amendments secured by the former Senators for South Australia, Senators Griff and Senator Rex Patrick, in the other place in the last parliament. I advocated for the amended bill in question to be brought back to this place, and it was on reply to budget day, and I was disappointed that it was lapsed with the proroguing of the parliament and wasn't brought on for debate, unlike other amendments that tend to come down from the Senate. So while it's pleasing to see that this measure progressed, I'm concerned that the details of exemptions will be left to quality, with respect to the quality of care principles made under the Act, will be absent from parliamentary scrutiny and debate in this place, because it's all going to sit in subordinate legislation. These examples will be of immense importance to smaller regional providers in electorates such as mine, which are already reporting huge challenges with respect to critical workforce shortages. The risk we run is that if appropriate exemption criteria is not set, smaller regional providers may be forced to close, and this could leave regional residents unable to access care for in their communities, close to friends, close to families, close to where they know, where they grow up, their homes. So the idea that the exemption provisions will be buried in subordinate legislation really does concern me. As the Law Council has pointed out, the primary legislation should identify the decision-maker, prescribe circumstances in which exemptions should only be granted, and provide that exemptions can only be granted if safe, quality care and otherwise be ensured. The Law Council also submitted that the bill should set out a mechanism for merits review of exemption decisions. And I therefore urge the Minister and the Department to listen to older people, particularly those in the regions, and to their families, providers and advocates, including their elected representatives, when establishing these exemption provisions. Schedule 2 of the bill introduces a cap for home care administration and management charges from the 1st of January, and to ban exit fees for people wishing to change home care providers. Again, look, this is an excellent measure, but we need to make sure that we get it right. On the 25th of October last year, I introduced my aged care amendment making aged care fees fairer bill. My aim was to improve transparency for charges for aged care at home, to ensure that home care fees will be spent on home care, rather than on administration management fees. And I also put in that bill to ban exit fees. So I really do welcome this move by government. And the genesis of my bill was through surveying more than 15,000 residents in Mayo aged over 75. We had more than 1,200 people respond, and half of which said they were really unhappy with their administration and management fees. And what we saw, that respondents were reported paying administration management fees of up to 48% of their package. And that would be month on month, even when there was absolutely no change at all to their package, month on month. So capping these fees could make, I think, will make a real difference. But what we need to make sure, though, is that profits and charges are not then transferred to other areas. At the time, when I introduced that bill, my bill set a cap of 25% on lower value packages and 20% on higher value packages, which could be charged for administration or care or package management, clearly defined to prevent fees being hidden elsewhere. Following the introduction of that bill, I was overwhelmed by the number of older Australians from right across Australia who made contact with me expressing their support. We know that capping fee provisions can be imposed through primary legislation, because that's what I did in my private member's bill, so I don't understand why we are not seeing this in this bill here before the House. Schedule 3 of the bill amends the Aged Care Act to allow for subordinate information principles to specify information about providers and their services that the Secretary must publish. The government states that information to be published may include certain financial information, profits, expenditure on care, nursing, food, maintenance, cleaning, administration and non-financial information. But the bill does not provide this detail at all, and I would prefer to see the publication requirements included in the primary legislation and extended beyond the information proposed by the government to include executive salaries and rents. We know that there have been cases where more than double commercial rent has been charged to the aged care facility that sits on land owned by other parties, and we need to make sure that that sort of gouging stops. The My Aged Care Legislation Amendment Financial Transparency Bill 2020, introduced on 19th October 2020, also required residential aged care providers to disclose their income, food costs, medication, staff training, accommodation, administration monies paid to parent bodies each year, and include financial information in annual financial statements. Aged care providers have this information. It's just a case of disclosing it to the public, and that needs to be as transparent as possible for families and for those who are entering aged care. The fact that these requirements were specified in my private member's bill means that the government, with its considerable greater resources, much more than a crossbencher, including departmental resources, could specify these requirements in primary legislation if it so chose to do so. So while I do feel a sense of relief that older members of our community will finally benefit from these practical measures to improve aged care, my gratitude is tempered by the lack of transparency provided in the legislative process through over-reliance of the use of subordinate legislation. And this is my third parliament, Mr Speaker, and I have heard other members in this place complain bitterly when we saw huge swathes of decision-making put in subordinate legislation that is essentially at the discretion of the minister. I'm always of the view that as much should be debated in this chamber by all of us and not at the pen of the minister. I thank the government for processing these long-awaited reforms. I do commend this bill, and also I would seek support for my substantive amendment to the House and my second reading amendment, which I have already detailed. And we need to ensure that there is prompt implementation in order to make a difference for older Australians living in residential aged care and older Australians who are in receipt of or desperately seeking a home care package. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Mayo. And is the amendment seconded? Give the call to the member for Fowler.
I second the motion put forward by the member for Mayo, a strong voice for regional Australia and an incredible advocate for the elderly and their well-being and of her constituents and broader Australian community. Like regional Australia, my electorate of Fowler in Western Sydney is often neglected for key services relating to aged care and health.
You're just moving it at this stage. You're going to reserve your right, or you want to speak to the amendment now? Clark?
Yeah. Like regional Australia, my electorate of Fowler in Western Sydney is often neglected for key services relating to aged care and health in favour of the cities and those more politically favourable for the major parties. Every Australian deserves dignity and the right to access affordable and high-quality aged care.
Sorry, member for Fowler, if I can just interject for a moment. The convention of the House is normally that once the mover of the amendment has given the speak, convention is that the alternative speaker would go to the other side. So if you can just bear with me so I can observe a convention. And just let me do some housekeeping. The amendment is now seconded. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Farrer moved that amendment, and after the words "that be admitted" in a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Mayo now has moved that amendment to that amendment, and that all words after "whilst" be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be moved by the honourable member for Mayo, to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Farrer be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Canberra. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of this bill that will stop the neglect and return security, dignity, quality and humanity back into aged care. For too long, older Australians have been forgotten and neglected, and for too long they have suffered. All of us in this place have heard too many heartbreaking stories of a system that has let down many of the most vulnerable Australians. The Royal Commission found that 30% of people in aged care have experienced substandard care. That's 1 in 3 of our parents, grandparents who have been robbed of their dignity in the final years of their lives. Australians in aged care are not a burden, and they deserve the proper care and support that they need in their later years. Aged care affects us all, our parents, grandparents, partners and friends, and many of us most likely will rely on it at some point. These are our loved ones. These people are Australians, and they deserve to be treated as we would want to be treated, and that's why we need to get this right. Over the last decade, we have seen 23 reports, inquiries, studies, committee reports and a Royal Commission, and they all told us the same story, that the aged care sector was in crisis. The older Australians were being robbed of their security, dignity and quality of life in their later years. That aged care workers are underpaid, overworked and the system is being pushed to breaking point. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety challenged us to be better and do better. And I want to say again, thank you to those people who have shared their stories through the Royal Commission, because they shone a spotlight on the true depth of the crisis. Stories of malnourishment, of maggots in wounds and of older Australians being physically restrained for hours on end. And I've spoken before in this place about my own family's experiences with aged care, and the fact that while these stories that were brought to light by the Royal Commission are completely unacceptable and shocking, that for anyone who had an experience with aged care, they were devastatingly all too commonplace and not that surprising for people who had first-hand experience with the sector. But Labor has heard these stories, and I am proud to be part of a government that has listened to those findings and is now taking the action to fix this crisis. I'm proud to be part of a government that has a plan and will deliver on those commitments. And I want to really acknowledge the work of the Shadow Minister, the Shadow Minister in the last term, the member for Hotham, and our Minister for Aged Care for the incredible work she has done and hitting the ground running, and I know that she will give her all to fixing this crisis. Labor's plan will put nurses back into nursing homes, lift wages for workers in the sector and give the carers more time to care. It will deliver better care, it will improve transparency and accountability, and it will cap the fees paid for home care. And I also want to again acknowledge in this place the incredible work of aged care workers, the true heroes of the pandemic who fronted up day after day to care for older Australians in spite of, being underpaid and in many cases not properly protected at first with the things that they needed for their own safety as a pandemic hit. These people have really, been brave and strong and got us through. And I also want to thank them for their advocacy over all the years that finally bring us to addressing these problems. From July 1 next year, providers of residential care and of specified kinds of flexible care will be required to have a registered nurse on site and on duty at each residential facility, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this is something that people have called for, unions and others, for many years. This will give older Australians living in residential aged care access to the nursing care that they deserve. It will also have flow-on benefits to our health system, which has been struggling with the pandemic, because this proactive care will prevent thousands of stressful, expensive and ultimately unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments. Labor understands facilities in rural and remote areas face a tougher time in attracting and retaining staff, so there is an exemption framework within the legislation for specific circumstances. However, all exemptions will be time-limited to ensure that providers do not use an exemption as an excuse to stop seeking staff or to circumvent the need to deliver quality care. The Department of Health and Aged Care and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission will work with exempted providers to help them work towards meeting the new responsibility. But the Labor government recognises that older Australians living in rural and remote areas deserve the same quality of care as those living in metropolitan areas. Importantly, rural and remote providers are still required to meet a particular standard of care and, if subject to an exemption, would still need to demonstrate that they have appropriate arrangements in place to ensure quality and safety of residents. We recognise the difficulties that some facilities have attracting their workforce, so have established a wide range of programs to attract staff and support retention. And this includes initiatives such as 1,900 scholarships, support for 5,250 clinical placements and the nurses' retention payment of up to $6,000 annually. Labor wants to make aged care a place that people want to work, where they will be respected and valued for the important work that they do, and we want their pay to reflect that. That's why we are also backing a real pay rise for aged care workers and have made a submission to the Fair Work Commission in support of increased wages for aged care workers. We are committed to funding the outcome of the case. Increased wages for registered nurses are expected to close the gap between supply and demand. And as I say, these improvements are long overdue for these incredible workers in the aged care sector. This bill also reflects the government's commitment to fixing home care charges. That's why this bill will cap the amount that can be charged for administration and management to people receiving home care packages and removing exit charges altogether. The Royal Commission heard of astronomical fees, that up to 50% of some home care packages were being eaten up in administration and management fees, charges that reduce care rather than improving it. That's money that should be going into care. These unacceptably high fees lead to older Australians missing out on the care that they need to keep their independence and continue to live at home. This legislation will enable the government to cap these charges and maximise funding available to address the care needs of more than 210,000 older Australians currently receiving home care packages. These proposed changes are intended to provide all-important pricing transparency for consumers and providers and greater clarity about direct and indirect costs. We are totally committed to improving integrity and accountability in the aged care sector. The Royal Commission found that a lack of transparency is a pervasive feature of the current aged care system. We want to provide greater transparency on what aged care providers are spending money on and other valuable information about providers' operations. the Royal Commission found that there is a lack of transparency and accountability about approved providers and that good quality comparative information about aged care services is not publicly available. The bill requires the Secretary and the Department to make publicly available information on residential aged care services and provider expenditure, including information on labour, care, food and nutrition, cleaning, administration, maintenance and profit or loss. This information will be published online, empowering older Australians and their families to make better informed decisions about their care. It will also strengthen integrity and accountability of providers and incentivise good practice. Mr Speaker, these important measures respond to public concerns about the aged care system and ensure that older Australians are receiving the care that they deserve. And I do want to also acknowledge the providers in the sector that are really doing their best to deliver for their residents and the people that they care for, including those in my electorate that I have spoken to throughout the last term about these issues. Deputy Speaker, significant consultation is underway to inform robust and evidence-based policy that will be set out in delegated legislation. Consultation is being conducted with a range of stakeholders, including older Australians, their families and representative bodies, advocates, industry peak bodies, industrial organisations, aged care providers and, in some cases, the general public. All amendments are delegated legislation will be subject to disallowance and therefore continue to be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. The previous government wilfully neglected older Australians and the aged care system. Labor will not turn our backs on the crisis in aged care. This is not a political problem to be fixed. This is a human crisis and needs genuine commitment and a genuine solution. With this bill, we are taking the right steps in ensuring we leave no stone unturned and helping implement all practical measures to guarantee older Australians receive the high standard of aged care they deserve. Older Australians have worked hard their entire lives. They contributed to their communities and helped to build this wonderful country. We all benefit from their sacrifices, hard work and achievements. We can repay them by giving them the support to live with dignity and humanity in their twilight years. This bill will ensure we are able to do that.
I thank the honourable member for Canberra. The question is that the amendment moved by the member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Aged care, its quality and accessibility is one of the key concerns in the Goldstein community. There are 22 aged care providers in Goldstein, and in preparation for this legislation, I had face-to-face meetings with 6 and received detailed submissions from 5 others. The key concerns expressed by the providers I consulted are as follows. Because of increased uptake of home care packages, people are entering aged care at older ages and therefore requiring increased care from the time they're admitted. The indexation of the subsidy doesn't reflect this increased care requirement, and the wage disparity between the public hospital and disability sector and the aged care sector is a problem. The providers also expressed concern about their inability to borrow from lenders, as return on investment is too low. There was much discussion of the ANAC funding model replacing the ACFI model, with providers providing this feedback. The quarterly reporting by the ANAC external assessors places unreasonable burden on smaller facilities that do not have the advantage of economies of scale enjoyed by the larger multi-facility organisations. This may result in the closure of community-run and regional facilities, and indeed it already is. These providers are already under stress with staff shortages, and the Health Department has already revealed in answer to questions on notice that based on the latest data, fully 86% of small providers, 46% in the regions and 40% in the major cities, do not have a 24/7 registered nurse. The resulting decrease of providers is worrying and is reflected in the feedback that I have had from providers in Goldstein. So while I am broadly supportive of this legislation, the opposition has proposed an amendment calling on the government to reveal the impact of this on small providers in the cities and the country, in rural, regional and remote Australia. It's a sensible amendment that I support. All members of parliament should have the ability to scrutinise the effect of legislation, whether it does what it's intended to do or falls short. And I urge the government to take a look at what I believe is the intent of this amendment, and I note that the member for Mayo has also raised other concerns that warrant investigation. The pre-assessments required with the ANAC model have highlighted significant variations on assessment of individuals. A quality standard needs to apply to the assessors, not just to the facility and residents being assessed. A quality standard that reduces subjective assessment variations. There's a lack of transparency as to how the ANAC tool works, as the algorithm has not been made public. This is a problem, particularly for small facilities who do not yet understand how this system will work. Reassessments are expensive, and providers cannot check to see if initial assessments were done correctly. On 1.7% indexation, providers in Goldstein say that the increasing uptake of home care packages means that people are entering aged care at an older age and entering with increased morbidities due to that increased age, translating to an increased care requirement of that individual by the time they're admitted. The indexation of the subsidy does not reflect this increased care requirement. Resident care is being compromised due to indexation not being matched to increased award rates, increased superannuation, increased payroll tax for the mental health levy. And there is a significant disparity between wages in the aged care sector to that in public hospitals and the disability sector. This is leading to staff leaving an already contracting aged care workforce. Staff shortages were previously filled by agency staff. Now those agencies cannot supply staff either. On 24/7 registered nurses, 85% of aged care facilities in Victoria already have 24/7 registered nurses in place, and there is no argument that RNs should be on staff 24/7. But as I said, small providers do have concerns. Ahead of an increase to 215 care minutes, it's also almost impossible to fully staff each shift. It's very hard to find personal care assistants, enrolled nurses and registered nurses. And there's also a concern that these changes could force enrolled nurses out of the system. The definition of what is and what is not included in care is challenging. Lifestyle and allied health are not included. These areas provide cognitive and physical support beyond basic care. There needs to be a clear definition of the care minutes. There's been a failure to recognise the input of enrolled nurses as part of the registered nurse component. Enrolled nurses are generally medication endorsed and do a majority of wound care. Many facilities provide a career pathway for personal care assistants to become ENs and some RNs. And there's a fear that those enrolled nurses will be lost from the aged care sector due to budget constraints, leaving the lowest paid, less experienced Level 1 registered nurses and PCAs in charge of the ward. The 215 care minutes needs to be a more nuanced schedule. Personal care assistants are also not eligible for skilled migration through the mainstream visa program, providing skilled and compassionate care. The Committee for Economic Development Australia, or CEDA, estimates that the industry needs an additional 8,000 workers to meet best practice standards to combat the 65,000 workers leaving the sector each year. There's a need to make aged care more attractive by removing HECS debt and providing tax incentives. I strongly support, as do the providers in my community, preferential visas and other incentives to attract staff to aged care to meet the requirement of these legislative changes. Providers have also spoken about needing to refurbish after 25 years. Bigger facilities are refurbishing as soon as 15 years after building to remain viable. And this expense is coming out of depreciation allocations by the bigger providers. New homes are debt-funded and run at a loss for 18 months or so. However, to attract investment and lending, the industry needs a consistent and commercial rate of return. The current rate of return is too low to be attractive for investor or bank funding. Solutions suggested include increasing the rental rate or daily accommodation charge, removing exemptions on the home's value on assets and means test, or reinstating the bond or RAD retention. Other comments from providers include overzealous and adversarial regulators, which has both operators, but more to the point staff, operating under stress and leads to many leaving the sector to better paid alternatives in the public health and disability area. There is a deep need to make aged care more attractive to school leavers and to adopt recent CEDA recommendations to make training cheaper. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, aged care is a critical sector and this is critical legislation. But we need to do this the right way and not rush with amendments that have been put forward and not fully considered. Looking after valued older members of our community requires care and respect. Aged care also has an image problem. We must change that reputational problem that, along with rostering and wage issues, is a major disincentive for staff to work in aged care. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Goldstein. The question is that the amendment moved by the member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just a few weeks ago, I visited Benetas St Paul's Terrace, which is an aged care facility in Frankston, and I was accompanied by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Aged Care. When we were there, I was able to introduce the Prime Minister and the Minister to a range of not just residents but also aged care workers. Workers like Simbi, who moved to Australia in the year 2000, starting work in aged care first as a carer, then as a nurse and now as a manager. Someone who's lived that industry and knows the sector inside out and was able to provide the Prime Minister, the Minister and myself with insights that only people who have been in the sector for a long time and done all those different roles can give about the problems we need to fix. People like Andrea, who is the Clinic Services Manager, responsible for clinical leadership and care at the home. She came to Australia as an international student, completing her Bachelor of Nursing at Deakin University and has now worked at St Paul's for 4 years. She was initially a casual employee on Nurse Bank and looked for career advancement, so took on a permanent role in her current position when it became available. Andrea speaks to the need to support people to be able to have a career in aged care, to see it as a profession that is valued and that people can look at the potential for advancement. And we talked to Jess, who I first met at pre-poll when she came up and asked me what Labor's policies were about fixing the neglected and broken aged care system so that she could decide how she was going to vote. Because she's responsible for administrative functions in the home, but like so many people that work in the aged care system, even if they don't have caring responsibilities, their heart and their passion is for the care that is given in the residences. She started at St Paul's on a placement when completing her personal care certificate, Certificate 3, got her qualifications, took on a fixed-term maternity leave role at St Paul's and again became a full-time worker. One of the things that the Prime Minister and the Minister and I know, one of the things that the Labor government knows, is that good reforms start by listening to people like Simbi, Andrea and Jess. They start by listening to the people that live in aged care facilities, that live with home care packages, and the people that care for them. That's what we did in opposition. That's what the Royal Commission was about, and that's what we're doing in government. You only need to see the travel itinerary of the Minister for Aged Care and the facilities that she has visited since becoming the Minister to know that we have a Minister for whom this is not an academic exercise solely of implementing recommendations from a Royal Commission, but is about the people that those recommendations and the implementation of them impacts. I wanted to start by acknowledging those 3 women who are just examples, really, of the predominantly women who work across the aged care industry, because they are the people whom these reforms will impact, and they are the people who are dedicating their lives to creating a better life for older Australians so that these reforms can assist in those older Australians getting better care. Other contributors to this debate have gone through the detail of the reforms, so I don't intend to do so, apart from noting that, of course, an important aspect of these reforms are ensuring that there are registered nurses on shift 24 hours, 7 days a week. The aged care workforce census in 2020 suggested that 80% of registered residential facilities already had a registered nurse, and certainly Benetas St Paul's Terrace does, on-site 24/7. And we know as a government that the ambition to have a registered nurse on at all times at every facility is a difficult one because of the problems in the workforce, because of 10 years of lack of workforce planning that was allowed to occur, that was then exacerbated during COVID, when many migrant workers and people on working visas were told by the government, "We're not going to help you out, go home," if they couldn't work. We know that there is a lot of work to do to build up the workforce, not the least of which is to make working in aged care more attractive by making sure that aged care workers are paid something at least close to what they deserve to be paid and what they're worth. And that's why, as a government, we have put in a submission, supported the hearings before the Fair Work Commission for a pay rise for aged care workers, but just as importantly done what good government does and said not only do we say we support a pay rise, we are willing to be at the table for our share of funding of that pay rise. We've also established a wide range of programs to attract staff and support retention, such as 1,300 transition to practice in aged care for newly graduated nurses, 1,900 scholarships, support for 5,250 clinical placements, and the nurses' retention payment, providing annual payments of up to $6,000. And I have no doubt that the significant announcement made at the start of the Jobs and Skills Summit last week about over $1 billion worth of investment in free TAFE courses, combined with the establishment of Jobs and Skills Australia and this government's commitment to skilling up workers in Australia, Australian workers in the areas that we need workers, will go a long way to encouraging more Australians to get the qualifications that they need to work in the aged care workforce. This legislation also caps home care charges, as the chamber has heard, because astoundingly, and I spoke to the parliament about this last term, there are people who up to 50% of their home care packages are being eaten up in administration and management fees, and it should be about care. I wanted to touch on, while I'm noting the reforms to home care packages, the groundbreaking work that the National Centre for Healthy Ageing in my electorate of Dunkley is undertaking. It's a collaboration between Monash University and Peninsula Health. There was bipartisan support for significant Commonwealth investment into the establishment of the National Centre for Healthy Ageing, and I acknowledge the delivery of that funding by the previous government. And what that centre has been able to do, under the stewardship of the director, Professor Valandai Srikanth, one of the smartest and most amazing men I have ever met, is to establish a unique combination of Australian first capabilities in living labs translational research. They use large data systems and data analysis in a way that I sort of understand when they're telling me about it, but I can't pretend to be able to explain what it is, and other facilities. And all of that is done to lead research, testing and delivery of innovative solution development for healthy ageing, including ways to help people age healthily at home and stay at home for as long as possible, which of course is what the home care packages are about. they're ready to go on to another phase. The Minister for Health and Aged Care came and met Professor Srikanth and had a tour of the centre before the election, and has now been provided with a proposal for what this transformational centre in my electorate can achieve. They want to do more research and more work to prevent premature transition of people into residential aged care, to boost the quality of healthcare in residential aged care, and to build the resilience and adaptability of the aged care workforce. 3 priority ambitions of this Albanese Labor government. Peninsula Health has a program called MEPACS, which is a health and wellbeing alarm system for people who are living in their home, where they're able to press a button and speak to someone, almost all women, in a call centre if they have any needs or an emergency, but are also often able to just ring and check in and know that there's always someone on the end of the phone who will listen to them and be concerned about their well-being. The National Centre for Healthy Ageing has a proposal to enhance the MEPACS response, to have a concierge-driven care navigation, so that it's a solution that's able to find best fit solutions for an individual's health and care needs, including linking them up with primary care and allied health. You know, it's a program that tackles social isolation and safety, because, as I said, it gives people who have a MEPACS device the reassurance there's always someone on the end of the phone. It integrates responses with existing providers. The proposal from the National Centre for Healthy Ageing would allow rigorous and robust evaluation of health utilisation outcomes and economic value, and with their ability to use big data for it to be translated and scaled up. They have the capacity to improve healthcare access and outcomes for residents in aged care facilities by integrating primary care models to link GPs, nursing and allied health services. They have the capacity to use their residential aged care research network to look at identifying and reducing redundancies in system responses, ensuring best practice and quality of healthcare, reduce unplanned hospital presentations, inform needs and policies. And they want to work to enhance capacity and capability within the aged care workforce, to establish occupational, psychological, cultural and social determinants of health amongst workers themselves, because that's very important, to look after the health of the actual workers, to look at changes in health and wellbeing of aged care workers relative to other healthcare workers, to determine the quality of care being delivered to carers when they become ill or injured, and to determine the burden of disability attributable to work-related disease and injury in the aged care sector, and therefore to improve aged care workforce satisfaction and retention. And one only has to talk to aged care workers in our electorates who have worked through COVID to care for vulnerable people to know how exhausted they are, to know that they, like many others, are struggling with mental health and physical ailments, but are often unable to have them attended to because they need to care for other people. The proposal from the National Centre for Healthy Ageing is, as I said, a potentially transformational proposal. And I don't just say that because it's based in my electorate. It is been put together by brilliant researchers, academics and people with practical, on-the-ground experience. So it's something that I have provided to the Minister for Health and Aged Care and the Minister for Aged Care, and I'll be continuing to speak about and advocate for, because this is a sort of smart, innovative, translated research that the Albanese Labor government wants to support for this country to be, again, a country known for innovation and research, but also great delivery. And just to conclude, of course, this legislation improves transparency of information in improving integrity and accountability in aged care, so we know what aged care providers are spending money on, and valuable information about providers' operations. And there will be consultation. It's already underway about delegated legislation to inform robust and evidence-based policy. This is a system that we have to fix. We can't afford not to. There's a moral imperative and there's an economic imperative, and the people we represent want this done. The government will do it steadfastly and as swiftly as possible.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Dunkley. The question is that the amendment moved by the member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, in 1968, I moved to a small community called Pakenham and started my own business as an 18-year-old. That was probably unusual for an 18-year-old to be beginning a business, but I came out of a family of entrepreneurs and it was just normal for us that that's what you do, create yourself a job. That community was an integrated community which we didn't understand. It was an hour and a quarter from Melbourne, from the CBD, so it was a country community built around sport, business, racing club, horse racing club, football clubs, town hall committee, women's groups, CWA, all the things that a small country community, but everybody is linked. So a young person that comes into the community is grabbed into the integration of that community straight away. And then you had the Pakenham Bush Nursing Hospital. That's provided through local doctors and then the whole nursing regime of that time, and the most feared woman in the town was the matron of the hospital, because she ran the show. So they provided paediatric services, palliative care services, breaks and scratches and cuts and bites, and all done within this community by the local doctors as part of the Bush Nursing Hospital system. And because I've got the time, I'm going to tell you that the Bush Nursing Hospital system in Victoria was created because 25% of women in country communities were dying in childbirth. And with council and state government, they got together, as compared to the city, which was about 5 or 6% of people in those times. So these country communities right across Victoria got together and created Bush Nursing Hospital systems and drove the death in childbirth down to that of the city. And that's what these Bush Nursing Hospitals were all about. Really important to women in community. So, as an 18-year-old, we realised that in our Bush Nursing Hospital, the vast number of patients were elderly people either needing care or in palliative care, but usually needing care because they could no longer cope at home. What did we do? We drew them into the heart of the community like that, and they went to the Bush Nursing Hospital and were cared for there. That was probably not going to work because if all your beds were filled up with ageing residents and there was nowhere for your new babies to come, because a few years later my twins were born and my beautiful daughter Emily was born there, and my twins were born there at the Bush Nursing Hospital. So you're never going to have enough beds for the reasonable support of the community if all your beds were filled up. So the community decided we need a dedicated aged care facility right next to our Bush Nursing Hospital. So, of course, a fundraising committee was created. I think my idea was to call the fundraising program A Cry from the Heart, from the elderly to the rest of the community. That's what we did. And we raised the money to build the dedicated facility on site, which is still flourishing today as an aged care facility. The hospital, sadly, is gone. The paediatric services have gone. The palliative care services have gone. The cuts and scratches and bruises are now done by the doctor or off to Casey Hospital in my dear friend the Latrobe, member for Latrobe's electorate, which is a marvellous facility, along with St John of God next door to it. So healthcare services and provision have changed dramatically, but we raised the money for the aged care centre. And I tell you the story about aged care because I've been connected to aged care for all of my life, not only my political career but my business career as well. And at the same time I chaired the local disability centre where we needed a daycare centre for people with disabilities. And that's another whole story in itself. My greatest learning experience ever was living the life of chairman of Minibar, our disability centre. That's where you learn how people really do it hard when they've got disabled children. So aged care has been evolving for a long time. And I make the point, now I come to today, where we've only recently had an election campaign, and I'm going to refer where aged care was an item of discussion amongst the parties. In fact, it was used to beat the former Morrison government with a stick over aged care. But I take you back to 1998, when I was the member for Macmillan, and the Howard government had then decided to reform aged care. Actually very good reforms, but politically very dangerous, which the Labor Party picked up on very quickly in that campaign in 1998 and used it very effectively as a stick against the then Howard government. And I had said to Mr Howard, the Prime Minister at the time, please do not do these reforms in your first term, wait till your second term, because of my knowledge of the interaction between families, their inheritance, how we're going to move a person who has a home as an asset into an aged care facility using that asset as a bond. That was seen to be removing the children's inheritance. So, as part of my loss in that campaign was a very strong campaign by the Labor Party against those reforms. The sad part about that was, because of that loss over aged care and losing that battle over aged care, the good reforms were not put into place, which are playing out today and have played out ever since that time, even though we have reformed and reformed very well that transition from your home to a new living home in aged care. Aged care should be another step in life. It is not the end or a death sentence. It's just a different way of caring for people in our community. That's how it should be, and I believe is today. The last campaign, especially by the Nursing Federation, which branch I'm not sure, that said all aged care is terrible, don't go there. All aged care, all the people working in aged care are under pressure, they're this or that. Of course they are, and I pay tribute, like the member for Dunkley did, in regard to those people who worked through COVID and all the issues around the facility and the provision of aged care. But mostly, they sent a message to all aged care providers that they were not told the community that things are terrible in aged care. There were some areas that the Royal Commission pointed out very clearly that needed addressing. And both sides of the House have committed to addressing those issues. My point is, because of the 1998 campaign, there were consequences for aged care that were negative. And because of the last campaign, there are consequences for aged care, and I believe they're negative. If we can get a positive out of it, well and good. But we left a stain where, why would you choose to go into aged care if all of these arguments around aged care, all of these propositions, are that this isn't a good place to go and work? things are crook in aged care. Why would you go to aged care? Well, the people that have a real heart for delivery of service to the clientele in aged care, they are praised by me right across my electorate. And I even got to the point where I had to send each organisation a note to say how much we have high regard for the services that they deliver, and apologise for all the negativity that had surrounded the argument or the debate around aged care, its delivery and its service. And I think I can say this now, long time after the event. Prime Minister John Howard said to me, just before his government was defeated, "Russell, do not ask me for any more money for aged care, because we have delivered in buckets." And he had. But the need in aged care, the exponential growth that came, that the Labor Party knew about in 1998, we all knew the exponential growth was coming. And that's why that negative campaign then and the reforms that couldn't be introduced then have a long-term consequence, because we're still catching up, we're still catching up, we're still catching up. And it's been, for the whole of the time I've been in this House, we've been catch up, catch up, catch up, because the need was always greater than the government's ability to keep up with that need. So we're paying the price today for bad decisions, probably made by both parties, because we were fearful to make the reforms we needed to make. And that was a political decision. So when you make those political decisions, there are always consequences. It may have, in my case, caused one of the reasons that caused my demise in that election campaign. However, we pay the consequences today for those decisions that were made by political parties during the heat and battle of an election campaign. But remember, every decision that you take has consequences. So when the Royal Commission says you need a registered nurse 24 hours a day in every aged care facility, that sounds great. And for those facilities that can afford that, and they already are, and delivering that service. But there are other communities that just cannot, because of the size and scale of their organisation, afford to have an RN. Secondly, they may not have access to an RN if you're in remote communities or even in regional communities like mine, because of the competition from the local hospital, the competition from the local GP or clinic, and the competition especially from other aged care facilities in that district. These are all the issues that I have to look at as a local member before I can blindly and give blanket support to a proposition, because I need to know how that proposition is going to affect my aged care facilities in my electorate on the ground. What will be the outcome of a blanket decision like that? Now, the government said, no, but we're offering you exemptions, Russell. We're offering you exemptions, but there's no detail around the exemptions. I already have an issue with my aged care facilities because of the pressure that COVID has put on, because of our regionality, where we are, our access to human resources. You can't just go down the street in Foster and grab another RN. You can't just go down the street in Foster and grab another aged care worker, because they're not there. They have to come from the district. So you're competing with other districts for the minimal resources that are there as far as an aged care workforce goes. Quite different in the city, but for us it's difficult. So we've just had an EBA that is going to come out around 3.5% as a wage increase. But the government's only given them a 1.5% increase, so you're already 1.75 down in the outworking of the finances of the organisation. And worse than that, When you can't get somebody and you need somebody on deck in the aged care facilities, you have to go to an agency. And of course the agency cost is far higher than the wage cost of a permanent worker. So there are a lot of issues around aged care that I'm asking the government just to address those very carefully, having regard to the impact that will have on regional facilities. That's where I've got to stand with my regional facilities. I've got to stand with my own people, because I want ageing in place. It has been a tenet of mine for as long as I've been in this place, that the aged care facility needs to be in the community in which the person lives. And there lies the great difference. If we can have ageing in place, that is my desire. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Monash. The question is that the amendment moved by the member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, and I'm very fond of the member for Monash, but I want to just touch on a couple of things that he said. The first thing is around wages, and it really is important to point out to the House that hearing those opposite talk about the wages of those in our aged care sector, without referring to the fact that they weren't even willing to support a submission or to make a submission to the Fair Work Commission to increase the wages of our overworked aged care sector, really should be the primary focus of them. They should be apologising to aged care workers right around the country for not willing to have their back in the significant wage decision that the Fair Work Commission needs to make. And I hear a bit of chirping from those opposite, but the fact remains that they weren't willing to even make a submission for the pay increase that our aged care sector workers deserved, and that's changed, thankfully, with the change of government. The other thing is also that the member for Monash was talking about nurses and the difficulties and exemptions, a whole range of things around nurses. We need to have nurses in our aged care facility. That's what this bill is about. Now, I understand that there is a shortage of nurses right around the country. Of course there are. That was part of the conversations that were happening at the Jobs and Skills Summit that the Nationals were happy to attend, but the Liberals were not. How do we increase the amount of essential workers in this country? And you can do what the previous government did and the previous aged care minister did and hide under a rock and pretend that nothing was wrong and neglect a sector that desperately needed help, or you can have a go. You can have a go at fixing this vital sector and giving our older Australians the dignity and the respect and the living standards that they deserve. This bill, something that the previous members haven't really spoken about, or the previous member didn't speak about, but this bill goes to implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission. When asking about how did the Labor Party, prior to this election, come up with the suite of policies that we were going to implement in order to lift the standard of care in our aged care sector, it wasn't something done in the back rooms of the party. It was in direct response, Speaker, to the recommendations of the Royal Commission, the Royal Commission titled Neglect. We committed to the Royal Commission's recommendations. Those opposite did not. They have a chance in this place to support the steps taken to answer and implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission, like 24-hour nurses, or they can stand in here and oppose it and do nothing, just like their 9 years in office. There shouldn't have had to have been a Royal Commission in our aged care sector, but there was, and the previous Prime Minister was dragged kicking and screaming to setting up the Royal Commission, and then he ignored it. But this bill is a significant step forward in delivering the commitments of our promises to improve the standard of aged care. The first part of the bill that I'm going to speak about is the requirement for a registered nurse to be on site in every residential aged care home 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I was speaking to a head of one of Melbourne's prominent emergency departments in one of our finest hospitals. And I can say this, Acting Speaker, that our emergency health department workers are exhausted. They are exhausted. they have had a really difficult winter, with obviously the high number of coronavirus cases, but also the significant number of presentations. The demand for our emergency department has just gone up, and they're tired. And they are looking for policies that are going to assist in managing the demand and the presentations to our emergency departments. Having 24-hour nurses in our aged care facilities is going to be one of the most significant things that we can do, not just for the residents in our residential aged care sector, but for our emergency department personnel, for the Australians who are working on the front line in our hospitals, seeing patients that should have been cared for in a residential setting. Many vulnerable people who are in residential settings, it is quite traumatic to be transferred from the aged care facility to the hospital. Even the journey itself, if it can be avoided, and if the treatment, like administering of oxygen or a range of other medical procedures, could be administered in the residential aged care setting, then that is usually the preferred case. It's far less traumatic, it's far more comfortable, it keeps demand in our emergency departments lower, and it gives people the care in the settings that they are most comfortable in. And I want to go through the House just one example of a residential aged care facility in my electorate that I'm extremely proud of, the Emmy Monash Aged Care Facility, that I was pleased to have visited with the new Minister for Aged Care after the election. And the reason why we went to Emmy Monash to speak with Tanya and the staff is because Emmy Monash is one of the centres around the country that already have a 24/7 nurse, registered nurse on site. And Tanya, who is this incredible CEO who has spent decades dedicated to looking after our senior Australians, basically said to us that this is simply a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for their organisation, it's a no-brainer for the health and well-being of the residents, and it's a no-brainer to have 24-hour nurses supporting the hard-working aged care staff that are working around the clock. And when we walked through Emmy Monash, it was abundantly clear. And when we walked through Emmy Monash, it was abundantly clear that this sort of setting is best practice. It's a home, a real home for people. It's nicely decorated. It's a non-for-profit organisation, but it's a nicely decorated place that is very clean, very comfortable and very welcoming. And you could tell that from the residents. The residents felt at home. They felt at ease. And they felt like they had the support that they needed to live as independently as they could in a safe and caring environment. It was a place of dignity, a place of respect, but a place where the staff work extremely hard, Acting Speaker. And I pay tribute to not only the staff and the team at Emmy Monash who are working, but all staff who are working in our aged care settings. They are truly heroes of the pandemic, many of whom turning up to work when the vaccines weren't yet being administered, putting themselves at serious risk. But the staff at Emmy Monash and the staff of aged care facilities right around my electorate and around the country are truly heroes, and they deserve our support, and they deserve a pay rise, Acting Speaker. The other parts of the bill that are worth mentioning in the few minutes I have to conclude on is that this bill will also take action on our election commitment to improve transparency in the aged care system. It'll introduce measures to monitor the costs associated with aged care and place greater responsibility on providers to be transparent and fair. There are many great providers in our aged care sector, many great providers, but there are some providers that won't hurt that there is a little bit extra transparency and responsibility put on them. The legislation also delivers on our election commitment to stop the rorting of home care fees by placing a cap on how much can be charged in administration and management fees. This will mean that those Australians who are accessing the home care can be confident that their money is going directly to care and not to the bottom line of providers. These are important measures that are about addressing some of the public concerns of our aged care sector. These are important measures that the previous government had an opportunity to implement but never did. These are measures that we are doing the hard and slow work of restoring dignity and respect and resources to our aged care sector. Our aged care staff, as I said, are heroes. They put themselves on the front line looking after our senior Australians when they themselves weren't protected. They turned up, they turn up, and they do their best. You can earn more Deputy Speaker, stacking shelves in our Coles or Woolies than you can working in some of our aged care settings. And I am absolutely in awe of our supermarket workers as well. They do hard physical work. But our aged care sector and our aged care workers are remarkable. My grandparents have all been in residential aged care, and the support that they received and are receiving is something that gives my family great comfort. And I know that many members around this House feel a great sense of gratitude to our aged care sector. So this bill clearly does the important reform of getting 24-hour nurses in our aged care settings. It does the important reform of providing more transparency in our aged care sector to give people more confidence. It takes an important step on the road of answering and implementing the recommendations of that Royal Commission titled Neglect. Our older Australians, our senior Australians, have given everything to this country. The least that this country can give them is a bit of respect, a bit of dignity, support those who are looking after them with better pay, better conditions and a better aged care sector that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. And the time almost being 1:30, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order of 43, and the debate may be resumed at a later hour. And if the member's speech was interrupted, then you will be given leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, I was lucky enough to be invited to open the annual two-day Rusty Iron Rally in Maxwell in my electorate of Cowper. This great event celebrated its Silver Jubilee milestone this year, and whilst the first day we saw torrential rain, it certainly didn't dampen the community spirit, and it was fantastic to see machines from tractors to steam engines, bikes, cars, even classic radios, hello John Simon, reconditioned to their former glory, putting Australian mechanical history on full display. Events like this are not just about a fun day out, they're also recognising and respecting our past and celebrating an era where things were built to last, when you could recondition something by hand and elbow grease and not be worried about incompatible software. Add to that fact that all proceeds are donated to charities like Westpac Helicopter Service, Make-A-Wish Foundation and regional oncology units. It takes the feel-good factor to a whole new level. A huge thanks and congratulations to President John South, Vice President Ross Scott and Secretary Anne Pade and all 280 members of the Mid-North Coast Machinery Restoration Club for creating this great weekend for the families and for fostering amazing community spirit.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Today, United Workers Union early education members are taking action to highlight how critical it is that more support is given to ensure that the sector can attract more educators and retain the ones we have, that there's rightful recognition of early education for what it is, education, not childminding, and that children are placed above profit. With 75% of workers in this high-skilled, feminised industry considering leaving, it is vital to act. Which is why the Albanese government is making changes to cut the gender pay gap, making changes to the Fair Work Act and bringing forward fee-free TAFE places. My door is always open to listen to stories from educators, to stories of families, and I look forward to continuing to work together to find better ways to support educators and recognise how vital the sector is and the work they do is every single day.
Thank you. Give the call to the member for Parkes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to bring to the attention of the Australian Parliament a wonderful project that's happening in my electorate at the village of Hermidale. Hermidale Public School has 7 students, and due to the generosity of a neighbouring farmer, they are now growing a crop of wheat on 85 hectares adjoining to their school. And through this process, and with some very generous donations from the local community with machinery and fertiliser and chemical and the like, these students are learning about a whole range of things, from agronomy to budgeting, the fact that something worthwhile takes planning, time to develop, and the rewards that come from hard work. And so I was really thrilled to be out there a couple of weeks ago in the paddock with these kids, and to have a kindergarten lad tell you about how a GPS works is a bit of a thrill, really. But they are really genuine country kids. Hermidale is about 50 k's west of Nyngan in the central west of New South Wales. So I'd like to really mention these Hermidale future farmers: Ruby Mudford, Oliver Sheether, Abby Smith, Marley Jensen, Matilda Mudford, Jimmy Smith and Ned Gunning. They're doing a great job, real country kids. The skills they learn not only will set them up to be future farmers, but it'll set them up to be future whatever they want to be.
Thanks. Member for Hasluck.
This weekend I'll be here and not in Hasluck, Western Australia, and so will be unable to attend the Guildford Songfest. The Guildford Songfest is an annual coming together of community choirs of all shapes, sizes and dispositions from near and far across Western Australia. It is ably run by its committee, led by the unstoppable Yvonne Henderson. Over the weekend of the 10th and 11th of September, people from Guildford and surrounds will be entertained by perennials like Voicemail and Bernard Carney, amazed by our a cappella West and the spirit of the streets, left dazed and confused by the Men of the West and Alfalfa Males, and taken across the world by the echoes of Ukraine and the South African Gospel Choir, and abandoned far out but out at sea by the Lost Key and the She-Shants. Deputy Speaker, community choirs are fascinating, vibrant and wonderful parts of the life of each of our towns and localities. They engender connection, friendship, learning and joy within each group, and then generously share that regularly with the lucky audiences. Choirs, of course, were closed down during the height of COVID. I'm pleased to see that they are back with a vengeance, and I wish the Guildford Songfest all the best for their big sing.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next week, we will see the government's legislation for the National Anti-Corruption Commission. It will be a significant moment in the national push for an integrity watchdog at a federal level in Australia. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to implement an integrity commission that holds politicians to account and creates a better level of transparency and governance at the federal level. I've been in regular contact with the Attorney-General, and I'm pleased that we are in agreement on many points. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the job is far from finished. An independent whistleblower commissioner, sufficient, independent and protected funding, strong oversight mechanisms that protect its independence from the government of the day, proper jurisdiction over third parties and the ability for own motion investigations. We also need a significant pro-integrity agenda: education, capacity building, prevention. I've been fighting for a strong integrity commission since the moment I stepped into this place. The government has acted swiftly, and I applaud that. But I don't consider the introduction of the legislation to be job done. I'll be working hard to make sure we get it right. I'll work in good faith, I'll be constructive and fair, but I won't stop, I won't cut corners, and I will never stop fighting for integrity in politics.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker,
Today is Thank You for Working in Aged Care Day, where we celebrate the essential work performed by all aged care workers. We also thank those critical unions, the Health Services Union, UWU and the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation members across the country working so tirelessly for the sector. This year the theme is Make It Real, in light of aged care workers eagerly awaiting the outcome of their wage increase claim in the Fair Work Commission. Clearly there needs to be a change to better reflect the value of their work. The COVID-19 pandemic underlined this fact, bringing to light their extraordinary work under exacerbating pressure to care for our older Australians. I've experienced that work firsthand, not just as a local member, but as a family member with parents in the care of workers who treated them with dignity and compassion. The complexity of their work has also increased significantly due to an ageing population and increasingly difficult conditions with a diminishing workforce. Last month, the aged care unions made applications to the Fair Work Commission for a wage increase, and the government also made a submission unequivocally supporting a wage increase. We're alongside you in the fight for a better future for aged care workers and residents. So today, I say thank you to all aged care workers for your dedication and tireless hard work, providing the best care you can to some of the most vulnerable in Australia.
Thank you. Member for Warringah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to present a petition on behalf of my constituent Peter and Shane Arthurson, who are here today. This petition asks the House to immediately increase the Australian paid parental leave policy from 18 weeks to 26 weeks, in line with the recommendation of the World Health Organisation, UNICEF and the goals of the Australian National Breastfeeding Strategy, which aim to increase the population children exclusively breastfed for the first 6 months of their life. Much of the paid parental leave debate centres on the economic benefits of increasing the generosity of the scheme, increasing women's workforce participation. This petition and 8,461 signatories argue that the change from an equally is also more compelling in some ways, the health of our children. Evidence from the ABS shows that there is a sharp drop-off in breastfeeding rates after paid parental leave finishes. So increasing paid parental leave is essential for the health of our children and our economic prosperity. So I urge the government to do more than just acknowledge the recommendation and to push at the recent Jobs and Skills Summit to increase parental leave to 26 weeks and, in fact, implement it without delay, 26 weeks of paid parental leave. I commend this petition to the House.
Thank you. Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I bring to the House's attention the continued incompetence of the New South Wales Government and Sydney Water, as well as their lack of support and provision for infrastructure for Austral. When I was elected in 2008 as a Liverpool council, planning was already well established for significant development and growth of more than 300,000 new residents. 14 years later sees the New South Wales Government and Sydney Water act like they're surprised about it. It was in fact the New South Wales Government who was approving these releases and plans for Austral a decade ago. They've known infrastructure would be required to support this growth. The people in Austral have had to endure unreasonable delays in key infrastructure that was meant to be completed in 2018 by Sydney Water. They've planned new houses, bought land with the expectation and promise that stormwater and wastewater systems would be ready to handle the thousands of new residents. Incompetence of the New South Wales Government has caused unreasonable stress to so many. We have people who, due to sunset clauses in their contracts, stand to lose their dream of owning a home ever. We have older Australians who want fair compensation for the acquisition of their land. It is incredulous that 50 years after Whitlam fought for sewerage in the suburbs, the fight still has to continue. I call on the New South Wales Government to provide the infrastructure to make their dream homes come true. It's about time.
Thank you. Give the call to Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Monday I attended the launch of the Legacy Week, an event was a first, taking place at the base at HMAS Cairns. It was a great opportunity to engage with the defence community and come together and celebrate Legacy Week. We all know Legacy does some great work supporting veterans and their families, and I'd encourage all members to consider supporting Legacy if they haven't already. We have a whole new generation of veterans coming through now, and it's critical that important organisations like Legacy receive our support. Get out there, buy a Legacy badge or a pen or one of their signature teddy bears. I'd like to thank and reference all of those who made this event possible: FNQ Legacy Executive Officer Rebecca Milner, Wellbeing Officer Simone Keats and other legatees and beneficiaries in attendance, Cairns RSL Sub-Bench members, Board Director Craig Marr, Executive Officer Mel McCullough, Events Marketing Coordinator Lucy Carl and Youth Development Coordinator Michelle Hagan. To Cairns Dev Events Community Support Group Chair Joanna Minazu and Coordinator Belinda Nosworthy, War Widows Association Chair Lynn Bennett, and the Far North Queensland Member and Family Support Area Manager Rachel Backer. Particularly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make special reference to Commander Alfonso Santos and his entire team at HMAS Cairns who made the event possible by opening up the combined...
Member for Lawler.
Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I rise to update the House on more good news for the community that I represent in the federal seat of Lawler. Today I know there will be music to the ears of locals that the Albanese Labor government is going to make prescriptions cheaper for every Australian. This is really something that my community will be celebrating, along with other health announcements that I've outlined here this week. But that's not all. That's not all. In Lawler, they're also celebrating because on Sunday I had the pleasure of joining Deputy Premier Jacinta Allen and the Member for Werribee, the State Treasurer Tim Pallas, to announce that the state and federal government will combine to build the Ison Road Bridge, a $114 million project that will take commuters in the west of Wyndham across the railway line and land them on the M1. This is fabulous news for my community. It's going to mean people aren't driving into Werribee only to come out the other side and take an extra 15 minutes to get to the M1. I know the people of Wyndham Vale and all of those people in Harpley Estate who've moved into those new homes will be absolutely thrilled when they see more work being done, because of course state government had already started the preparatory work and Wyndham City Council had been doing work as well. So now they'll see that moving really quickly, and it won't be long until there's a reduction, a real reduction in travel times for people in my community.
Thank you. I'll give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Tom Christie and Dominic Norton, owners of the flower shop at Dungog, who sold bunches of daffodils for Daffodil Day and donated $6 from every bunch sold to the Cancer Council. What a fantastic effort, Tom and Dominique. Another small business in nearby Clarencetown is the iconic Shaw's William River Bakery that Jane and Danny Shaw have run for 20 years. So congratulations on 20 years in business. They have sponsored so many sporting groups and community groups in the area. They're an integral part of the community, so congratulations. Also, the people of Boban have just celebrated 100 years running the Boban School of Arts. The hall for the School of Arts was the centre, the nerve centre during the Black Summer bushfires. And it was a place of refuge, communication, food and support, washing, cooking, and really kept families going. Deanna Oxley spearheaded the Boban So-and-So's textile art project, and now there's an amazing large piece of textiles mapping out Boban at the rear of the hall. Also, Audrey Crowfoot, who crocheted a tapestry in the Boban School of Arts logo format. Terrific to hear of this milestone celebration, and local legends, the Laurelton Hotel Stingrays, are through to the Hastings League Grand Final after defeating the Kendall Blues. They will play the winners out of...
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the unfolding humanitarian crisis in Africa right now. In 2019, 135 million people were facing acute food insecurity. Today that number has exploded to 345 million. 50 million people in 45 countries are now on the verge of famine, and 10,000 children are dying every day of hunger. The reality of COVID, conflict, climate-induced drought and the inability to export grain from Ukraine has made a bad situation so much more dangerous. In countries such as Somalia, 90% of their grain comes directly from Ukraine. This century, famine has been declared twice. The first time in Somalia in 2011, the global response was far too slow. By the time famine was declared, more than 100,000 people had already died. The second was in Sudan in 2017, where the response was faster and the damage was limited. Today I met with the Micah Women's Delegation. They and other humanitarian organisations such as Oxfam and World Vision are calling on the government to commit $150 million to prevent famine. Their message is simple. If we act now, we save lives. Australia must act, and we must act now.
Thanks. I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was honoured to attend the commemorative service to mark Sandakan Day on Sunday, the 21st of August, at the Sandakan Memorial in Kings Park. We paused to remember the sacrifice of more than 3,400 Australian and British servicemen who were held prisoners of war in Borneo during the Second World War and did not return home. Many perished during the infamous death marches, with as few as 6 survivors. It was particularly moving for me as I laid a wreath at the Australian Memorial in Borneo in 2018. The well-organised service was conducted by students from Korean Senior High School, who are the custodians of the Sandakan Memorial, and members of the North Beach RSL sub-branch. I would like to commend the Principal, Damien Shuttleworth, members of staff and prefects Tyson Wright, Sophie Shuttleworth, Dakota Hinch-Woods, Jennifer Robb, Erica Powry, Kai Marketo, Arav Patel, Neva Van Geffen, Janine Coe and Tia Heathcote-Marks. I'm very proud to have Korean Senior High School join my electorate at the last election. The school has earned a reputation for its academic excellence, and students of Korean exemplify the qualities of good citizenship and active community involvement.
Thank you. Member for Macnamara.
Speaker, when William Cooper advocated for representation of First Nations people to our parliament over 80 years ago, he did so because he understood the power of representation, the power of a voice. The voice, as requested in the Uluru Statement from the Heart, is a generous opportunity for Australia, for decency, for good manners, to simply consult and listen to First Nations people on the issues that relate to them, to bring our nation closer together. It does not come at the expense of services, but rather a chance to strengthen them. And as we know, changes to our constitution are hard. They require unity from all sides of politics. It requires a choice between the bigots and those advancing truth-seeking and a voice. So I extend a hand of cooperation to the Leader of the Greens and the Leader of the Opposition. Stop looking for reasons to make this harder. Stop looking for reasons to divide us. Instead, start helping. Help our country achieve this historic reform. Help recognise the 65,000 years of history of our first Australians in our Constitution.
Thank you. I'll give the call to member for Groom.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I'd like to pay tribute to a much-loved member of the Toowoomba community who sadly passed away last month, Mr Graham Stephen Burstow. It would take more time than I have here to list every achievement of this talented local photographer and family man, but I'll do my best to condense his highly decorated and well-lived life into these few moments. Graham started his journey behind the lens at the age of 17, introduced to photography by his younger brother, Sydney, who had joined the Toowoomba Grammar School's Camera Club. He honed his talents and over the years was showcased at the National Library of Australia, State Library of Queensland, the Queensland Art Gallery and, of course, Toowoomba's own Cobb & Co Museum. He published several books of his prints and shared his immense knowledge of photography with other like-minded folk throughout the Toowoomba Photographic Society, of which he was a driving force. In fact, he was a member of this society, Mr Tim Dunn, who so thoughtfully collected a history of Graham's life to prepare me for this speech. Part of that history includes a lengthy list of honours spanning from 1960 through to 2017. In 2004, he was awarded an Order of Australia Medal for his services to photography, a magnificent achievement. Graham's photos, particularly those of his family, allow us to see a little of life through his eyes. He's captured raw moments of everyday life in Queensland that I believe will continue to change the way that we see the world. And to finish with some of Graham's own words, our world is diverse and ever-changing, filled with wonderfully interesting people. Let it touch you and seek the profound meaning of life.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is Aged Care Workers' Day. It's a day where we stop to say thank you for working in aged care. But we on this side of the House know and stand with our workers and say thank you is not enough. It is time for action. That is why I'm really proud to be part of a government that is bringing forward and doing that. We have said that we will implement the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission, which is why so many aged care workers are relieved that Labor is in government. Yeah. And today we say we stand with you and say thank you for what you do, and we stand with you to turn those thank you into action. Deputy Speaker, it is frustrating today that it has taken so long to see action and justice for these workers. On a weekly basis, I am still contacted by workers who are relieved and desperate for change. Relieved and desperate because they know that there are skill shortages in the sector. They know that there are worker shortages in the sector. And they know that pay is one of the reasons why people are leaving the sector. They work hard, they love their residents, they care for their residents, but they simply aren't paid enough to pay the bills. That is why it is great to see the actions that our government is taking, that we are working with the Fair Work, working with these workers, that we want to see the Fair Work Commission increase their wages. Deputy Speaker, people who work in aged care are special people and deserve our support.
Thank you. Give a call to Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In July, I rose to speak about the McGowan government's failure to address WA's hospital crisis, including at my local hospital, the Peel Health Campus. In the 6 weeks since, nothing has changed. Ambulance ramping continues to soar, setting a new record at nearly 7,000 hours last month, hitting new records at Fiona Stanley and Royal Perth hospitals. Nurses are still working double shifts to make up for staff shortages. And still, Premier Mark McGowan is slow to listen and slow to act on this issue. The evidence is right in front of him, Deputy Speaker. There is a human cost to this. And the inquest into 7-year-old Ash Waria Ashworth's death at Perth Children's Hospital last year has laid bare stories of understaffing and nurses faced with impossible workloads. Yet just 6 days ago, Mark McGowan repeated his claims that the hospital was sufficiently staffed that night, despite calls for him to apologise for his comments. That's the thing with this Premier, Deputy Speaker. He is so arrogant, so out of touch, that even a tragedy like this won't compel him to take action. So I ask again, how can we trust the Premier when he refuses to see what we all can see, that the WA hospital system is broken? And how can Western Australians rely on the same system that failed a little girl like Ash Waria? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for McEwen.
After 9 long years of neglect from the hopeless mob over there, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition yesterday finally acknowledged one of the sad results of their inaction and useless time in office, raising the lack of mobile services in the Macedon Ranges and the effect on people's businesses. Well, surprise, surprise, what? She couldn't get onto realestate.com in the middle of the day? This after 9 years of Labor in the community banging down their doors trying to get them to invest in mobile coverage. It's a conversion on the road to Macedon by the failing member for Farrer, but a conversion that is 9 years too late. Not after flood, not after fire, not after storms would they listen. They deliberately ignored their own guidelines so they could feather the nest of the member for New England and other Liberal and National members with their dodgy mobile black spot program. And what did Labor do in its first 90 days? We have already funded a new tower in Gisborne South. We are delivering a new tower in Mernda, and we will deliver the tower into Wood End. What a difference 90 days makes compared to the 9 years of hopelessness and mismanagement, neglect and rorts that they were covered with. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition has kicked more home goals than Richard Dunn from Manchester United. This is a government that is actually getting on the job with delivering, and that's why the people of the Macedon Ranges are happy to have a government that's on their side, not a government that has done everything but fought against them like they had under that lot over there.
I give the call to the member for Page.
Speaker, getting up to give some friendly advice to the new government. There's a lot of hubris on the other side of the chamber, Speaker, since the election. But I just want to look at some statistics about the new government. One, they are given they have a 2-seat majority, they are in the weakest position for an incoming government from opposition since 1913, Speaker. And with a 32% primary vote, they have the lowest for an incoming government from opposition since 1903. So let's just put that into perspective. The public certainly weren't in love with them when they voted him in. Now, the first 100 days, Speaker, let's say the first 100 days, what are we seeing from this government in the first 100 days? What we're seeing, Speaker, is they're paying the piper. They are paying the master, Speaker. The unions, as we know, control the factions. We know that the unions control the pre-selections of the Labor Party. We know the unions fund the Labor Party, Speaker, so that unions control the new government. It makes sense. What actions have demonstrated this, Speaker? What actions have demonstrated this from the new government? One of the first points of order they had, one of the first legislations, was to abolish the ABCC. The first thing they had to do. The Job Summit as well. The Job Summit wasn't a loving, Speaker. It was a union gathering. 14% of the population are represented by unions. They certainly had a bigger represented than that at the Job Summit. So I say to the other side, be brave. Break your shackles from the union movement.
Time has expired. I give the call. Order. On my left. I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that the President of Timor-Leste, Jose Ramos Horta, is in Australia at the moment. He spoke today at the press club. I wasn't able to watch it, but look forward to catching up on the great news that the Australian government has established a defence cooperation agreement with the country of Timor-Leste. Now, Mr Speaker, I was fortunate enough not only to serve as a member of the Australian Army with the Defence Cooperation Program in Timor, but I also worked as an advisor to the President when he was previously the President around 2008-2009. He is a man of great integrity and a great friend of Australia. Through this, as the Prime Minister said today, we will increase and deepen our working relationship with the armed forces of Timor-Leste, and as we share a sea together in the maritime domain, specifically through the Pacific Patrol Boat Program, our deepening ties with Timor-Leste are in both our interests. So I welcome Jose Ramos Horta, Presidente of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, to Australia and wish him well during his time here. Thanks, Mr Speaker.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statement has concluded. And I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I inform the House that the member for Sydney is on leave today and questions relating to the environment and water portfolio will be answered by the member for McMahon.
Questions without notice, and I give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. The Code of Conduct for Ministers was published online on the 8th of July 2022. Had the minister taken any action to comply with the Prime Minister's code before the media reported on her breach almost 2 months later?
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, and I thank you for your question. I don't shy away from these issues at any stage. As I said yesterday and the day before, I initially transferred shares to my husband. When I found that wasn't an appropriate divestment, I made all steps possible to transfer those shares. That is now done. At no stage was there a conflict of interest present. I take my disclosure requirements very seriously, which is why I disclose them, a lesson that perhaps those opposite could learn.
Order. The member for Page. I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How will the government's cheaper medicines bill impact Australian families and help people with rising costs?
Great question.
Call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much to the member for her question. And indeed, today we've introduced legislation to provide for cheaper medicines in accordance with the commitment that we gave at the campaign launch at Optus Stadium there in Perth during the election campaign. We know that people are doing it really tough, and we know that household budgets are under pressure. We know they've suffered from rising prices, but also they've had a decade of deliberately low wages. So we're slashing the price of medicines by a third. For the first time in its 75-year history, the price of medicines on the PBS will go down next year. Labor created the PBS, now we're making the price of medicines cheaper. The maximum price will be $30, saving $12.50 per script. For a family that has 3 prescriptions, they'll save around $450 every year. This morning I met Greg Ryan, a single parent whose son has type 1 diabetes. Medicines are a big part of their family budget. This is what Greg had to say to me at the pharmacy there in Kingston this morning. He said, "Insulin is a non-negotiable cost for type 1 diabetes. You're never going to want to choose between whether I can afford this particular medication or can I afford something else. Insulin is non-negotiable. Any help to reduce the cost of it is greatly appreciated. It's going to make it easier for lots of families like myself." And it was indeed very good to be with him and with Trent, the head of the pharmaceutical body here in Australia. And we've worked closely with pharmacies in delivering this policy, because we know in particular that Australians, if they needed any reminder, were given a huge reminder during the COVID pandemic, which of course is ongoing, when pharmacists kept serving people, kept providing those services, kept their relationship up with their GPs. Pharmacists are the centres of our local community, and we are taking action to provide lasting cost of living relief in medicines. Next week we'll have our childcare legislation, which is also very important in lowering costs for families. Bringing people together, of course, as we did last week, to lift wages and boost productivity, bringing employers, unions and the civil society together as well. We want to make sure that we bring people up in terms of their economic security so they can live the lives that they aspire to.
Give the call to the member for Barara.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is again to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. Since she's become a minister, for how many days did either she or her husband hold shares in breach of the Prime Minister's Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Give a call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local. Order. Give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you. And I refer to my previous answer, my answer yesterday and the day before. As soon as I became aware, I took steps to transfer those shares. At no point was there a conflict of interest. At no point have I presided over anything that required further disclosure than what I already made. Now that those shares are sold, I consider the matter closed, and so does the Prime Minister.
Order. The member for Lyons. Give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to make medicines cheaper for millions of Australians?
I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Spence for his question. A terrific new advocate for the northern suburbs of the great city of Adelaide, arguing for better health care, making it easier to see a doctor, and cheaper medicines, which increasingly have become unaffordable in this country.
Member for Barker.
Because, Mr Speaker, this morning, as the Prime Minister has said, we introduced legislation to implement one of our key election commitments, to slash the price of medicines for millions of Australians and improve their health at the same time. For the first time in the 75-year history of the PBS, the price of medicines will actually fall by almost 1/3 for general patients. From the 1st of January, the maximum cost for PBS medicines will fall from $42.50 a script down to just $30, delivering savings immediately to more than 3.5 million Australians. For a patient filling 2 scripts a month, that's a saving of $300 a year. For a family with 3 or 4 scripts a month, a saving of maybe $450 or even $600 a year. Now, as the Prime Minister said, this morning we met Greg, a terrific fellow who told us about his family experiences down at the Capital Chemist down the hill in Kingston, a terrific pharmacy run by Sandra, where I must say the Prime Minister and I were able to stock up on some of the vitamins and the supplements that middle-aged men like us need to get going every day. But Greg told us—
Order.
The Leader of the Opposition's pretending he doesn't need them, just gets by on good charm.
Order. The Minister will take a break. The Leader of the Opposition.
Just wanted to give our support to hear more detail of what the Minister is speaking about, what colour those tablets are, the frequency with which he needs to take them. We're happy to hear the detail.
I will ask the Minister to return to the question.
I'm happy to have a private meeting with the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker. But seriously, Mr Speaker, Greg told us about the cost to his household budget of buying the medicines that literally keep his son alive, and of the relief that this measure will provide to his household budget that experiences the cost of living pressure that Australian households right across the country are experiencing right now. But, Mr Speaker, this is not just an important cost of living measure, it's also good for public health, because the ABS tells us that every year almost 1 million Australians go without a script that their doctor has said is important for their health because they simply can't afford it. Pharmacists tell us of patients coming to them asking for advice about which scripts they really need to fill and which they can go without. These are terrible choices, Mr Speaker, that no Australian should have to make. And if this bill passes, delivering the biggest cut to the price of medicines in Australia's history, then we can help ensure that no Australian has to go without the medicines that they need.
Before I call the member for Mayo, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is the Honourable Kate Word, Minister for Police, Fire and Emergency Services in the Legislative Assembly of the Northern Territory. And also we have the Council of Capital City Lord Mayors and the mighty mayors from the South East Queensland Council of Mayors. We extend a very warm welcome to you all. I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Since June, my office has received 48 urgent inquiries from anxious constituents waiting for their passports to be processed. Some have waited several months. The government announced the recruitment of an extra 250 staff in June. How many have been recruited, and when will the 6-week processing time advised by the department's website be met? Thank you.
I call the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Can I thank the member for that very important question, and I will come back to the Minister with the precise answer to, or the member I should say, with the precise answer to the number of those who have been recruited and when we can expect that 6-week duration to be put in place. But I would point out that the lack of support that was provided by the former government in relation to this area over the preceding 9 years has led to the situation that is now facing so many Australians.
A million visas waiting.
Members on my left. Member Hume.
That it has led to the situation that so many Australians are facing right now. And it's not surprising to me that you have had the incoming inquiries to your office about this question, because such inquiries have been felt by all of those on this side of the House, and I suspect in the electorate offices of those opposite, because what occurred under the former government in relation to this was an absolute disgrace. Now, the Albanese government is completely committed to rectifying this.
The Deputy Prime Minister will resume his seat. The member for Barker, I'm trying to hear the Manager of Opposition Business. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, there was nothing in the question about the record of the previous government. On relevance, you should direct him to the terms of the question.
Thank you. The question was about the timelines and when it will be met, and I asked the Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, to return to the question.
with respect to those opposite, the record of the former government is precisely what has given rise to the fact of the inquiries which were referred to in the question that was asked by the honourable member to me. Now, the Albanese government is completely committed to rectifying the problems which have been given rise to by the performance of the former government. We will be doing everything we can to get to that, and I will return to the honourable member with the details that she's requested.
I give a call to the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What are the implications of today's national accounts? And how does the Albanese Labor government's economic plan respond to the challenges facing our government and economy?
I give the call to the Treasurer, who will be heard in silence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Paterson, who I know will want me to also recognise the Beyond the Broncos mentoring program friends who've joined us in the gallery today. It's nice to see you here. Mr Speaker, today the national accounts for June were released, and what they showed were that our economy is growing relatively solidly, but some of the challenges in the economy are growing solidly as well. We have an economy which is growing at 0.9% in the June quarter and 3.6% over the year. And this, as I said, is solid growth, but it doesn't tell the full story of our economy, and it doesn't reflect some of the substantial volatility we've seen in our economy over the last couple of months since this data was recorded. The big drivers of growth in the quarter were consumption and net exports. Again, pretty solid story on both of those fronts, but some challenges when it came to investment in dwelling and engineering construction, and also a lot of evidence of the skills shortages and labour shortages and supply chain pressures in our economy, which are holding the economy back. And also more evidence at a time when we do have record profits that real wages are falling, as they have been for some time. And that is a fact from the data that this parliament cannot ignore. So what we want to see, Mr Speaker, and what our economic plan is all about is largely three things. First of all, providing responsible cost-of-living relief where we can, where it also provides an economic dividend. Childcare eases the cost of living but provides an economic dividend. Easing the cost of medicine makes life easier for people who are getting lots of scripts but delivers a health benefit as well. Fee-free TAFE is obviously part of the story. Tax cuts for electric vehicles, getting wages moving again. That's how you provide responsible cost-of-living relief. Secondly, we need to deal with the issues in our supply chains, which are pushing up inflation and forcing the Independent Reserve Bank to raise rates. And that's why we're investing in these skills and labour shortages. That's why we're investing in TAFE. That's why we're investing in cleaner and cheaper energy right across the board, a future made in Australia. And thirdly, we need to begin to deal with the legacy of rorts and waste and wasteful spending that we've seen in the budget for too long, the defining feature of the budget under those opposite for far too long. So whether it's responsible cost-of-living relief, dealing with issues in supply chains, or making sure that Australians get genuine value for money in their budget, these are the key concerns of this government, key components of an economic plan, key parts of the Jobs and Skills Summit last week, and they'll be the key components of the budget that I hand down from this dispatch box next month as well.
Order. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, before the election, you looked the Australian public in the eye and promised on 97 occasions that you would reduce their power bills by $275. Yesterday, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy said, and I quote, "The statement of $275 by 2025, we stand by our commitment." End of quote. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the Labor Party has now recommitted without qualification to a $275 power bill price cut?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. I've said absolutely consistently from this dispatch box, I think on every single day that I've stood here, that we stand by the modelling that we did, the Reputex modelling. And the modelling, what it showed was that our plan that includes rewiring the nation, making sure that if you make the grid 21st century ready, if you actually enable renewables to fit into the energy grid, through the integrated systems plan that's been developed by the Australian Energy Market Operator, then what you will do is promote investment in renewables, which is the cheapest form of energy. The cheapest form of energy. And our modelling showed very clear what the impact of that would be, both on households, but it also showed about the modelling of what it would do for businesses as well. This is not a complex question. That is why the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Australian Industry Group, the National Farmers Federation, the Clean Energy Council, the Australian Conservation Foundation, Greenpeace, the Investors Group when it comes to energy, all of these groups, all of these disparate groups have all been united in supporting the position that we took to the election. And the reason why business supports our plan is because it will result in lower prices. Because if you have a shift in the energy mix towards cheaper energy as opposed to more expensive energy, then you lower energy prices. But what those opposite want to do is they, after 22 failed plans, they want to go towards nuclear energy. That's what they want to do.
Order.
That's what they want to do. And they can say, if you like, where the plants are going to be. I look forward to their review, letting us know where the nuclear power plants are going to be, because we know that they've got to be in urban areas and we know that they've got to be near water.
Order. I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Workplace Relations. How will the Albanese Labor government build on the outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit to encourage agreements and to get wages moving again?
I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks very much, and I thank the member for Solomon for the question, because cost of living and the challenges being faced by cost of living is the interaction between prices and wages. And part of being able to deal with cost of living means that we need to get wages moving. And that needs to apply to workers, in particular those who have not had the benefits of bargaining in a significant way. And disproportionately, they are the workforces where they are disproportionately women. Aged care, independent education sector, early childhood education, community services, health services.
Will stop yelling.
I had only today land on my desk, and this is how much red tape is in the system at the moment when businesses want to bargain together. Today lands on my desk from 22 different employers employing dental hygienists, dental therapists and health therapists, needing my permission to be allowed to bargain together. So the workers want to bargain with these employers, the 22 employers want to bargain together, and yet we have a red tape system where it has to go all the way to the minister, where I have to take into account 6 different conditions, and there's actually a 7th condition, which is anything else you want to consider. And after I give permission for it, which I did today, it then has to go to the Fair Work Commission for them to give permission as well. Those opposite will publicly rail against red tape, unless it's red tape that holds wages back. In Victoria, we had early education centres. We had 70 not-for-profit early childhood centres that wanted to be able to bargain together, but the current system didn't allow them. Now, these are all workplaces with about 20 to 30 staff, overwhelmingly female workplaces, and not one of them with its own HR department. Like those opposite who wanted to do the bullying of different small business organisations recently, saying, how dare you try to get rid of red tape and try to be able to bargain together, might take notice that small businesses don't have their own HR department. If they want to be able to have an agreement that is tailor-made for their style of business, multi-employer bargaining is the only way they're going to have that sort of opportunity. And yet in that case, every one of those centres had to individually, all 70 of them, had to individually go through the process of registering an agreement, making their own applications. But what was the outcome? You were able to get 16% above the award for those workers and for the employers to be able to get the sorts of agreements they want. If we can get those sorts of outcomes without the red tape, it gets wages moving and it's good for business.
Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. In the last week, the government has re-announced changes to make medicines cheaper that the Coalition actually promised in April, celebrated a pension increase that occurred automatically due to skyrocketing inflation, and released a half-baked version of the Coalition's plan to allow pensioners to work more days, which expires in just 9 months' time. With Australians facing a cost-of-living crisis now, why doesn't the Prime Minister have any new initiatives to provide cost-of-living relief before Christmas?
Order. Give the call. Order. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I do thank the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party for that question. I do thank it. And I note the number of interviews that have been given by the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party where she has said, in response to the number of initiatives that the new government has taken, why didn't they do it 100 days ago? Why didn't they do it 100 days ago? Why didn't they do it 100 days ago? We've got to have something to amuse ourselves when Parliament's sitting and we're not in here. We've got to have something to amuse ourselves. So, if only the Deputy Leader of the Opposition had been in a position to do something at one stage. If only in April, that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition refers to, she was in a position to do something. Or maybe in 2021 or 2000 or 2019 or 2018 or any of the other times that the member was sitting in the Cabinet, in between, of course, that sabbatical that she took from being in the Cabinet. But what we have done, what we did, of course, in the election campaign was go to Perth in our election campaign, and we announced a decrease from $42.50 to $30 for pharmaceuticals on the PBS. And what we did was we didn't just announce it, we did it. We did it. We did it. And we've introduced the legislation here today. We promised cheaper childcare, and that legislation will be here, of course, next week. Of course, the policy that they announced during the election campaign was less than what we announced, and was about 9 years too late. But I just find it beyond belief that there's no self-reflection at all in saying, why didn't you do things earlier, when you sat on these benches for 9 years and watched cost of living pressures rise at the same time as you were putting downward pressure on wages, at the same time as low wages were a key feature of the economic architecture. So the truth is that those on this side of the chamber now, the new government is acting based upon the commitments that we made. Those opposite
Order.
are lamenting the fact that they didn't do anything to alleviate cost of living pressures in their 9 long years in office.
Order. Give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My speaker is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to ensure Australians have more choice and better access to electric vehicles? And why is policy change in this area so important?
I call the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
You've got to wait for it, guys. You've got to wait for it. Just wait for it. Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and her very strong interest in energy policy. And of course, in the Albanese government, we're getting on with the job of providing Australians with better choice of electric vehicles and cheaper electric vehicles. Important is our electric vehicle tax cut that the Treasurer is shepherding through the parliament. That will save a fleet buyer $9,000 a year on average for their employees. if they buy them an electric vehicle, and it'd save an individual $5,000 a year on average if they lease their electric vehicle through their employer. But I was a little surprised to read this morning, Mr Speaker, that the party of tax cuts is against this tax cut. The party of tax cuts over here has decided they're opposing making electric vehicles cheaper. This came as a considerable surprise to the government. It just shows they will go to any lengths to stop Australians getting cheaper and better electric vehicles. But even better, when I read this article this morning, was the excuse, the explanation. The Shadow Minister for Finance said, we've looked at this and the real issue and concern is actually supply. The problem is supply, they said. The trouble is they're against even discussing policies to improve supply for electric vehicles to Australia. A couple of weeks ago, I announced that the government, Minister King and I, the Minister for Transport and I, announced the government would issue a discussion paper about how we can improve supply of electric vehicles to Australia. Opposition against it, against discussing better supply. They know, the Leader of the Opposition knows, that Australia and Russia are the only two developed countries without fuel efficiency standards, and he says, "Niet, we're not going to discuss that." It's his net zero policy, Mr Speaker. It's the only one he's got. He's against it. But the Deputy Leader of the Opposition came out. She had a good reason. She said, another one of those interviews, she said, there is no firm in the world that's making electric utes at the moment. No company in the world. Now, she has a point. I'm always fair, Mr Speaker. She has a point. But there are some small boutique firms making electric utes. Honourable members might not have heard of them. Mitsubishi, Ford and General Motors. But apart from that, there's very few, Mr Speaker. It's only a small group are making electric vehicles. We on this side of the House stand for better choice, because electric vehicles are better for the environment, they're better for cost of living, and we want all Australians, regardless of where they live, to have the right to a good electric vehicle, and that's what we're getting on and delivering.
No, I give the call. Stand up. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Prime Minister refused to rule out increasing taxes on Australian families. With Australians facing 5 consecutive increases in interest rates, will the Prime Minister rule out any new or higher taxes on Australian families, businesses or retirees by Christmas?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Well, it pays to pay attention to what happens in question time, because I thank the member for Hume for his question. I say to the member for Hume that at 2:30 you shouldn't necessarily ask the question that was decided upon whenever Tactics met this morning, because we just had in this chamber an answer about taxation. And when we on this side of the House have legislation,
Members on my left.
before the parliament right now to lower taxation, And those opposite in their party room yesterday, imagine the discussion. Some of them would have said, followed the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party and said, well, it's not really relevant because they don't exist, these electric vehicles, electric utes, they don't exist. But others had said, no, we have to hold the line here. We have to try to. We've blown out $1 trillion of debt. Why would we worry about these issues? And then they came down to no. Remember, if we vote for a tax reduction.
Pause. I call the Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Point of order is relevant. He was asked, will he rule out taxes on Australian families, businesses and retirees? That's not an invitation to speculate about what occurred in the opposition party.
The question was also about cost of living crisis and impacts on businesses and retirees being higher. So I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
No, I'm completely addressing taxes, Mr Speaker. Because we're on this side, what we've done is we've got legislation to lower taxes for individuals, but to lower taxes as well for businesses by changing the FBT provisions which are there. But those opposite have made a decision to support higher taxes, And it's not surprising, given they were all over the shop. They probably came down at the end, probably the end key killer point raised by one of those opposite, perhaps the member for Hume, was we can't do this because, remember, if more people have electric vehicles, we'll end the weekend. Remember that? We'll end the weekend. And no one wants to do that. No one wants to do that because that is the former government's position and quite clearly what the current opposition's position is as well. What they need to do is to recognise the fact that there has been a change. This is a government that's about efficiency, that's about delivering for Australian families, that's about delivering for Australian workers, that's about shaping the future, not being shaped by it.
To give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government's electric car discount benefit Australians, and what are the risks to these benefits being realised?
I call the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Thank you to the member for his important question. Look, we are really excited about our policy on electric vehicles. It's been a pleasure to work closely with the Minister for Climate Change because we're proud to be delivering something which will make electric cars cheaper in this country. We've got an electric car discount which does two things. First of all, remove the tariff, and secondly, provide a fringe benefits tax exemption for eligible cars made available by employers for employees. And the legislation before the House right now seeks to achieve the second part of this policy. And what it will do is it will cut the cost to employers of providing electric cars for people to use. It will cut the cost for workers who are entering into these arrangements, and it will help to grow the market for affordable electric cars in Australia. For a model valued at about $50,000, it means a $9,000 benefit to an employer and $4,700 benefit to an employee. And I want to thank members of the crossbench who have been engaging with myself and the minister, not because we've got an identical view on every aspect of the policy, but because we share the broader objectives on this policy. And the question for this House, Mr Speaker, is who could possibly oppose a tax cut to make electric vehicles cheaper for businesses and for workers in a way that increases the stock of electric vehicles in our country? And the answer is obvious. The answer is obvious. It is disappointing, but not especially surprising to learn that the geniuses opposite assembled in their party room yesterday and decided, after spending years and years talking about how taxes should be lower, and they agreed in their party room that they would oppose a tax cut for electric vehicles. And it says something about the bubble of bumbling incompetence that the Shadow Treasurer floats around in, that he has the nerve to ask a question of the Prime Minister immediately after the Minister explained that we are trying to get a tax cut through this parliament. Now, this is the Captain Clunker approach to electric vehicle policy, Mr Speaker. It's to pretend that they love lower taxes until they're asked to actually vote for it. They pretend they like lower taxes until it interferes and collides with their outdated, obsolete, out-of-touch ideology. There is no reason to oppose this legislation except that they physically cannot bring themselves to support a good idea. And this is what we see from the leader of the leftovers over here, a pretty clear pattern. He boycotted the Job Summit, and now he's boycotting the future. They aren't the Liberal Party anymore, they're the Luddite Party. They have a leader which is dead set on division, defined by his denial, his division and his destruction, fronting the dregs of a departed government that the Australian people ditched for a reason.
Give the order. Order. Before I give the call to the member for Curtin, I'll ask for silence in the House. I give the call to the member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The government recently approved the release of 10 new fossil fuel exploration sites, demonstrating that it's willing to continue developing fossil fuel projects into the future. This is incompatible with Australia reaching its 43% emissions reduction target and incompatible with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. If new oil and gas projects are to be developed, which sectors will be expected to cut their emissions more deeply to make room in our carbon budget for these projects?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. As I have before, thank her for her engagement on these issues in a very constructive way. And as the honourable member knows, our climate change bill should, if all goes well, pass the Senate tomorrow and become the Climate Change Act of Australia, and will enshrine that 43% emissions reduction in the law of the land, which sensible honourable members agree is a very good thing, because it provides that certainty and that signal to the rest of the world. Now, as the honourable member also knows, 43% is an economy-wide target to be achieved by the whole country. But we do have policies that achieve that on a sector-by-sector basis. Rewiring the nation when it comes to electricity, electric vehicle strategy when it comes to transport, and safeguards mechanism when it comes to big emitters, particularly oil and gas. And safeguards mechanism is an important way for oil and gas emissions to be reduced. And we have a discussion paper out there at the moment, and all honourable members are encouraged to make a constructive suggestion, if you have any. And I know honourable members of the crossbench may well do that, because it is a sensible project, a process to go through, including how new proposals are dealt with in the safeguards mechanism, and we are open to constructive advice. The Minister for Resources did a couple of weeks ago release for exploration an invitation to explore those areas. It's an annual process which occurs every year. The Minister for Resources has done that in an appropriate way.
Give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Local Government. How did the Albanese Labor government take the views of local government into account at the Jobs and Skills Summit?
Give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, and I thank the member for her question, a former mayor of Surf Coast Shire and a strong advocate for local government in this place. The Jobs and Skills Summit provided me with an additional opportunity to engage the sector, which is a very important voice, and their views were loud and clear. They are the closest level of government to the people. They reach into every town and village across this country. I know firsthand that over the last 9 years, local government felt like its voice was not heard by those opposite. It took an Albanese Labor government to prioritise and respect the sector.
Members on my left.
As a former mayor, I have a unique understanding of the connection that local government has to its community, and they bring the voice of community to government. They also employ over 190,000 people across 400 different occupations. In the lead-up to the summit, I hosted a number of local government roundtables and met with representatives from local government, state and territory associations and local government professionals. A key theme that I heard was the lack of training opportunities and course offerings. For example, in South Australia, there is no longer a tertiary course for planning. This will lead to the sector suffering wide-ranging shortages of a number of professions: town planners, engineers, building surveyors and project managers in particular. That was loud and clear in the Jobs Summit as well, and one of the outcomes that we are particularly pleased with is the 180,000 fee-free TAFE places that are going to be offered across the country. Local governments have been very good at being innovative and agile when it comes to meeting the expectations of their communities. And when the Prime Minister announced that he was bringing back that local government voice to National Cabinet, it was well received and I was incredibly proud. Proud because collaboration between all levels of government is critical in delivering for our communities. And what I heard during my roundtables is that there is a renewed sense of collaboration and partnership. Indeed, I am incredibly proud to be delivering back the Australian Council of Local Governments, first introduced by the Prime Minister. I'm excited about the future of collaboration and partnership with local governments, a sector that delivers for all of our communities.
Give the call to the member for Flynn.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How many Indonesians have now been trained to protect Australia from the dangerous cattle disease lumpy skin, as promised by the government on the 9th of August?
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you very much for your question and for raising, I think it's the first time we've been actually asked a question about lumpy skin disease, which of course is another biosecurity threat to our agricultural sector. I am pleased, as I know that the other members of this House will be, that we remain LSD-free, and long may that stay the way, because an outbreak of lumpy skin disease or foot and mouth disease in Australia would have a devastating impact on our economy. I know the government, the minister, is supporting Australia's livestock industry and responding in a calm and methodical way. We've been doing that both with our foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease, and all the way along we'll be continuing to make sure that our biosecurity is strengthened. We're taking, again, a three-pronged approach to these, strengthening measures at the border, working with our partners in the region, particularly Indonesia, but beyond, to prevent the spread of these diseases and to make sure that we've got doses of vaccine. Some 435,000 doses of LSD vaccine have been delivered to Indonesia, and we continue to provide technical support to that country.
Give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Sport. How is the Albanese Labor government working to promote women's participation in all aspects of sport, on and off the field?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Dunkley for their question. The first ever female president of Squash and Racquetball Victoria, who has been decorated for her contribution to increasing women's participation in sport. And can I also acknowledge the other female athletes that are elected to this place, the member for Mackellar and the member for Warringah, whom I hope will join with the Albanese Labor government in bringing integrity and equality back to sport. We want to increase opportunities for women's participation in sport. We want to support elite female athletes, and we want to encourage more women to take up leadership positions in sport at all levels. Instead of continuing to try and retrofit women into a system built for men, we want to build a system now that acknowledges and accepts everybody in sport at all levels. Instead of continuing to try and retrofit women, we're going to start anew. We are going to close the gender pay gap. The Albanese government stands for closing the gender pay gap, whether you work at a desk, in a factory or in an arena, and we want to address that for female athletes and female administrators who are leading in Australia. I chaired the Women in Sport Roundtable Workforce Edition, facilitated by the Sexual Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins, to fit in with the broader Jobs and Skills Summit held recently here at Parliament. Repeatedly raised with me at this roundtable was how the infrastructure of sport is still heavily geared towards men, both on and off the field. And that is unacceptable, Mr Speaker, for those on this side of the House, and particularly as we are now on the green and gold runway to Brisbane 2032, an event I know that you, Mr Speaker, feel very passionately about. There are too many one-off programs rather than long-lasting systemic reforms in sport. There are too many times when women are punished for daring to excel in sport. Opal star and GOAT Lauren Jackson joined our workforce roundtable, and she spoke passionately about how many awful slurs had been directed at her, her teammates, junior players that she helps and female referees, not just during her career but to this day. We must do more to protect them, and we will. We will do more to create sporting infrastructure that treats women with equality. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister and Treasurer leading a national debate on employment and the workforce provides us with an important opportunity to correct sports gender imbalance as well, and that is now what we are seeking to do. Women bring a diversity of skills and experience but continue to be underrepresented in decision-making in sport, and that is now what we on this side of the House are working to change.
Give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Ahead of the anti-corruption legislation being introduced next week, will the government also establish an independent whistleblower protection commissioner as a one-stop shop to support and protect the brave people who will report corruption to the Anti-Corruption Commission and across the entire public sector?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Indi for her question, and thank you. I thank the member for Indi for her question, and say that I'm looking forward.
Order.
I've never seen you helpful before, Phil. And say that I'm looking forward to introducing to the Parliament next week the legislation to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission, fulfilling a commitment that our government made at the last election and indeed at the election before that. And just to remind those opposite, a commitment that those opposite made at the last election and at the election before that. And it's long past time that this parliament moved to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Going to the question from the member for Indi, the government is of course committed to ensuring that Australia has an effective framework to protect whistleblowers. Frameworks to protect whistleblowers are critical to supporting integrity, to supporting the rule of law. I'm very proud that when we were last in government, we brought to this parliament the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013, and I equally am able to say that I was very disappointed to watch that the statutory inquiry that we legislated for when passing that Act in 2013 took place and was carried out by an eminent Australian, Mr Philip Moss, who reported to the former government at the end of 2016, and there the report sat. Mr Moss made a number of very sensible suggestions for amendment to the Public Interest Disclosure Act. Regrettably, the former government simply sat on those recommendations by Philip Moss. I have said since coming to office that we have picked up Mr Moss's report. We are going to be looking hard at the recommendations that he has made. I am hopeful of bringing to the parliament in coming months amendments to the Public Interest Disclosure Act which pick up and almost certainly will need to update the recommendations that Mr Moss made back in 2016. Whether or not it goes to a Whistleblower Protection Commissioner is something that the government is still considering. I know that the member for Indi has a very keen interest in this matter. I know that in her Anti-Corruption Commission bill that she had in the last parliament, she had provided for a Whistleblower Protection Commissioner. That's why we are taking that particular idea very seriously indeed.
The call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Minister, how will the outcomes of the Job and Skills Summit deliver proper jobs and wages for Indigenous Australians in remote communities?
Give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the member for Lingiari for her question and recognise that she has a very deep interest in this issue and an intimate understanding of a community development program. Thank you very much. The Albanese Labor government believes that the CDP is broken. It has been broken for a very long time. Communities tell us it is broken. It does not result in employment. It does not result in people participating properly in the scheme, and the scheme needs rebuilding. It needs replacing, in fact, and that's precisely what we intend to do. There are 40,000 people in 1,000 communities who are on the Community Development Program, and 85% of that 40,000 people are First Nations people. It is a program that is not fit for purpose and has caused real hurt and real harm in communities, and it has certainly not ended up with people getting employment. We believe the CDP should be replaced, and that's what we're moving to do. It should be a scheme that is about real wages, decent conditions and real jobs, and that is what the outcome will be. Just last week, I held a roundtable into the lead-up to the Skills Summit to address these issues directly. There were representatives from peak bodies, alliances and unions, community leaders, local councils, and all have had an opportunity to have a frank conversation about this failed scheme. Mr Mickey Wanamara from Arnhem Land Progress Association warmly welcomed our approach, describing it like this. And this is a person that knows this scheme very, very well. It is a way to build sustainability and a better future for our people. We'll be holding more targeted consultations, and in fact that is being planned as we speak, because we know that the previous government did not listen to people who knew this program well. We believe in self-determination, and that's what we will put in place. And most importantly, we have freed up providers by 25% of their current funding to try new things, to trust them, to be able to do new things in community, to deliver real jobs, proper wages and decent conditions.
Give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Does the departure of the former Chief Executive of Snowy Hydro indicate that the Minister is unwilling to accept frank and fearless technical advice as to the viability of the Kurri Kurri plant operating with hydrogen from day one?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
No.
Give the call to the order. The member for Hume. Order. I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring our defence personnel have the skills and training to operate our future naval capabilities and defend Australia's economic and security interests?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, can I thank the member for Wills for his question and acknowledge the contribution that he's made in this place and indeed in his pre-parliamentary life to our nation's security. Last week I was in the United Kingdom and was present at the commissioning of HMS Anson, an Astute-class submarine in the Royal Navy at BAE's facility at Barrow-in-Furness. And I had the opportunity of being shown around that facility and presented with the way in which BAE build both the Dreadnought and Astute-class submarines, and it really was a sight to see. I met with my counterpart, Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, and the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and we talked about the very solid progress which is happening in respect of AUKUS. And this builds on a visit back in July to the United States, where I met with Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin, where we also spoke about the progress of AUKUS. And across all three countries there is a sense of shared mission which has us on track to making a decision in the first part of next year about which platform will be the basis of Australia's nuclear-powered future submarine. But as important as the physical submarine is, there is a human dimension to this challenge. We need to be growing a submariner cohort who are able to operate this submarine from the first day that it enters the water. And I spoke with Ben Wallace about providing the opportunity for Australian submariners in the very early part of the life of HMS Anson to be a part of that submarine's crew. And this is in addition to opportunities that we're pursuing in the United States, where I met with two Australian students who are participating in the US Reactor Engineering School, and they're in Washington. And as we build this defence, the submariner cohort, it's being reflected also in those opportunities that we're providing to those who will be building our submarines and our surface fleet. Indeed, I met with a couple of Australians who right now in Govan, in Glasgow, are building HMS Glasgow, the first of the Type 26 frigates in the Royal Navy, which is the reference class of ship for the Hunter class, which is the future frigates that we will be building. And they're part of a group of 80 Australians who have participated in building HMS Glasgow and will be coming back to Australia in the coming years ahead to build HMAS Hunter. This is inspiring to speak to these young Australians, and be it operating our submarines or building our ships, all of these Australians are making a huge contribution to our nation's security.
On indulgence, I give the call to the member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to associate the coalition with the Minister for Defence's comments on AUKUS. It was the former coalition government who struck AUKUS in September of last year, the biggest defence and foreign policy achievement since ANZUS 70 years ago, and we want to see AUKUS realised as quickly as possible. In fact, our strategic circumstances require exceptional leadership from the Minister for Defence, and we're going to be holding him to account to make sure.
No, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. We're moving to the next question. That is not how indulgence works, member for Canning, and it's a lesson. Order. If you wish to take indulgence, you need to make it clear and concise, not stray into partisan politics. I give the call to the member for Beaumont.
My question is to the Prime Minister. According to the latest ABS data, the average Australian mortgage is just over $600,000. A homeowner with this mortgage is now paying more than $760 more a month. When the Prime Minister said yesterday the impact of interest rate rises was just $95 to $145, was the Prime Minister misleading the House, not across the detail, or trying to downplay the cost of living crisis Australians are facing?
Order. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Beaumont for his question. What I said yesterday was the average mortgage, the average mortgage outstanding balance is $330,000. A 50 basis point increase adds up to $409 as a result.
Give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for International Development and the Pacific. How is the Australian government building a more prosperous region and supporting Australian businesses through improvements to the Pacific labour mobility?
Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry.
I want to thank the member for Bendigo for her question and thank her for working with local employers to access the scheme, and also, importantly, to welcome all those Pacific workers that are right now in Bendigo contributing to the local economy. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is deeply committed to a stronger economy and deepening our relationship with the Pacific. And the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, or PALM, is critical to that. It was created by Labor in 2012 through this SWP, and we're improving it now that we're in government again. We're improving it by reducing the travel costs for employers utilising the scheme. We're improving it by allowing workers on long-term visas to bring their families. We're improving it by increasing protections against worker exploitation, and we're improving it by expanding the number of sectors that can access the scheme. And I'm proud to say, and proud to inform the House, that this is already paying off. We've got a record number of Pacific workers in the economy, over 27,000 already, and nearly 400 employers are accessing the scheme. This is critical to filling our labour shortages while we train Australians right now. And, Mr Speaker, it's making a huge difference in the Pacific. 1/3 of the 15 million Pacific Islanders live on less than $20 Australian a week, less than $20 a week. In contrast, the average worker in this scheme on a long-term visa sends back $15,000 a year. Imagine the impact for families and communities, $15,000 going back to their community, to their family each year. And, Mr Speaker, I've had the privilege of seeing the impact of this scheme firsthand. I recently visited the Solomon Islands and met Joseph and Jared, who returned from 3 years in Australia. And not only did they benefit from this scheme, they developed critical skills that are now allowing them to set up new businesses in the Solomon Islands. And I met people training to be meat workers and hospitality workers who are so excited about this scheme. I went, while I was in Suva with the Prime Minister, to visit a training centre where 40 enthusiastic women were training to be aged care workers in Australia. They're now in Australia doing their practical training in the lead-up to working in regional Queensland. And, Mr Speaker, I'm delighted to say there are 40,000 pre-screened workers ready to go. And we anticipate that each year this scheme will inject over $360 million into the economies of Pacific Islands. $360 million a year, which will be vital in some countries where remittances make up to 40% of their GDP. Mr Speaker, this is a vital scheme that helps the Australian economy, lifts families out of poverty and strengthens our relationship with the Pacific.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. After 22 questions, the productivity dividend of this government is on show for all, and I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. 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 I wish to advise the member for Page. I wish to advise the House that, as part of the relaunch of the Parliamentary Friends of Orchestral Music, a string quartet made of members from the Tasmanian Symphony Orchestra have been performing at Parliament House throughout the day, bringing the sounds of Australian composers and classical music to the Marble Foyer and the reflective pool by the Members' Hall. This evening, the Minister will be speaking at the event to officially relaunch of the Parliamentary Friends of Orchestral Music Group, co-chaired by the Special Envoy for the Arts, Susan Templeman, the member for Macquarie, and Senator Claire Chandler, Senator for Tasmania. I'd like to thank the Symphony Services Australia and the Tasmanian Symphony Orchestra for bringing classical music to Parliament House for the day. Move to government papers. Call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I've received a letter from the honourable member for Bradfield proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the role of unions in setting the government's priorities. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government is responding to the agenda of the union movement. This is a government of and for the unions. It's doing the bidding of militant unions such as the CFMEU, and we've seen that in terms of the conduct of the so-called summit, and we even see it when it comes to the agenda in relation to disclosure by superannuation funds. Mr Speaker, at a time when Australians are facing cost of living pressures and higher bills, this Labor government is choosing to back their mates in the CFMEU over backing ordinary Australians. It speaks volumes about the priorities of the Albanese Labor government, that one of their first orders of business was to abolish the construction watchdog, and by doing so effectively giving a green light to union thuggery. We know that when there's a problem with costs in the construction industry, it has a flow-on effect right through our economy, and it is consumers who end up paying the price. This government's been busy engaging in backslapping in a talk fest, but businesses across the country are no closer to getting the policies that they're crying out for. Now, Mr Speaker, the track record of the cosy and close relationship between the union movement and the Labor Party is very clear, and particularly the thuggish militant unions, the CFMEU and the MUA. Over the past 2 decades, the Australian Labor Party has received, on average, nearly $1 million a year from these 2 militant unions, in total $16.3 million in donations over 20 years, and total funds going from the union movement to the Labor Party across from fiscal year 2018 to fiscal year 2020, $19.3 million. So it's perhaps unsurprising, Mr Speaker, that the Labor Party in government will always seek to implement the agenda of the union movement, jumping to the tune of their paymasters. And of course, we see the evidence of this in one of the very first acts of this government from the minister at the table to move to weaken the Australian Building Construction Commission, to execute on their policy to abolish it, and they're doing it for a simple reason. This is what the CFMEU wants. They're turning a blind eye to findings from royal commissions, countless rulings from the courts that have highlighted the lawlessness and intimidation of the CFMEU and the need for strong workplace relations regulation. The Labor Party in government is happy to hand the keys to the front gate and the lunchrooms at building sites back over to the CFMEU. We know that many of the cases that the ABCC has been taking action on involve thuggish behaviour, harassment of women or worse. But no, that is of no concern, it would seem, to this government. They just want to shut down the ABCC, as was done by previous Labor governments. Unlike this government, the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government at least acknowledged the need for a specialist building regulator, albeit the one they came up with was highly ineffective. But this government has wasted no time in jumping to the tune of the CFMEU and other unions. Now, Mr Speaker, we've heard an enormous amount about the summit. But it is very instructive to look at who was there and what it tells us about the agenda of this government, what it tells us about the priorities of the Albanese Labor government, because we know that less than 10% of the private sector workforce are members of unions. There were 33 union officials, 33 representatives from the union movement at the summit. Out of 142 people in total, 33 seats went to the union movement. Most Australians don't have unions in their lives. Most Australians have very little practical to do with unions. And yet, should they care to look at what actually happened in terms of the attendance, it sends a very clear message. When this government looks out at the Australian people, it sees one group who it says need to be disproportionately represented when it comes to making its policy, and that is the union movement, that is the union secretaries, the union bosses. And of course, it is no coincidence that those are the people whose donations are key to the operation of the Labor Party, but even more critical, those union bosses are critical to the pre-selections of every one of these people on the other side of the House. So they may only represent workers, less than 9% of private sector workers, but they've got a deeply disproportionate influence on this government and a very backward-looking mindset when it comes to understanding the composition and structure of the economy. This was not a summit for people to come together and talk about policy ideas. This was a summit to get people together to remind them that under this government, any policy needs to be endorsed by the ACTU. It needs to be endorsed by the union movement. Apparently no decision could be made about immigration without first running it carefully past the ACTU to ask in tremulous terms, would you agree to this? Please. Would you please let us, as the government, increase the number of people who are entitled to come to Australia under the immigration program? Apparently that is the way things are now working under the Albanese Labor government. And let's just turn to some of the high-quality individuals who were given a seat, a coveted seat, at this summit. We've heard from the Prime Minister just the other day he's got nothing to do with John Setka. No. Booted him out of the Labor Party, completely distasteful. But who was sitting around the table? Of course, it was CFMEU boss Kristy Kane. This is somebody who, when John Setka launched a vulgar attack on domestic violence advocacy hero Rosie Batty, what did Mr Kristy Kane do? He leapt to the defence of John Setka. Now, apparently Setka's actions were bad enough to be kicked out of the Labor Party, but Mr Kane still free to turn up and participate in these policy deliberations. His personal track record includes promoting criminal activity by telling his members that, quotes, laws need to be broken, you're going to get locked up, close quotes. He's been charged with assault, has been found in contempt by the Victorian Supreme Court, but this quality individual, given one of the 141 slots, has described John Setka, who the Prime Minister says is so distasteful and needs to be kicked out of the Labor Party. This quality individual, Kristy Kane, has described John Setka as, quotes, one of the most fair dinkum people in this country, close quotes. And no doubt if you need somebody to come and bash in some windows or vandalise a car, he's quite the man for that job. Mr Kane said recently to his members in a circular that went to members of the CFMEU, it was the power of collective unionism that won the day, and make no mistake, it's now the Australian Labor Party's turn to deliver. The job for all of us is far from over. We have to actively keep our foot on the throats of every politician until they put through our demands. This is the man who the Prime Minister invited to join in this summit, and it is no surprise that the outcomes of this summit have been the announced implementation of a range of matters that have been on the ACTU's wish list for a long time. And indeed, the call to reintroduce industry-wide bargaining threatens to take us back to the very worst of the bad old days of strike action across multiple sectors in our economy. What else have we seen from the union movement? Unions New South Wales, from my own home state, but I don't claim any association with them. Unions New South Wales want to introduce bargaining fees for non-union members when negotiating enterprise agreements. Standover tactics from Unions New South Wales. And Mr Speaker, it's not just in these traditional industrial matters that this government has been jumping to the tune of the union movement, because what's the Assistant Treasurer been up to? The Assistant Treasurer has been doing the bidding of the industry funds and the union movement. He put out a consultation paper wanting to do away with terrific reforms introduced by when we were in government, which would have increased transparency, which would have required the disclosure by superannuation funds when they made donations to unions. According to the Australian Electoral Commission, $12.9 million was paid from super funds to unions in the 2021 financial year, $40 million to Labor Party-affiliated unions in the past 4 years. We legislated for transparency on this because it's a pretty grubby connection, but the new Assistant Treasurer, one of his first acts, we're going to try and reverse that, jumping to the tune of their union masters across the full sweep of policy. That's the basis of how this government operates.
Order. Give the call to the Leader of the House. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I ideally want to thank the Manager of Opposition Business for bringing this forward today, because the extraordinary thing isn't that the government listens among various voices to trade unions. The extraordinary thing is that for 10 years they wanted to shut out those voices completely. And let's not forget what happened when the pandemic hit. When the pandemic hit, all of a sudden their normal motivation of just driving wages down wasn't the only motivation. And all of a sudden they realised that we needed to get changes through every workplace in the country. So what did they suddenly do in the crisis? For the first time since we'd lost power, first time, they picked up the phone to the ACTU and said, "Can you help us?" And the ACTU said, "Yes." And we had a completely constructive relationship, and at this very dispatch box, the former leader, one of the former leaders of the House, not the one who's now the Leader of the Opposition, but the former Leader of the House who also held my portfolio, stood here praising and thanking the ACTU for the cooperation that allowed the changes to go through that made sure that every workplace could function as best as it possibly could. Now, all of that cooperation during the pandemic, the moment the shutdown period of the pandemic is over, they go back to type and say, "Oh, you can't talk to any of these organisations." And what's the reason? The reason's simple. The only motivation they have now that they're not dealing with lockdowns is wanting to keep wages low. That's the motivation. And for 10 years, keeping wages low was a deliberate design feature of the economic strategy of the people who ran this country. And now it's not. Now a deliberate design feature of how we manage the economy is we want to get wages moving. We want to get wages moving. And so I am amused that at the summit of 143 people they found one they object to. and that's the reason that they couldn't come. The other thing I'm amazed by is and maybe I've missed this point because we've made a bit of a fuss over the fact that the Leader of the Opposition decided to cut himself out of any of the conversation about the future. But maybe that's the reason the summit worked. Maybe it was because the Leader of the Opposition wasn't there. Maybe it was because you take the wreckers out of the equation and the rest of Australia actually gets along reasonably well. You take out of the equation the people who are determined that everything's about pushing people into their corners and finding as much division as possible, and when you do that, you actually get a situation where you do find levels of agreement. You find levels of agreement, for example, which really made those opposite angry. We saw the reports in the paper about how angry they were that COSBOA stood up for the interests of small businesses. They got really upset that the Small Business Organisation said that if small businesses want to be able to negotiate together, they should be allowed to. But that wrecked the narrative over there of wanting to say, no, we want people in their corners. What this government is about is not more disputes. We want more agreements. We want more agreements. The reason the BCA forged an agreement with the ACTU that went into the summit was because they want more agreements. The reason COSBOA forged an agreement with the ACTU that went forward to the summit was because they want more agreements. When those opposite, what it comes down to is they don't want people agreeing. And what's the key? Objection. Like, why would they have a problem with workers and businesses reaching agreement? And it's really simple. Those agreements put upward pressure on wages. Those agreements are part of getting wages moving. The example I gave today with respect to the Victorian childcare centres, those workers ended up 16% above the award. And when people talk about cost of living, I'm sorry, you can't have a conversation about how much living costs without also looking at how much money comes in. Wages are an essential part of the cost of living problem. The problem isn't only that at the moment we have inflation running at 6.1. It's also that we have wages only running at 2.4%. People going backwards by 3.5% on average, and putting downward pressure on inflation, which is what the PBS legislation that was introduced today is about, putting downward pressure on inflation, which is what about our childcare policy is about, putting downward pressure on inflation, which is about what our skills program is about. That puts downward pressure on inflation, all things that those opposite had no interest in doing. But you also have to be willing to get wages moving again. And no one will forget the moment that made them angriest during the campaign, which they thought was a gaffe, was when the now Prime Minister was asked, would you support a pay rise for people on the minimum wage that keeps up with the cost of living? And he answered absolutely. They saw conviction and thought it must have been a mistake. They weren't used to looking conviction in the eye. And what then happened, because they then said we were told it was the loose unit language, remember that? We were told that what a disaster this would be. We were told that this would trash the economy. And what then happened and they said it should be left to the experts. What did the experts then say when the Fair Work Commission came back with its decision? 5.2%. 5.2% was what came back from the annual wage review. So if you want to get wages moving, you need to act in three ways. Three things you need to do. You need to use the Commission. We've used the Commission with respect and putting our submission in and arguing for pay rises on the annual wage review. We've used the Commission in respect of the aged care wage review, which is on as well, putting in a submission which those opposite refuse to do, which is to say these workers deserve a pay rise. And similarly, the Commission is a critical part of the pathway towards trying to get closer to pay equity in this country, because this side of the House, this government, says a 14.1 pay equity gap is not satisfactory at all, and we need to act to close that gender pay gap. So the first thing you need to do is use the Commission. The second thing you need to do is to close the loopholes that are in the Act. And they say, oh, but it's your legislation. Can I say, how many major acts went for 10 years with no serious amendments when courts found new loopholes in them? Now, when the Tax Act found loopholes, 4 or 5 times a year new pieces of legislation were brought in here to bring the Act up to date to close loopholes, because no one wanted to see government revenue fall. But when loopholes appeared through different decisions of the courts in the Fair Work Act, the decision of the previous government was to let it go. Don't act. Don't legislate. Don't do what we do in any other piece of legislation. And why? Because they wanted to drive wages down. So as the new RORTs came through with respect to people doing the same job but being paid radically less, they just let it be. When the gig economy arrived in Australia, and you couldn't even guarantee, and we had ministers and a Prime Minister standing here saying, oh, it's complicated whether or not Australians should at least be paid the minimum wage, they didn't act to close the loophole. When unilateral terminations, when I raised this issue only a few weeks ago, where some workers who had previously been described by Liberals as heroes were facing a 40% potential cut in their pay, those opposite said, oh no, you shouldn't change that. But the third thing you need to do to get wages moving is to get agreements moving. And the parties at the summit came together on that. Now, those opposite, I don't know how you think, if you only have the business leaders around the table, that somehow that's both sides of the bargaining table being discussed. But I guess if you want to drive wages down, maybe that's what you do. But at the summit, even all the business organisations, without exception, were accepting we need to get wages moving. Getting bargaining moving is part of that. You need to be able to update the Act and bring the Fair Work Act up to date with the modern economy. If you don't want to do that, by all means, vote against each change that comes forward. Continue the policy that 10 years of low wage growth as a deliberate design feature wasn't enough. If those opposite want to fight for a second decade of low wage growth and people going backwards, they can argue for that. But don't think they'll ever have credibility on cost of living. If you want to act on cost of living, you have to act on wages.
I thank the Manager of Government Business, and I call the member for— Sorry, Leader of the House. I apologise. I call the member for Page.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Look, 100 days in office, I'm happy to give them some free advice today on how they're going. A lot of hubris on the other side of this chamber, Deputy Speaker, a lot of hubris on this side of the chamber. Look, we wish them well. We wish them well. We're all Australian citizens. We want any government of Australia to do well, but I think my review might show that I don't think they are doing that well. But to put the hubris on the other side into context, Deputy Speaker, we need to be reminded that this new government was supported the weakest of any incoming government from opposition we've seen for a long time. So I am repeating myself, but I like some of these stats, so I will. So I'll remind you that you are in the weakest position from an incoming government with the two-seat majority since 1913. Order. 32% primary, Deputy Speaker. 32% primary they got. That's the lowest. That's the lowest for an incoming government from opposition since 1903, so they nearly broke some records there. So just to show the support they didn't have in the community. So the public certainly weren't in love with them, almost begrudgingly they got in there. Now, how has the first 100 days gone, Deputy Speaker? Well, what we're seeing is they've paid the piper. They've paid their master. That's what's happened in the first 100 days. The unions, we know, control the factions of the Labor Party. The unions control pre-selections, and the unions fund the Labor Party. So that means the unions now control the government. The unions control this new government. And we've seen the actions, Deputy Speaker, we've seen the actions that have demonstrated this. Within the first 2 weeks of sitting, what did the new government, controlled, owned and funded by the union movement, what did the new government do? They abolished the ABCC. In the first 2 weeks. What does the ABCC do? It's an independent umpire in industrial relations and on the workforce. So they didn't like an independent umpire, so they obviously had to fund, reward the people who fund them. The Job Summit. Well, there's an interesting stat here, Deputy Speaker. The union people who are unionised in the workforce is 14%. Well, I can tell you what, Deputy Speaker, if you look over the other side, the 14% a lot higher over there. More than 14% of that lot have been unionised. It'll be probably 94%, Deputy Speaker, of the people on that side that have worked for or been involved with the union, not 14%, which is actually reflective of the Australian public. So I encourage the new government, because this Labor government does have some precedents where a previous Labor government has actually stood up to the union movement, Deputy Speaker. And if you look at the Hawke and Keating governments, they actually did some quite progressive things economically and in the industrial relations system. I think Keating, with all due respect to him, will probably go down as as one of the better treasurers that the country's had. Not as good as some of the Liberal treasurers we've had, but certainly some better than any other Labor treasurer. And what he did was he did liberate. He did liberate the tariff system, or he progressed that along, and how the Howard government progressed it as well, opened the economy up, and even with the industrial relations system, did some movements on that. Now, what we have in the new government, of course, is a leadership that we're going back to the 70s. Because what did the now Prime Minister say about Keating in 1987, when the then Treasurer was liberating some of the industrial relations system and our financial system? This is what Anthony Albanese said in 1987 about Keating. Someone like Keating can put himself up as a possible Labor PM, but he is more comfortable mixing with millionaires and business executives than he is with working-class people. So that's what the current PM thought of a great Labor leader liberating our economy. That's what his core beliefs are. So nothing changes there. So I do say to this new government, they don't understand this, right? Because they don't understand. They can't understand why only 14% of the Australian workforce belong to a union. They don't understand that. Order. Because they're born of the union movement. They're funded by the union movement. Their careers are controlled by the union movement. But I encourage members opposite, show some courage, show some real strength of character, and don't just kowtow to your union masters. Show some strength like the Hawke and Keating government did, and not just do what you're told.
I thank the member for Page, and I call the member for McEwen.
Speaker, I tell you what, if stupidity was flight, that contribution would be done by a squadron of jet fighters. You've never seen anything so pathetic in your life in this place. Labor Party's connected with unions. Wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Order.
The ridiculousness of that fool over there to come in there and carry on about all this stuff, because they have nothing to stand by.
Member for Page.
10 years of that government delivered nothing but low wages.
Order.
Seriously.
The member for Page.
Yeah,
this is
throw
not
a stick where you go
a
and fetch it.
two-way conversation.
Seriously. 10 years of deliberate policy to stagnate and lower wages. 10 years, and they still do it today. Even the member opposite, scurrying out the chamber, wants to do nothing but cause division and chaos, because that's all they know. They couldn't do anything about working together and delivering things. And let's think about this government that we've taken over from and what they did. 10 years of a government that kept wages low, 10 years of division, 10 years of doing everything they could to suppress the ability for Australians to be able to pay their bills and get a better life. They hate aspiration. They sit there and use these terms like union thugs. Let's think about it. Union thugs. But they were happy to stand here over the last couple of years and say, oh, isn't it great, our nurses that we send out there and make them work during a pandemic? The people that were delivering food to the stores. Our truck drivers, who they fought against a road safety tribunal to deliver proper wages and conditions for the people that carry this country. They just hate workers. There is nothing more they like than to see workers be suppressed so that they can sit back and feel superior. But in fact, they are very inferior to the people that went out there, joined unions and actually worked together. Collective bargaining is so important. I can remember when I worked at Mercedes-Benz. 16-year-old kid comes in to become an apprentice. He's got to sit there with the entire might and negotiate and bargain through with one of the largest companies in the world, HR departments, lawyers, managers, all this. That's why you have a union representative there. Unions fought to give those guys overalls, toolkits, safety, all the things that matter to Australian workers right across this nation. But they sit there proudly saying, oh, we should be against that. You know, it beggars belief that someone that could come into this place, claim to be someone intelligent as they try and claim to do, and then sit there and fight against the idea of protecting people and giving them safe workplaces. Yeah, we're getting rid of the ABCC, and a damn good decision it is, because it's done nothing to improve health and safety. You've got to ask, what is it you've got against stickers on helmets? How does that impact? How does that destroy the economy, destroy the nation if someone puts a sticker on their helmet? But that's the pettiness that you have in this modern rump leftover coalition that we have sitting there. You think about everything they've fought about for the last 10 years. They fought against wage theft. They were quite happy to see people get their wages illegally docked and do nothing about it. They fought against collective bargaining. They've done that all the way through. Oh, that is rubbish, seriously. They've fought against improving safety in the workplaces on every single occasion. So I say this now, why would anyone with any modicum of intelligence support that party over there when at every single opportunity, and we'll go back to the previous members' views, even back into the 80s, the Industrial Relations Commission, the Fair Work Commission, why would you support a party that has done nothing but fight against every single attempt to improve the wages and conditions of working Australians? It's in their DNA to fight against it because that's all they can do, is attack people on low and middle incomes. We've seen that through the last tax cuts. Remember those? You wouldn't give low and middle income earners tax cuts unless you gave the high income earners one. That was what you fought for vehemently. You couldn't find time to bring an anti-corruption commission in, we know why, but you fought against supporting Australian workers on low and middle income getting taxes. So the next time you sit there and talk about union thugs, think about those people in the hospitals, the cleaners, the people that have worked their backsides off day and night through this pandemic, the people that deliver the food, the people that look after childcare to keep this country running while you sit there on your backside and attack him. Your own leader was a former union member. He was a member of the Police Association. Do you call him a union thug? Well, he's not a member of the union now, so you can still call him a thug, but he's not a union member. But each and every one of these organisations works hard and fights strong for Australian families and workers, and you should be ashamed for bringing this to Parliament.
Time's expired, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government's priorities are clearly misaligned. This government has again and again chosen to back union bosses over hard-working Australian businesses and families. The recent Jobs and Skills Summit showed where the Albanese government's loyalties lie. The union movement represented 25% of the participants at the summit, in contrast to the less than 15% of private sector employees that are unionised. Why are unionised workers afforded so much representation at this level? This is especially shocking considering small business represents 41% of our workforce, but they had one seat at the summit. One seat at the summit for small business. We know that small business is the heart and soul of the economy. They create opportunities in local communities and employ around 5 million Australians, the largest employer in this country. This group of hard-working Australians is being left behind by the Albanese government. It is an insult to all small business owners and employees that they were given one seat at the summit that Albanese labelled a huge success. A huge success for who? For union donors is the answer, not hard-working Australians. Deputy Speaker, we want union bosses to be more transparent and accountable. When we restored the Australian Building and Construction Commission, we had it in mind to protect Australians from predatory union behaviour. Now the Albanese government has decided to close this commission. This body protects 1.1 million construction workers and around 380,000 small businesses from the thuggery of the Construction, Forestry, Maritime, Mining and Energy Union. In the past 6 years, there have been countless cases of misconduct and law-breaking by this union, whereby CFMM EU officials physically and verbally threatened workers, made homophobic and sexist slurs and intimidated people with verbal threats of violence. These union officials have also exposed strikebreakers' identity on social media, a move a judge said was the modern-day equivalent of placing a person in the stocks to face abuse and assault. These unions are supported by the Albanese government, irrespective of their misconduct. It seems everyone but the Labor Party is aware of the CFMM EU manipulation tactics. A union official has said that what we're actually going to do is take ownership and responsibility of the ALP, and that they will demand influence. These unions use powerful manipulation tactics over the Labor Party, and the Albanese government are falling into this trap. The Australian Building and Construction Commission has also been successful in substantially reducing days lost to industrial action in the industry. The Commission has served its purpose well, protecting workers from the harmful side of unions. And guess what? The Albanese government is doing to this Commission, dismantling it against the advice of industry leaders. The government sides with the CFMEU time and time again, promoting militant unionists over Australian businesses, families and workers. The Labor Party has received nearly $1 million every year from the CFMEU and the MUA. In the last 2 financial years, unions have funded nearly $20 million to Labor, ensuring that the Albanese government will also be on the side of these groups over ordinary Australians. It's clear how the CFMEU thinks they can demand influence from the Labor Party when the Albanese government is more than willing to accept huge amounts of funding from these organisations. Productivity will decrease for small businesses. This group of Australians risk it all to foster businesses and bring success and wealth to their families. And yet again, they've been slapped across the face by this government, bearing the brunt of a union-led burden. It is time for the Albanese government to set its priorities by and for the success of Australians, without the influence of harmful unions.
Time's expired. Before I call the next speaker, can I just remind those on my right, we're not having a two-way conversation here. So please, the members are entitled to be heard in silence. I call the member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, it never ceases to amaze me that every time those opposite bring up trade unions in the context of the ALP, they act as if they've lifted the lid on some salacious secret. It is truly baffling. People are sick to death with the opposition's addiction to conflict. While our government is prioritising getting wages up and bringing the cost of living down with cheaper medicines and childcare, the opposition clearly has different priorities. Let's talk about the types of people who are striking fear into the hearts of those opposite. The terrifying, menacing faces of teachers, university and TAFE lecturers, nurses, orderlies, aged care workers, public administrators and public servants, essential service workers and electricity, gas, water, transport workers, retail, construction and mining. The average union worker, Deputy Speaker, is a woman in her 40s. Union members, on average, earn 32% more a week than non-members. Furthermore, the gender pay gap closes for union members. The median male non-member earns $2.70 more per hour than his female equivalent, but for union members, this difference is only $1. Union members are people from diverse backgrounds, carrying out a diverse range of professions. They are Australians, and it is those Australians who are setting this government's priorities. The Australian people who voted for a majority Albanese Labor government. It is unfortunate in the extreme that the Liberal and National parties have not developed proper and respectful relationships with unions and their members. I'm meeting too many people, both union members and others, who consider that the last 9 years to be the lost years, full of lost opportunities and stagnation. A different set of attitudes amongst those opposite might have yielded different results. Of course, a different set of attitudes sometimes requires a different set of people. The WA Liberal Party are looking for a different set of people. The question, Deputy Speaker, is directed to the role of unions. A union is a society or association formed by people with a common interest or purpose. The power of collectivisation is so persuasive that we see it harnessed by business and industry large and small. That's why even the member for Dixon was a proud member of the Queensland Police Union. And I quote, "I was proud to be a member of the Queensland Police Union. I was proud from the day I joined the Queensland Police Service and remained a member until I left the police. Every industry employs lobby groups and attempts to put their argument forward," and I'm still quoting, "whatever way they can to their elected representatives, and police unions and associations are no different in their role." I think it was the Minister for Dixon, just for clarity. From the local chambers through to the BCA and the AIG, the old adage, stronger together, really does ring true. Our government needs to meet and talk with peak bodies. This should apply regardless of whether the peak body is that representing employers, industry organisations, community groups or workers. For example, yesterday I met with delegates and frontline workers from the Australian Services Union. I came out of that meeting better informed by John and Wayne of the fact that over the last 9 years the NDIS has been turned into something else by the previous government and not something better. Better informed by Wendy, Julie and Jody of the difficulty of retaining people in caring professions where their job is insecurity, low wages and poor conditions. And on the 23rd of August, in the lead-up to the government's very successful Jobs and Skills Summit, I hosted a Green Energy Jobs and Skills Roundtable in Perth. Around the table were representatives of business, large and small, unions, governments and training organisations. If the union representatives had been missing, it would have been a poorer roundtable for it. In the earlier debate in the House today, we heard from members of all persuasions just how important workers are in aged care. More recently, my friends, the member for Bean and the member for Bendigo, quite properly emphasised the importance of unions working in the fields of aged care and healthcare. I encourage all workers to go and join their union. I encourage union members and anyone else to come and join the Labor Party because it represents the working people.
Expired. I thank the member for Hasluck and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for giving me the call. Deputy Speaker, a couple of home truths. One, I have been a member of a union. Two, when the CMFEU Forestry Division needed help in my electorate many years ago, who'd they turn to? They didn't turn to Labor. They didn't turn to a Labor senator. They turned to me for help. They turned to me. A further home truth. If 45% of unionists in my electorate didn't vote for me, I wouldn't be here. What I'm saying to you is this. There's a place for all of us in our communities. But when a union involvement turns negative in the long term, in the short term, in an election campaign, I can understand the CMFU putting $100,000 into my Labor candidate to get rid of me. That's part of the process we're in. If I'm vulnerable and you can see a way to get to me, well, go for it. And in the last election, sadly, they used the aged care sector as a battering ram against me, who has been a solid supporter of those people that work in aged care for all of my career. All of my career. Yet the union came along and said, this guy Liberal, bad. Except my aged care sector said, this guy Liberal, good. And I survived when others didn't because of our commitment to those people who work in aged care, work in the hospitals, work in all of those areas the member for McEwen mentioned. That if we don't care for our least paid, our most vulnerable, our disabled, our elderly, we are the lesser for it. The point I'm trying to make here is this, that I go back not too far, probably only 30 years, and there was a program run by the union to say that the education system in Victoria is a disgrace. So you'd say to the parents, oh, in your school? Oh, no, not in my school, in somebody else's school. The last campaign, aged care is in complete disarray, it's a disgrace. Oh, in Murbo North? Oh, no, not in Murbo North. No, it's wonderful in Murbo North. Oh, well, you mean down in Foster? No, Foster's fantastic. Oh, what about Lyrebird at Drouin? Oh, no, Lyrebird's fantastic. Well, what do you want about? There is one particular nursing home, it's a new nursing home in my electorate that has never asked me to come and visit, never asked me once to come and visit, that there was a problem that the union could identify. One nursing home. In all my not-for-profits and for-profit nursing homes, one place where there was a problem. But that was, oh, shock, horror. You know, aged care in Monash is a disgrace. So we have this national campaign coming through, rolling through, telling everybody that their nursing homes are a disgrace, and they're not. They're not. And as I mentioned before in a previous address to this House, Deputy Speaker, I said I ended up the morale amongst workers in my aged care centres was so low, I had to write to every aged care centre to tell them how much we appreciate them, tell them that they're doing a fantastic job, tell them that the families of the people that they're caring for appreciate everything they do, every move they make, every time they are addressing even those that don't have families and don't have visitors and don't have friends. Because they go into those nursing homes, they go into a family. And that campaign was negative because it besmirched every aged care centre, and that's what they felt. That's what the union did. And they ran a very strong campaign. They had demonstrations outside of my office. They did the lot. During election campaign, I've got to accept that. That's the way you want to go. But there are always long-term consequences for those sorts of campaigns, like Mediscare, which was just an outrageous scare campaign that worked. And the Labor Party said, no, it was good campaigning from us. There are consequences for everything that you do. And I appeal to everybody to be very careful of that type of campaign.
Hear, hear. I thank the member for Monash, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And you're right, there are consequences for every decision a government makes. Australia has always been an egalitarian society, a society where we are at our best when we all work together. Australia has a strong history of workers fighting for fair pay and safe working conditions, and their efforts are what created our weekends, our public holidays, our sick leave, but most importantly, safety regulations that mean that people who go to work in the morning come home at night. Those opposites are saying that the movements that brought about the economic prosperity of the 80s, 90s and 2000s that their government benefited from were done without workers, and that now the workers should be undermined and crushed. The Albanese Labor government seeks to listen to all sectors of our community while we develop our policies. You saw that in our policy for climate change. The new government received approval from the Business Council, from small business, from the union movement, from educators and from universities, all the people that make a difference in our society. The Jobs and Skills Summit last week brought all sections of the Australian people together to find ways to improve the economy and the lives of all of us, small business, large business, families and pensioners. Yet the Leader of the Opposition chose not to join that. And while we commend the Leader of the National to be part of that debate, everybody needs to be there. Everybody needs to get together and find the things that make a difference. Union members come from all parts of our society. They are our aged care workers, they're our nurses, they're our police, they're our teachers. In 2020, in fact, the industries with the highest membership were in education, public administration, healthcare, electricity and transport. The membership of those industries ranges from 20 to 30% of union members. It is clear that Australians think that unions are somewhere where they can have their case heard and find support. Workers in this country have suffered for 9 years under the previous government, experiencing the worst decline in real wages since records began in 1998, a decline of 3.2%. The previous government didn't advocate for aged care workers. Perhaps if they'd have listened to the unions and the workers that were giving them that information, they wouldn't be subjected to a royal commission that showed under their watch the neglect that was going on. Union members were talking to our side of the House and to the loved ones who were being looked after in aged care about all the things that were going wrong. The previous government has admitted their policy on wages was built on intentional wage suppression. That isn't the reason we have inflationary pressures at the moment. The Australian Institute in May 22 estimated that a 5% wage increase across the entire economy would mean a price increase for a cup of coffee of about 9%. It is not the reason why we have problems at the moment. When the rest of the country came together last week for the Jobs and Skills Summit to find real solutions that the country needs, the opposition decided to live in their own reality. Are the opposition seriously saying to us that business, government, advocacy groups and individuals, and yes, the unions, didn't have an important part to play, an important story to tell? However, what the opposition fails to understand with the way that they have embarked on their period in opposition is that the Australian people have conflict fatigue. The members of my electorate and electorates all over the country voted to have us talk to each other and talk together. We need to be together, and that includes unions who represent such a large part of the Australian people and the people, like the member for Monash said, who voted for everyone.
I thank the member for Werriwa and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, member for Leichhardt. Deputy Speaker, I did think that the new government would be a little bit more careful than they have been from a reputational point of view as to how they appeared in the early days of government, because first impressions last, and how you look in your first 100 days is probably is going to be an enduring view of you and your government and what the people of Australia think of you and who controls you, which is why initially I was extremely surprised that this new Albanese government has been so comfortable and happy to be viewed as being completely controlled and puppeteered by the union movement. But to be fair, I don't think that first suspicion of mine is very reasonable, because I do think it is embarrassing to this new Prime Minister, it is embarrassing to this new government that they have to be shown so publicly to be controlled by the union movement. And then, of course, you remember that they don't really have a choice, because they are controlled internally by the union movement, despite their own judgment as how things look publicly in escapades like last week, if that's what the union movement want, then that's what the union movement will get. It also reminds me, Deputy Speaker, of just how deep the wounds are of the 2019 election loss for the union movement. And of course, had Bill Shorten been elected in 2019, it would have been a very different government for the union movement. A union leader in charge of the country, working with the unions to do what the unions wanted from the Prime Minister's office. And that, of course, is not the case, and the unions had to wait 3 years longer than they were expecting to take over the country and run it again. And so, of course, we do have a situation now where they're not wasting any time and they're not worried whatsoever about perception. They will flaunt and brag the complete control they've got over this new government. Now, there's some political benefit to this side of the House for that, but it is very disappointing to see the reality of it in full view of the people of this country, the unedifying display of being controlled by that narrow caste group. In my home state of South Australia, we have a very regrettable situation right now, thanks to the CFMEU, which has been taken over by the Victorian branch in my home state. There was a guy called Aaron Cartledge, who was the State Secretary of the CFMEU in South Australia. By all reports, a pretty good, reasonable guy, which meant he had no future leading that union. He was driven out of that union, and of course the Victorian branch have taken over the South Australian branch of the CFMEU because Aaron Cartledge didn't live up to the expectations of the CFMEU when it comes to doing things like, not breaking the law. So he's gone, he's been thrown overboard, poor old Aaron Cartledge, and John Setka is now running the CFMEU in my home state of South Australia as well. And what we've seen in the period of time since that has happened has been extremely frightening. Criminal activity is occurring in South Australia. Senior members of the Master Builders Association have had their offices, their private premises vandalised. They've had to hire personal security because they fear for their safety and that of their family. And that's the sort of low-level bikie gang-type tactics that you condone on that side of the House and that you're proud to be associated with. Tony Soprano and his mates in the CFMEU in South Australia, and you want to come in here and defend them. You could be doing yourselves a favour by saying, actually, pardon, Deputy Speaker, they want to come in here and defend that behaviour when, Deputy Speaker, they'd be better off calling it out and saying we don't want to have anything to do with the CFMEU, Deputy Speaker. But the monetary cost of that for the Labor Party is too big a price to pay. Having any moral compass is much too high a price to pay, Deputy Speaker, for this government that is in power because the CFMEU funded them into power. And if they want to stay in power, they need the CFMEU to keep picking up the bill for that. So that is the moral compass, Deputy Speaker, of the government we have right now, that is a wholly owned subsidiary of unions like the CFMEU. And that means that people that engage in criminal behaviour, Deputy Speaker, that means that things that are happening, like in my home state of South Australia, where people are hiring security guards to secure their personal safety because of fear of personal violence against them because they work for the Master Builders Association, that's the kind of people this government happily cashed the cheques from.
I thank the member for Sturt, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker and colleagues. You all know that I'm a frontline doctor, and you all know that I've worked in one of the busiest hospitals and I've been a public servant my whole life. What you may not know is this. A few years ago, it came to my attention that I had been underpaid by my workplace, and it was an inadvertent mistake. But it took a lot of advocacy to try and get this rectified. And one of the groups I turned to, along with my two colleagues, who incidentally happened to be other female doctors, was my union. Now, I've been a member of a union my whole career. I joined when I was an intern 26 years ago. My union is called the AMA. It's still a union, certainly advocates for doctors. Except the only difference is that we have nicer shoes. That's it. But thanks to their advocacy, this wage problem was rectified. Now, the thing that's important here is that I'm a doctor. I've gone through medical school, I've gone through 12 years of specialist training, I even have a PhD. And it was hard. It was hard for me. It was hard for my colleagues. Imagine how much harder it is for our nurses, how much harder it is for our childcare workers. Imagine how much harder it is for the people who stack our shelves and put food on our table. Now, in my maiden speech, I said, healthy, happy workers make the economy hum. I meant every word of it because I was talking about my own lived experience. And what do unions do? Well, unions are the voice for workers. Their mission statement is to basically keep workers healthy and keep workers happy. There is nothing radical about that. It is the right thing to do. And you know what? There's an enormous social and economic benefit that comes with that. And we have seen through this pandemic what has happened. It has exposed the fault lines in our society. Fault lines that were already there but have now been rent wide open. And what are those fault lines? They're poor pay, poor working conditions, and for healthcare workers and aged care workers, and even people in schools, teachers in schools, and our childcare workers, probably suboptimal work health and safety. Okay? I have a lot of lived experience in that field. So those opposite would rather pit Aussie against Aussie. They would rather pit workers against business, workers against industry, school teachers against their governments, because that's what they peddled for 9 long years. It was toxic division. And what has been the end result? The end result is that it has weakened us all. It has nearly brought down the House. Now, we as a government are not here to dwell on the past. We are in repair and recovery mode. And we are focused on rebuilding those foundations that have been crumbling under those opposite. And we're going to rebuild them, and we're going to make them stronger, and we're going to rebuild this house called Australia. I want to speak specifically about healthcare, aged care and childcare. It's one ecosystem. As a working mother, I could never have reached the heights that I did without the service and the dedication of childcare workers who looked after my 2 children. I couldn't have done it. They were like oxygen for me and my career. In healthcare, I have watched nurses, I have watched social workers, I have watched physiotherapists, pharmacists, all the support staff run down during this pandemic. There is only one government that is going to bring people together, and that is us. And we are working in the national interest to repair these divisions so that we can all prosper and we can stop this attrition from these critical industries. And that only comes by valuing our essential workers, who, after all, as our Prime Minister said, are a national asset. They are a national asset, and without them, mission-critical industries like health, like aged care, like childcare, like logistics cannot function. Thank you.
I thank the member for Higgins. The discussion has concluded, and I call the member for McNamara.
Acting Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 3 of 2022, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Do I need to give the report to now? Barnaby, can I have leave?
Barnaby, is leave granted, Minister?
I was considering it, but no, it seems all right. Let's go.
Leave is granted.
Most gracious I am for the member for New England. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to present the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights Third Scrutiny Report of 2022. And before speaking to the substances of this report, I would like to start by saying that I'm honoured to have been elected chair of this important committee after having briefly served on it as a member in the last parliament. I also would like to congratulate the member for Banks, who has been elected Deputy Chair, and I'm looking forward to working with him and all of the other committee members in this important committee. As members may be aware, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights has been in operation for 10 years, having recently celebrated 10 years of human rights scrutiny in August this year. The committee has a unique statutory mandate. It examines all bills and legislative instruments that come before either House of Parliament for compatibility with Australia's core human rights obligations and any human rights matter referred to it by the Attorney-General. The committee's legislative scrutiny function is to inform both houses of Parliament as to the compatibility of proposed and existing Australian legislation with international human rights law. It does not consider the broader policy merits of legislation when performing its scrutiny function, but it has been established to contribute meaningfully to the consideration of human rights by our Parliament. The committee generally pursues scrutiny through dialogue with the Executive, and where legislation raises a human rights concern that is not adequately explained in the accompanying statement of compatibility, the committee often seeks further information from the Minister, including whether a limitation on human rights is justifiable. This model is evidenced in the committee's third scrutiny report. In this report, the committee has considered 39 new bills and 816 new legislative instruments, and of these the committee is seeking further information in relation to 1 bill and 3 instruments. In particular, the committee is seeking further information in relation to the Social Security Administration Amendment Repeal of the Cashless Debit Card and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill seeks to abolish the Cashless Debit Card program and transition certain individuals to the income management regime following the closure of this program. For many years, Acting Speaker, the Human Rights Committee raised concerns regarding the compatibility of the Cashless Debit Card program with multiple human rights. In particular, the committee has previously considered that the CDC program impermissibly limits the rights to social security, a private life and equality and non-discrimination. As such, abolishing the Cashless Debit Card program is a rights-enhancing measure that addresses the many human rights concerns raised by the committee in relation to the program. In particular, those removed from any form of welfare restrictions, Abolishing the CDC program ends the adverse impact of the program on people's human rights. However, the committee also notes that by transitioning certain participants to the mandatory income management, the bill would limit a number of human rights. To better assess the human rights compatibility of this measure, the committee is seeking further information from the Minister for Social Services. In this report, the committee also made some short advisory comments regarding the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. This committee considers this bill by removing the prohibition on the territory governments legislating for voluntary assisted dying, promotes the rights of citizens to take part in public affairs. As the bill does not itself make voluntary assisted dying legal, the committee considers that it does not directly engage in any other human rights. I thank the committee secretariat for their diligent work in preparing this report. We have outstanding human rights legal advisors and experts working for the committee. It's one of the great parts of this parliament to have such people of high calibre willing to serve it, and I look forward to working with all members as we work through other bits of legislation in the 47th parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, the member for McNamara. Is the member for Banks seeking leave? Is leave granted? Yep. Leave is granted? Yes. Yes. Yeah.
We all give leave.
Call a member for Banks.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm speaking in relation to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights report as the Deputy Chair, and I want to thank the Chair, Deputy Speaker, for his constructive and professional management of the committee, and also the Secretariat for all of their work in putting together the report. And while the coalition members of the committee do support the vast majority of the content of the report, we do differ with the majority on the issue of the characterisation of the cashless debit card. So, to explain the reasons for that difference, Deputy Speaker, At 1.36 in the report states that for many years the committee has raised concerns regarding the human rights compatibility of the cashless debit card program with multiple human rights. As such, in abolishing this specific program, the committee considers this bill is a rights-enhancing measure. I and the coalition members do not agree with that conclusion. We're of the view that the benefits of the cashless debit card are substantial and constitute a permissible limitation on human rights. And without going into immense detail, Deputy Speaker, there is a four-limb test in relation to human rights issues, and many aspects of government legislation, in fact probably most aspects of government legislation, touch in some way on human rights issues. But when those issues are touched on in a way which is permissible under the four criteria, that legislation can go forward. And we certainly believe that this legislation complies with those four criteria. Then those four criteria being, firstly, that the limitation is prescribed by law. That's done very clearly, Deputy Speaker, with the cashless debit card, with the provisions in Part 3D of the Social Security Administration Act 1999. It's very clearly set out, so that limit of the test is clearly satisfied. The second is that the limitation seeks to achieve a legitimate objective. The objectives of the cashless debit card are very clearly set out in the legislation, Deputy Speaker, and they are very significant and important objectives, and that is to reduce spending on things such as alcoholic beverages, gambling and illegal drugs, to support program participants and voluntary participants with their budgeting strategies, and to encourage socially responsible behaviour. So quite reasonable objectives. The third limb is that the limitation is rationally connected to that objective, which it is, and indeed the University of Adelaide's report on the card demonstrated some very positive outcomes of it, including that over half of the respondents were in favour of the cashless debit card, and that 45% of respondents had said that the card had improved things for themselves and their family. And finally, Deputy Speaker, that the limitation is proportionate, which it is. There are more than 1 million retail outlets at which the card could be used, demonstrating its accessibility, and more than 4,000 people had voluntarily taken up the card, demonstrating its proportionality, because clearly if people are taking it up voluntarily, they are doing so because they believe it is in their best interests. So for those reasons, Deputy Speaker, we do believe that the cashless debit card legislation was a permissible limitation on human rights, and myself, Senator O'Sullivan and Senator Price have included some dissenting comments to that effect.
I thank the member for Banks. I have to report that the Fair Work Amendment, Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill, which is here. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to, and I call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
I thank the House. I move that this bill be now read a third time. In doing so, I want to thank all members for their contributions in this debate. For many of the contributions that were made by members, they were not easy speeches for people to give. And where there have been different views on the best way forward here, those views have been put really respectfully, and it's been a fairly extraordinary moment for the parliament. Various issues have been raised where people have suggested different forms of amendments, and there's been a Senate inquiry that's come back and reported during this time as well. First of all, to remind the House, the bill in front of us provides employees with 10 days of paid leave to deal with the impacts of family and domestic violence. The test that we've used in how we've made the decisions is a really simple principle, that no one should have to choose between their pay and their safety. And that has taken us down some pathways which do not ordinarily apply to leave entitlements. It's why there is a form of entitlement that is there for casuals. It's why the rate of pay is at the actual hourly rate rather than simply the base rate of pay. To do anything less in either of those situations would have reopened the challenge where workers were being asked to choose between their safety and their pay. The Senate inquiry has recommended that there be a review in 18 months. The Senate inquiry specifically has asked for that review to be given in terms of the impact on business, particularly small business. The government is happy to take up the recommendation that there be a review in 18 months, although the review would deal with the full scope of the impact of the legislation, because there are other issues that have been raised where some have suggested that the scope could be widened further. The legislation in front of us is world-leading. We are taking a step that hasn't been taken in this way by other governments around the world. I would like us to take it, and the government would like us to take it, and then in 18 months' time do the review to see whether questions need to be raised about the scope. But we don't want to take the scope further than we have. Everything that we've done so far has been based on that very simple test of making sure that workers are not choosing between their safety and their pay. Some of the opposition members have raised the prospect of could the review be in 18 months' time rather than— could the review be in 12 months' time rather than 18 months' time? The reason the government will stick with the 18-month recommendation is because we have delayed the implementation for small business for a further 6 months. So effectively we wouldn't get the full scope of 12 months of operation if we were to bring forward the review in the way that that's been requested by some members of the opposition. That said, I want to thank everybody for their contributions. I would remind the House of the other actions that the government is taking in this area, because different contributions during the debate have raised this, and I want to thank the Minister for Social Services for the critical work she's doing in her portfolio, including $1.3 billion in women's safety for initiatives to support the implementation of the National Plan, delivering on our election commitment to provide 500 additional frontline and community workers to support women and children experiencing domestic violence, $100 million for crisis and transitional housing to assist women fleeing violence, and establishing the new Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Commission. The bill won't solve the problem of family and domestic violence by itself, but it's one of the things that can be done, and it's something that's before us now. I'm very mindful of the fact that the first mayor, the first employer in Australia was a Victorian council, the first place actually in the world to introduce this form of leave. The mayor who did that is now the member for Corangamite. And one of the early campaigners on this issue, when she was Assistant Secretary of the ASU, was the person who then became Secretary and we now know as Senator Linda White. So in terms of each of the houses, some of the very early campaigners on this issue, one has been here for the debate in the House of Representatives, and we now have the opportunity to send the bill across to the Senate. I expect it will come back to us briefly. There is a technical amendment still being drafted as a result of the Senate inquiry, which will be moved as a government amendment. But I hope we are in a situation very soon where we are seeing this legislation go through its final stages and Australia is able to take this step.
I thank the Leader of the House. The question is that this bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 to provide for paid family and domestic violence leave and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day, number 2, Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I thank all members for their contributions to this very important debate. There has never been a greater need for an independent statutory body such as this to advise government to identify skill shortages in our labour market, in our economy, and also more precisely forecast areas of emerging demand, so that when we make very significant investments in education and training, we do so with an understanding of what's happening in the labour market. What are the skills that employers need to fill vacancies? What are the skills that workers need so that they have skills in demand, which will of course provide more secure work and indeed capacity to progress through their working life. As we know, Deputy Speaker, Australia is experiencing acute skill shortages. Tightening labour market conditions have exacerbated existing workforce pressures. And indeed, as we heard at the Jobs and Skills Summit, employers around the country are experiencing significant challenges finding suitably skilled staff to fill vacancies, and many workers do not have those skills that align with the current needs of industry and businesses. There is a genuine and growing need for a workforce with relevant and high-quality skills in traditional sectors like construction and the care workforce, and in emerging sectors such as clean energy and digital technology. So we need to act now. The initial creation of Jobs and Skills Australia will enable essential work that's needed to find solutions to these skills and workforce challenges to start as soon as practicable. We also need to work in partnership with industry, unions, the education and training sector and students to ensure we get this right. And we will engage widely, including being informed by the Jobs and Skills Summit, before introducing further legislation to establish the permanent Jobs and Skills Australia. This approach will ensure that this body is designed in a way that considers the needs of all key stakeholders in our workforce, in our skills sector. We need to make sure that it is informed by those in the real economy. We need to make sure that states and territories that deliver much of education and training are also involved and engaged. The passage of these bills through the Parliament will also allow work to begin on the workforce capacity study into Australia's clean energy workforce, as announced at the Jobs and Skills Summit, with an additional resourcing of $1.9 million, an area that's transitioning now but will require a very significant increase insofar as skilled workers are concerned. A new set of skills required for a sector that's changing dramatically. These are shared challenges, and all levels of government, industry, business, employers, unions, education providers must work together if we want to unlock the full potential of Australia's workforce and ensure that Australians have the skills and training needed for the jobs of today and indeed for the future. Can I also note the legislation, or the second bill, will effectively repeal the National Skills Commission. The National Skills Commission did some good work in collecting data, but its remit was rather narrow. I want to say to this place that, or through this place to the Australian people, that I spoke with the National Skills Commissioner. I did thank him for the work that he undertook in terms of identifying shortages, and I appreciated the engagement we have had. But I do believe that the new body will be broader and be informed by the real economy, engaging state and territory governments, which I think will provide a more effective means to identify and forecast skill shortages. I'd also like to note the consultations with the members for Indi and the members for Indi and Kennedy, and Senators Faruqi and Pocock, and thank them for their engagement, their constructive discussions that, of course, we have had on this matter. The issues raised by them will be addressed in consideration and detail, which will be most likely tomorrow, as I understand it. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who was engaged in this debate and contributed to the debate, and particularly those who put forward very constructive proposals. Whilst I didn't agree with all of them, the fact is the spirit in which they were put and the fact that they, many of them will add value to the future, the direction of the government after the enactment of this legislation is a good thing.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an Act to establish Jobs and Skills Australia and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. I call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that further consideration of the bill be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is that this bill be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Jobs and Skills Australia, National Skills Commissioner Repeal, Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is now that this bill be now read a second time. And the question is, all those in favour say aye, opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the Minister. I call the clerk, sorry.
Second reading, a bill for an Act to repeal the National Skills Commissioner Act 2020 and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I move that further consideration of this bill be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is that the further consideration of this bill be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Aged Care Amendment, Implementing Care Reform Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendments moved by the members for Farrer and Mayo.
And I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Aged Care Amendment, Implementing Care Reforms Bill 2022. It's heartening that this government is moving quickly on the recommendations arising from the Royal Commission into aged care. The Royal Commission's findings were a wake-up call to the nation. They called for fundamental and systemic reform. Yet I was frustrated by the pace of reform from the former coalition government. System reform, I understand, is hard, but it doesn't mean we delay, especially not when so many Australians live in a broken system and in conditions which the Royal Commission referred to as neglect. Schedule 1 of the bill will require approved providers of residential aged care and certain kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse on site and on duty at each residential facility for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, at each facility operated by them. This goes towards implementing Recommendation 86 of the Royal Commission. Mr Deputy Speaker, a long time ago, I was a Director of Nursing at a bush nursing hospital and aged care centre. And then more recently, prior to coming to Parliament, I was a volunteer director at a larger aged care facility. In both places, we always had 24/7 registered nurses, and I'm really proud that we did, because the quality of the care in those places was greatly enhanced by their presence. And we did that because when the bell rings in an aged care facility in the middle of the night, you cannot know if the bell is ringing because a resident is thirsty and can't reach their water, or if that bell is ringing because that resident has fallen and needs complex assessment of their needs. Or perhaps they need their pain relief carefully titrated, or perhaps they've awoken confused with unstable blood sugars from their diabetes, or indeed any number of a multitude of significant health needs. The complexity of care, the unpredictable nature of an acute exacerbation, requires highly trained professional expertise from a registered nurse. Having worked as a nurse and a midwife across the northeast of Victoria for decades, I know how important it is to respond to calls for help quickly. Aged care is frail care. To respond to that care with a registered nurse prevents unnecessary emergency department admissions. It prevents unnecessary transfers of elderly, frail people to other locations, and it prevents unnecessary distress to their family and their friends. And I know that in the daylight hours as well as the night time, how important careful clinical assessment, review, planning is for early intervention in things like urinary tract infections, delirium, and to provide evidence-based dementia care and palliative care. Not only does it prevent pain and suffering and distress and ED admissions, it also prevents GP call-ins, and we know how precious our GP resources are. It's unacceptable to leave older Australians in residential care without highly trained registered nurses that they need, and I've been calling for the full implementation of the Royal Commission recommendations since that report was tabled, because the findings of that recommendation on this aspect was particularly woeful. The statistics speak for themselves. 1 in 3 people in residential care have experienced substandard care. Nearly 1 in 5 have experienced assault. 1 in 2 have concerns about understaffing and calls going unanswered. With Australians living longer and having more complex healthcare needs into old age, it's becoming increasingly important to deliver registered nursing care in our aged care centres. Our aged care population have increasing comorbidities and chronic disease, and many aspects of daily care, of course, don't require a registered nurse. They can be undertaken by well-trained, compassionate personal care attendants, but the round-the-clock supervision of a registered nurse is critical to the quality of that care. Registered nurses provide clinical assessment and decision-making, surveillance and intervention, and leadership, education and research. Their support for personal care attendants, for allied health professionals, for GPs, for families, by providing expert and timely advice, by bringing together a holistic model of care that caters to the needs of residents in their entirety. I know that having nurses on site benefits both residents, families and staff, and I know that it benefits the acute health sector by avoiding unnecessary admissions. The impacts spread well beyond the front door of the facilities, and as I said before, we have an overstretched, overworked and stressed GP workforce. To have 24/7 nurses in our residential aged care facilities prevents out-of-hours GP calls. When I talk to providers about this change, many of them ask me, though, where are we going to find the staff? We have a workforce crisis in my electorate, and it's very difficult to fill vacant spots that already exist, let alone ones to come. I spoke to an aged care provider, a CEO, last night who told me exactly this, and I visited a small aged care facility in Alexandra recently who told me exactly this. We're running really short on registered nurses, they told me. So we need to see more detail from this government about how the legislation will impact small providers in rural, regional and remote locations. And I know my colleagues from across rural and regional Australia in this House have similar concerns. My residential aged care centres already have registered nurses constantly on call. But for many, this isn't just an issue of rostering staff. Our aged care health workforce is overworked and underpaid, and aged care centres often don't roster registered nurses to work into the night. They simply keep them on call. So finding the workforce to fulfil this requirement will not come easy because of the long-term erosion of the sector. And I'm fearful that some small providers simply may not be able to find a registered nurse workforce by the time the requirement comes into force. And this could mean that they have to close. So we need to be really careful about this. We can't let there be unintended consequences for small aged care facilities closing in the regions when there already is a thin market. We don't want to have a situation where our elderly, rural residents have to move to another town for their care. So we need to be pulling out all stops to train and retrain registered nurses into regional areas. We need to be thinking about things like HECS forgiveness, scholarships. We need to be thinking about, not just thinking actually, we need to be doing action into our regional universities. We need to make sure that in rural and regional towns we have the childcare available to enable our workforce to train or retrain. And we need to make sure that we have the availability of housing to enable clinical placements, to name but some of the barriers we're facing in the regions. The legislation says that there will be exemptions to this requirement, which the Minister is currently consulting with providers, advocates and people in care about exactly when those exemptions will be granted. However, this doesn't give much peace of mind right now to small providers who may support the intent of the policy wholeheartedly, as I do, but simply can't recruit in time. So I would urge the government to act expeditiously to bring these recommendations forward so that we know with certainty in the regions how we're going to manage this. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting the second reading amendment tabled by the member for Farrer, which notes that of aged care providers who don't currently have a registered nurse on site and on duty at all times. It notes that 53% of those are based in regional and remote areas and 86% of them are small providers. This second reading amendment requires the draft subordinate legislation setting out the exemptions to these requirements to be provided by the government to the parliament so that they can be scrutinised by members and senators. I hope that the minister also sees fit to bring the subordinate legislation setting out minutes of care, part of recommendation 86, to the parliament as well, as this will have similar effect. In supporting this amendment, I acknowledge the minister's desire to get this legislation through and to get on with reform. I also note, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I don't want to see rural, regional or remote registered nurses having a second-rate quality of care by long delays in implementing this change. What I want to see is the support to the regions to get these nurses into our aged care. There's some terrific examples of how we're doing this in Indi, and I want to call out specifically the Alpine Institute, which is run by Alpine Health, a multi-purpose service in my electorate. And they've been growing their own aged care workers for some time, but they need investment, particularly around student accommodation, so that they can upskill their personal care attendants and Division 2 nurses up into Division 1. And I want to touch on briefly nurse practitioners. This is the most untapped resource in aged care. I spoke to Minister Butler about this recently. We need to look carefully at the skill mix more broadly, and we need to be looking at nurse practitioners. The expertise of these highly skilled nurses could completely transform our aged care sector. I've had considerable experience with older person nurse practitioners and with mental health nurse practitioners, and they're an incredible resource. They could be mobilised across our aged care sector if policy levers were shifted now to allow them to operate in a way that they could operate to their full scope of practice. Their access to Medicare items needs addressing urgently, and I brought this to the former government. I want to see action on this. I call on the government to work closely with the College of Nurse Practitioners to get this happening. Nurse practitioners get better symptom management in a timely way. They avoid complications. They take pressure away from our public health system, and they too take pressure off our overstretched GP workforce. That's a lost opportunity. It's one we could fix. So I really call on the government to get on with this. The other thing that they do, of course, is they provide expert medication management. And anyone who's worked in aged care knows the challenges of polypharmacy with elderly people. Our nurse practitioners are experts with this. The second schedule will require the Secretary to publish information in relation to aged care services. These services will be specified in subordinate legislation and can include information about how much providers spend on care, nursing, food, maintenance, cleaning, administration and profits. This will allow consumers to make an informed decision. This information is already provided to the Department from Aged Services, and it makes sense that it's also made public so that families and people considering entering aged care can evaluate their options. I have long called for this and the star rating system for aged care providers, and this data is a crucial building block in creating an honest, transparent system for consumers to learn what applies. This is sensible reform, and I'm pleased to support it today. The third schedule will enable the government to cap the management and administration fees that approved providers can apply to home care package recipients and remove the ability of approved providers to charge the care recipient an exit amount. Up to 45% to 50% of the costs of home care packages go to management and administration fees, and there's no way to tell if the reasonable fees that providers are allowed to charge bear any relationship to the actual cost involved, and it's time these costs were properly regulated. In the area of Hume, which closely mirrors my electorate, there were 2,224 people on home care packages earlier this year. Ageing at a home is clearly the preference of many of my constituents, so this change will be welcome news to them and their families and will hopefully stop them getting ripped off, so they know that the fees they're paying are going directly to the care rather than other administrative purposes. And I want to take a moment here to acknowledge the work of the member for Mayo, who has been a dogged advocate on behalf of older Australians. I was honoured to second her private member's bill last year, Aged Care Amendment Making Aged Care Fees Fairer Bill 2021. Like the member for Mayo, I'm concerned that a lot of the details of this reform will be set out in subordinate legislation, which does not allow us as a parliament to scrutinise whether they go far enough to prevent the cost shifting, the risk of cost shifting and gold-plating other services and equipment charges. And I will be pleased to support her amendments when the time comes. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is still so much to be fixed within the home care package system. The wait still gets longer and longer, tens of thousands of people long. In North East Victoria, the number of people on the wait list is getting larger, not smaller, and that's unacceptable. And I call on the government to commit to meeting that standard too, set by the Royal Commission. Immediately deliver home care packages for all who need them, and cap wait times for home care packages at 1 month. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, right now, all around the nation, aged care workers are providing care to older Australians, whether that be home-based care, residential aged care. When we go to sleep at night, aged care workers will be continuing that care, and when we wake up in the morning, they'll be there still, and I thank them. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Indi. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Farrer moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Mayo has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view to substituting other words. I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, nothing highlights the failures and the incompetence of the Morrison government more so than its handling, or should I say mishandling, of aged care services, a sector that has been in crisis for years. A sector that had been the subject of some 20 aged care reviews in the past 20 years, including a review by a committee of this parliament. Indeed, the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport had an inquiry entitled The Quality of Care in Residential Aged Care Facilities in Australia only some 3 years ago when we handed down our report. A report that had some 14 recommendations, which in turn had many other parts to them, and Mr Deputy Speaker, which you would be very familiar of because you were on that committee, as was I. And many of the issues that have subsequently been raised by the Royal Commission and others were matters that that committee closely looked at and reported back to government about. And yet we did very little about it in terms of seeing any real action coming from the Morrison government. The problems with aged care not only were well known because of so many of those reports, but in particular the Oakden inquiry in South Australia lifted the lid on much of the practices that were then subsequently exposed by both our committee inquiry and by the Royal Commission. And indeed, Oakden was not an isolated case. There were so many other examples of similar bad practice. And perhaps we'll never get to them all, because the truth of the matter is that I suspect that many of them went unreported, were covered up in different ways and never fully exposed as they should have been. Finally, when the Morrison government did reluctantly implement a Royal Commission, it used the Royal Commission, in my view, as an excuse to defer action that it could have implemented at the time, because there were many things that could have been done as a result of the previous inquiries and that the government was aware of that would have changed and improved the system, even if it was as interim measures at the time. In other words, allow the Royal Commission to proceed, but there were interim measures that could have been carried out that would have helped people much more so than what the government actually did. Instead, what we did see was not only the Royal Commission deferring any real action from the government, but we had, from memory, about 100,000 people still on waiting lists for appropriate home care packages. And we also had too many people in aged care facilities that were poorly cared for. And the poor care was through no fault of the people who work within the sector. Those staff who work within the sector do an extraordinary job under some very difficult conditions. And Mr Deputy Speaker, as you would know, they are underpaid, overworked, under-resourced, and at times they have to do work for which they are unqualified to do. If they were given the support that they needed, they would be able to deliver much better services, because I know that most of them, in fact all the ones I've spoken to, are people that are very passionate about their work, love doing the work they do, and have a genuine care for the clients that they look after or the residents that they look after. But the reality is that they have not been given the support that they need. And I say to all of those workers in the aged care sector, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years when we went through the COVID pandemic, when there was additional restrictions which prevented family members and visitors from going into those centres and providing perhaps a little bit of extra support as well, the aged care workforce did a magnificent job in caring for the people under their care. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have around 277,000 people who work in aged care facilities. They deserve our gratitude and our recognition for what they do, but they also deserve the increased support and that this legislation begins the process of delivering for them. The requirement of providers to provide transparency about how much is spent on care, nursing, food, maintenance, cleaning, administration and profits will make providers accountable. And as the member for Indi quite rightly pointed out, it will also give families important information for them when making choices about which facility best suits their needs. The accountability process, I believe, will also add towards ensuring that providers of aged care lift their own standards in order to be competitive, because they know that potential residents will look around before they sign up with a particular provider. With respect to that, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I note that the member for Indi touched on the star rating system. In 2019, there was a study by the Centre for Health Services Development which used a 5-star rating method to define adequacy of staffing care in facilities. That study found that more than half of all Australian aged care residents are in homes that have, in their view, a 1 or 2 star rating level for staffing. 1 or 2 stars. Now, in a 5-star system, that to me indicates it's a pretty poor level of service. 27% of the homes of the residents were in homes that had a 3-star rating, and only 15% were in homes with a 4 or 5-star rating, and in fact, can I say, 1.3% only were in homes of a 5-star rating. It just shows that, yes, there is a difference and there is some very good homes out there, but the overwhelming majority of residents within those homes simply were not being provided the care that this study suggests they should have been provided with. So transparency will bring competitiveness and accountability back into the system, and in my view that will, can only lift the standard of care that is being provided. The bill will also ensure that a registered nurse will be on site and on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at each residential facility. And that responsibility will apply from the 1st of July 2023. So it's just under a year away, and it provides providers with some time to get the additional staff that they need. And I accept that that in itself will be a challenge, but I don't believe that the shortage of staff is solely because there is not enough nurses out there. And indeed, referring back to the study from the Centre for Health Service Development report, I also note that when it came to their assessment of registered nurses in aged care facilities, they found that between 2003 and 2016, the number of registered nurses in residential aged care facilities fell from 21.4% to 14.9%, by a third, and the number of enrolled nurses fell from 14.4% to 9.3%, again by about a third. Those reductions in nursing staff over that period didn't result because there was a shortage of nurses available. They resulted because of cost-cutting measures that were implemented by many of the providers. And again, as others have quite rightly pointed out, enrolled or registered nurses within these facilities actually save communities and governments a lot of money. As a result, if you have a nurse on site at all times, it will very likely prevent a hospital admission. It may well prevent even a doctor's attendance, because there might be medical needs that can be provided by a qualified and an experienced nurse. And as such, not only will the patient benefit because they will get immediate service, but it will mean that there will be a savings at the other end that will otherwise be incurred if the person is admitted into hospital or if a GP has to come out. And indeed, on the issue of the GPs coming out, Mr Deputy Speaker, you would be well aware that it was becoming increasingly difficult for GPs to attend aged care facilities because the remuneration they were receiving for their service was also becoming inadequate for the time that they were spending out there. And so that in itself became a problem, whereby having an enrolled or registered nurse on deck would have made a difference to the well-being and care of the resident. The bill also caps the amount that home care providers can charge for administration and management, and that is an issue that has been brought to my attention as a Member of Parliament and perhaps to other members in this place on many occasions. It seemed to me that the issue of providing funds for packages and services to aged care, to people that required those services, much of the funds were used up in administration fees. And just as badly, if residents tried to switch provider, then they were charged a fairly exorbitant exit fee, which made it almost impossible for them to switch because they would lose much of the funding that was provided to them. That has to come to an end, and quite frankly, the funds were provided for services, not for admin costs, and I believe that there was at least some providers who were exploiting the system, making good money out of their admin costs and providing little in the way of services, and I'm pleased to see that again this matter is being addressed. And all three of those matters that I've touched on were recommendations of the Royal Commission. Not surprisingly, they were matters that I think many of us were aware of and should have been addressed and could have been addressed much earlier. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I just wrap up by saying this? Many of the residents who enter aged care facilities today do so towards the end of their life when they are in a situation of needing much greater care. Many of them prefer to stay at home for as long as they can, and with the support of government services have been able to do so. So they enter these aged care facilities at a time of very high need. That is the time when the staff in those centres need to be able to spend more time with them in order to support them. And yet what we're seeing is the reverse, that staff are run off their feet, not having time to look after them in the way that they should, and in turn the level of care diminishes. Again, not through any fault of the staff, but simply through the pressures that are put on them to provide the services that they would like to otherwise provide. And so, as higher care needs more time, more skills, in my view, that also means that we need to appropriately pay and remunerate those people who work in the aged care system for the services that they are providing, because if not, as we have already seen, many of them simply exit that particular sector because the remuneration simply isn't there, and nobody can blame them for that. Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation picks up on some of the recommendations of the Royal Commission. Yes, there is a lot more to do, and yes, delivering on this and on even the requirements within this legislation can be challenging. But it's a start in the right direction. I'm pleased to see that the government is making it a priority of this government, and I'm more than happy to say let's work through these issues one at a time so that we can ensure that the Australians that ultimately end up in aged care facilities get the services and the support they need. We have, in this country, over 1 million people today that are over the age of 80 years. Many of them will end up in one of these facilities, and many of them, unless they are given the care that they need, will also spend their last 3 years living in a way that I don't think anyone of us would want for ourselves or for our own parents.
I thank the member for Macon. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome early implementation of some of the Royal Commission recommendations. It's a step in the right direction to protect our most vulnerable. However, I note that this bill is introducing only a few of the 148 recommendations made by the Royal Commission, and even within the limited scope of this bill, there are many substantive issues that are likely to inspire differing views that are intended to be addressed in delegated legislation and so not be subject to rigorous debate and scrutiny in this House. This bill sets out some good changes. The government's commitment to 24/7 nursing is welcome. We need to ensure that the elderly in our community have access to immediate medical assistance if required. However, my electorate and I are concerned about how this commitment will be fulfilled. In this climate of severe skills shortages, where will all these nurses be found? And how will the compliance of providers be enforced? And how do we ensure that smaller providers can comply? What does it mean for training levels of other staff? I understand that exemptions may need to be granted given the current staffing challenges, especially in rural and regional areas, but there's no visibility of how exemptions will be given. The amendments to the bill proposed today by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and the member for Mayo require greater detail on these potential exemptions, which would allow appropriate scrutiny and discussion, and I'll be supporting these amendments. It is important that the implementation of these changes not be delayed, but proper scrutiny of the proposed exemptions is required to ensure a balance between access to better care and practical and geographical constraints. The issues addressed in this bill are a good start, but just a start, and I look forward to seeing the government responding to the rest of the recommendations as soon as possible. In my electorate, both experts and those with lived experience of aged care are looking forward to the broader review of the aged care legislation. They've asked me to advocate for a better system. For example, I've had multiple aged care advocates contact me expressing concern about related clauses in the recent Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Royal Commission Response Bill 2022. Constituents have told me they were particularly worried about Schedule 9 of the Royal Commission Bill, which legislates on restrictive practices in aged care. The question of consent, for example, for chemical restraint, needs to be aligned nationally. In Western Australia, facilities can give consent for chemical restraint even if a family member has guardianship. A constituent told me of her mother, who was made to take tablets that caused nausea and a number of falls. The facility told the family the pills were required as the woman was aggressive, but this seemed unlikely to the woman's daughter. They were concerned to arrive in the middle of the day to find their mother asleep. In the lead-up to the drafting of the new Aged Care Act, my constituents want to know that there will be a robust and extensive consultation process. They want to be informed as soon as possible of the community engagement process that will be undertaken to ensure that the new legislation is written with a human rights lens and consumer focus to ensure the inclusion of a range of issues such as mandatory reporting of sexual assault. Another area of reform needed is cultural safety. Recommendation 3 of the Royal Commission was that the Act should incorporate this principle. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are entitled to receive support and care that is culturally safe and recognises the importance of their personal connection to community and country. Neither of the recent aged care amendment bills address this principle. Accepting this principle would require 3 things. Firstly, the use of culturally appropriate assessment tools to understand needs. Secondly, supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to use aged care funding through home care packages to maintain their connection to country. And thirdly, supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to access aged care support from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care providers. There are few of these, and many providers are church-based, with whom Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people may have difficult histories of forcible institutionalisation. It's worth noting that the aged care access rate for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Perth is half the national average for capital cities at 8.5%. This goes to a fundamental principle that needs to inform the broader review of the aged care legislation of ensuring that service development is informed by the people affected by it. There's also work to be done on public reporting of complaints and incidents. One story brought to my attention was of an elderly lady assaulted by a staff member. The incident was reported to police and the staff member consequently resigned. But as there's no public reporting or record, the family fears that the worker could go on to be employed by another aged care facility. While this bill is a start, I look forward to these recommendations and others from the Royal Commission being adopted in further legislation. Thank you.
I thank the member for Curtin. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I say from the outset how proud I am to be standing here on this side of the chamber as a member of the Albanese Labor government. During the 2022 federal election, Labor took strong aged care policies to the people, which would ensure that we are able to support our older Australians. The people gave us a mandate, and we are wasting no time in fulfilling it. Labor understands the need to reform the aged care sector. The Royal Commission into Aged Care provided a sobering insight into the flaws in the aged care system, flaws that had been allowed to continue for far too long. Too many older Australians have been suffering due to issues in the aged care system, a lack of care and attention by people who are charged with providing care and support, and a lack of standards and accountability to prevent the lack of care we have witnessed and, sadly, our older Australians have experienced all too often. The report acknowledged neglect in a system where it should not exist. It uncovered severe problems that need the response from a strong government, and that's what we are providing. Labor is that government, and we are working as quickly as we can with the aged care sector to rectify the issues that have been identified and to fulfil the recommendations of the final report of the Royal Commission into Aged Care. The passage of this bill will ensure the implementation of several important and urgent aged care reforms. These reforms were pledged by Labor at the 2022 federal election, and as I said, the Albanese Labor government is wasting no time in delivering on the promises we made to the Australian people. Importantly, this bill responds to key recommendations of the final report, and this Commission report, with the recommendations of which this government is committed to adhering to, ensures a better, safer and more fair aged care sector. The bill will lift care and quality standards in aged care and, importantly, will create the mandatory standard to have a registered nurse on site at all times in residential aged care facilities. This was a core recommendation of the Commission report, a core pledge from Labor at the election, and as a government we are delivering on this pledge. The significance of this change cannot be understated or overstated. This will immensely improve health outcomes in aged care facilities. 24/7 RN presence in our aged care homes means more people can receive qualified medical assistance when they need it. No matter what time of the day or night, that support is needed. It will save thousands upon thousands of stressful, expensive and often unnecessary trips to hospital and emergency departments, ensuring there is less pressure on our hospitals and older Australians are able to get support where and when they need it, and critically, where they live. I know concerns have been shared with me, Deputy Speaker, about the ability to recruit and retain RNs, and particularly in the regions. The Albanese Labor Government, through the Department of Health and Aged Care and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, will work with providers to ensure they are able to meet this obligation. The government has established a wide range of programs to attract nursing staff to aged care homes and to retain them, and this includes 1,300 transition to practice programs for nursing graduates, 1,900 scholarships, support for 5,250 clinical placements and an annual retention payment of up to $6,000. The government is working to address the issues that we currently face and the issues that we may face into the future. I must note also that this bill will provide a mechanism in extenuating circumstances for an exemption framework to apply, which will be further specified in consultation with experts and the aged care sector. This exemption in extraordinary circumstances is particularly important for facilities in rural and regional Australia, like in my electorate, that are justifiably concerned about obtaining and retaining staff. The last thing they want to do is fall foul of the new standards and the new law. But this government will work with them to meet the requirements that they need to. We won't leave them behind. The bill will also place a cap on the amount that home care providers can charge for administration and management, as well as prevent providers being able to charge exit fees for their services. Time after time, I have spoken with constituents in my electorate who have provided me with bills from their aged care provider that include absolutely huge administrative fees that are completely out of touch with the care that they are provided with that's incorporated into those bills, completely out of whack. You know, no sensible person could look at those invoices and think this makes any sense at all. The rorting of the system is affecting older Australians who are trying to remain in their homes for longer, and it is limiting the services that they can achieve from the home care package system. The government is about giving power to the people and ending the rorts and extortions that we have seen far too often under the previous government. Labor is ensuring that home care packages are able to be used to their maximum to support people at home and enable them to remain in their homes for as long as they can. Home care packages should not be sucked up by unnecessary and overbearing administrative fees. This change is about ensuring bang for buck and service being delivered under those packages. This bill ensures that happens. It makes another strong commitment from the federal election into a reality. And finally, Deputy Speaker, this bill will fulfil the desire that all Australians want to see more of: transparency and accountability. This government pledged to the people that, if elected, we would be a more transparent and accountable government, and we are. We pledged to implement a federal anti-corruption commission. We heard from the Attorney-General today, that will be next week, that ensures transparency and accountability, and we are doing just that. And we pledged more transparency and accountability in aged care. The Albanese Labor government is today delivering on this pledge with the passage of this bill. This bill will require the Department Secretary to publish certain information about aged care providers and their services. This will improve transparency by ensuring information is available to the public on how much providers are spending on care, nursing, food, maintenance, cleaning, administration, and how much profit they're making. This will help rebuild trust in the sector and ensure that providers are publicly held to account for the funds they spend on caring for their residents. This bill also ensures that those living in rural and regional aged care facilities are not left behind.
People in our regions, like in my electorate of Lyons, deserve the same standard of care as those living in aged care facilities of our major cities. And, Deputy Speaker, it must be said in my electorate, I've been meeting with aged care providers about Labor's plan for the aged care system and what the changes might mean for them. From the outset, I must say I'm incredibly proud of the level of care that is being given across the board to aged care residents in my electorate. Most of the providers in Lyons are community-based, with volunteer boards, not-for-profit providers who pride themselves on offering a high level of care to their residents and ensuring a safe and enjoyable workplace for staff. They have an enviable record for staff retention and for care of residents. They have a high reputation in the community and they're well sought after places to live. These aged care facilities will often go the extra mile for residents, families and staff alike, and they do not hesitate to forego higher returns if it means a higher quality of care can be achieved. And I'm pleased to say that none of the aged care homes in my electorate were named in the Royal Commission. You know, none of them were named. So the Royal Commission isn't targeting them, but of course the new compliance measures that we are introducing will have an effect on them because it increases their costs. And I'm dealing with the Aged Care Minister and her office at the moment about that, because we all want to make sure compliance is stringent. You know, we absolutely back that in, but we don't want to see the good providers being unnecessarily burdened when, of course, the target is those who have not been providing the appropriate level of care over the years. Deputy Speaker, the staff of the providers in my electorate work hard and they're dedicated to their jobs and the residents of their facilities. And it's quite opportune. I'm standing here this afternoon on National Aged Care Workers Day, and a shout out to all those aged care workers, many of them women, many of them in their 30s, 40s and 50s, doing very physical work, who are absolutely dedicated to their residents and their workplaces. A big shout out to them. But of course, this government's also committed not just to thanking them, but to making sure that they get the pay they deserve, because they do extremely hard work for relatively low pay, and we are going to back in a wage case for them soon. Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the work of aged care facilities in my electorate, such as Medea Park in St Helens, Toosey in Longford, and Canangra and Greenock and Deloraine, and of course Corrambeen in New Norfolk, as well as a few others. They all go above and beyond for their residents. They are well-respected institutions within their local communities. They have the respect of the people, and in turn they show respect to their people. It's a good model of care. I'd love to see it rolled out across the country. Over the past month, I've been meeting with CEOs, board members and staff at each of these facilities, talking to them about the challenges they face and the changes that are being implemented by the government. From the outset, Labor has been committed to working with the aged care sector to ensure that the changes that are implemented in this place and through the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission can be achieved, and that no facility is left behind, and that no good facility, no good provider is unfairly or adversely impacted. Aged care facilities and Lyons have done it tough, especially over the past few years of COVID. They've borne the brunt of the increased costs, immense changes to circumstance and staffing insecurity and lockdowns as the pandemic continued to take its toll. They have been weathering the storm, however, and I remain committed to them, to fighting in their corner with them and working with them to ensure that they can succeed in our joint aims of providing world-class care for our older Australians. Deputy Speaker, I do not pretend for a second that challenges do not lie ahead. Change always brings challenges. Aged care providers in my electorate have shared their views with me on Labor's reforms, their anxieties to varying levels of change and what it may mean for them, and their thoughts on how government can best work with them to ensure the recommendations of the Royal Commission are fulfilled and that providers can continue to provide the best possible care for our loved ones. And we have a shared joint vision about that, that at the heart of everything we do is the welfare and care of people who live in these facilities. The Albanese Labor government will keep having these important conversations and working with aged care facilities to ensure that the changes to the sector are implemented efficiently, effectively and fairly. It's a big job, but one that we are up for, and I know one that will be well orchestrated by a very dedicated new Minister for Aged Care, Minister Wells. Deputy Speaker, this bill before the House today is a keystone in Labor's plan to fix the aged care system. It ensures that some of the most significant changes to the aged care structure can be implemented, thereby adhering to the recommendations to the Aged Care Royal Commission and ensuring that Labor upholds the commitments we made to people at the election. Importantly, this bill has been brought forward in communication with the aged care sector. Particularly, the requirement for 24/7 RN staffing will not come into effect until 1 July 2023, so facilities have time to make the appropriate staffing and budgetary changes and prepare for this significant change. Labor is assisting the aged care sector with this change and ensuring that our older Australians living in aged care homes are given the respect, dignity and care that they deserve, so that we can put behind us that word neglect and hope it never again surfaces with respect to aged care. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Lyons. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Australians want and expect that our older Australians are well supported and cared for in a dignified way that brings dignity and respect to them, and they want to stay in their communities. That is why the Coalition and Government called the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety to ensure our senior and most vulnerable Australians receive the care that supports and respects their dignity, which recognises the important contribution they have made to society. The final report of the Royal Commission makes 148 recommendations, which the Coalition supported and continues to support. 23 public hearings and over 10,000 public submissions produced a report which is the product of wise and compassionate scrutiny of Australia's aged care system. In response to the Royal Commission, the Coalition committed $19.1 billion to a 5-year plan to improve aged care, with new home care packages, respite services, training places, retention bonuses and infrastructure upgrades. We in the opposition remain committed to supporting the health, safety and well-being of older Australians and understand the important role that aged care providers, care workers and nurses play in ensuring this support is provided in residential aged care settings. Paragraph 5 of Recommendation 86 of the Royal Commission's final report calls for, on the 1st of July 2024, the minimum staff time standard should require at least one registered nurse on-site per residential aged care facility at all times. That is 24/7 registered nurse or RN care. I am regularly contacted by aged care service providers in Mallee and I meet with them. They tell me how desperate they are for workers, how impossible it is to find nurses. This is called having a thin market. Those of us who live in regional communities are very familiar with what that means. They also talk to me about the issues with the current and proposed funding models, workforce issues, then markets. I have written to the Minister for Aged Care raising concerns of the funding shortfalls that will occur because of the government's indexation rate. I've also written to her regarding the challenges aged care providers in my electorate, some of which are the only ones in a town, have in finding staff to meet their compliance obligations. While I thank the Minister for her reply, it does not solve the ongoing crisis occurring in regional Australia. As I've spoken to many aged care providers in Mallee, this is some of the feedback they have provided. There are no floating RNs in Mallee, ready and able to supply the workforce required. There are simply not enough RNs to fill shifts in smaller regional town settings. The CEO of Sunnyside Lutheran Retirement Village in Horsham, Denise Hooper, told me that they have an RN on morning and afternoon shift and have been advertising for 4 months for an RN and have not been able to attract one. 4 months. Horsham is not a small town. I know Sunnyside. It is a large establishment and employer, and while they have concerns about attracting staff, it is nigh on impossible for towns such as Nil, Warracknabeal or Oyen to find any. As Denise said, it is challenging enough finding RNs for the hospital, let alone aged care, where conditions and salaries cannot be matched. Denise told me that aged care is becoming a subacute care facility, as people are entering facilities older and with more complex needs than they did several years ago. Yet they are not funded for that level of care. While the Royal Commission recommended that a registered nurse must be on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by 2024, Schedule 1 of this legislation establishes a new time frame for providers to do this by July 2023. Make no mistake, our nurses have worked tirelessly on the front line through the COVID-19 pandemic, protecting lives and keeping Australians safe. I recognise the amazing support that nurses provide our older Australians, particularly their critical work in aged care homes since the outbreak of the pandemic. These were not easy times, yet our nurses stood up when it mattered most to protect so many older Australians, and I am grateful for their work. And I note today, even speaking with another aged care provider, that we have yet another COVID outbreak in one of our facilities. However, we've come a long way, and the vaccination rate and the care rate has increased so that the conditions of older people are absolutely so much more improved. This legislation will seek to ensure that every aged care home in Australia has a registered nurse on site 24/7 by July 2023. However, this time frame is not consistent with the Royal Commission's final report, which recommended occurring in 24, with an accompanied minimum care minutes requirement, recommendation 86. The minimum care must be provided by RNs, not ENs. The Royal Commission took into account a range of factors when recommending the July 2024 timeline, recognising the current workforce shortages and the time required to train or access the necessary additional workforce. Given the government has brought the start date of this recommendation forward by a year, they must specifically outline what support will be provided to regional and rural providers and other providers already struggling with viability and workforce challenges. The opposition notes the unique challenges faced by our aged care providers in rural and regional Australia, particularly regarding access to the RN workforce. Does the Labor government? The government must outline how they plan to get additional nurses into aged care homes following their Talkfest Job Summit. The opposition supports the Royal Commission's recommendation on 24/7 RNs, but there are realities that must be faced. Regional and rural communities struggle to get basic workforce. What is the government planning to do to assist these vital local services? I note that 53% of aged care providers are based in regional and remote areas, and 86% are small providers. However, the fact that exemptions will be required for rural settings but will not be known until the legislation is passed and will be a delegated legislation means that the government can decide without scrutiny, without any transparency, to make the exemptions as narrow and short-lived as they wish. This is concerning, and it provides no stability nor security to our small providers. The other concern I have is that to give exemptions in regional settings while demanding urban aged care facilities provide that 24/7 RN capability will make a two-tier aged care system. If the bar is lower in regional and rural settings, what is that saying about the dignity and the care required, the quality of care for aged care residents in regional settings? I find it troubling. The opposition calls on the government to provide oversight of the delegated legislation that puts in place the mechanism and details of possible exemptions. The government has not been transparent with any of the details of this exemption clause. with significant questions still to be answered, such as what is the exemption mechanism that will be contained in the delegated legislation? Who will be eligible for an exemption? How long will they be eligible? What will be the penalties for non-compliance with Schedule 1? Will there be provisions that seek to prevent providers from using the exemption process as an excuse not to fulfil the Royal Commission's recommendations and provide high-quality care to support its residents? Who is the decision-maker? This lack of transparency creates uncertainty for providers who are already under stress from the COVID-19 pandemic. This information is particularly critical for rural and regional providers who will likely be subject to significant difficulties in finding the additional workforce to meet the requirement within the time frame. I've spoken to other aged care providers in Mallee who have expressed their thoughts and concerns. Darren Medgley from Chaffey Aged Care in Moorbeen, while agreeing that exemptions are warranted, argues the current legislation fails to endorse current highly trained ENs, enrolled nurses, in the care minutes that are now going to be required. He also states that the modified Monash 4 centres, such as his, which are 15 kilometres outside the buffer zone of MM3, which receives more funding, is unfair and does not comprehend the higher costs for delivering quality aged care services a great distance from urban centres such as Melbourne, 550 kilometres away. One of the key challenges he acknowledges is that regional services have zero access to agency nurses. Even if they manage to find the staff required, when a nurse calls in sick, there is no agency nurse around the corner to replace them, unlike Melbourne or Sydney, or Bendigo or Ballarat. There are 90 aged care services in Mallee, with just over 4,000 nurses and midwives in the whole of the outer regional and remote Victoria. No one, not the federal government, not the state government, not the universities, not the aged care service providers themselves, have been able to explain to me how they will meet the requirement for these extra nurses in the time frame Labor wants. Labor should stick to the previous government's timeline for the implementation of 24/7 nurses, as recommended by the Royal Commission for 2024, and put in place incentives for training the needed RNs for regional settings in a regional setting. Labor should reveal the details of its proposed delegated legislation so it can be scrutinised by Parliament, and the Parliament can determine if it's suitable for aged care providers, especially rural ones. Labor needs to state its plan to get more nurses into the regions so regional aged care providers can provide this quality care. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mallee. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on this bill, the Aged Care Amendment implementing care reform. And I'm very proud that the government has brought this bill forward and honoured its commitment to our older Australians and implementing the Royal Commission. Deputy Speaker, I think the government is taking the right steps in ensuring that we implement all practical measures to guarantee older Australians with the aged care that they deserve. For too long we've seen neglect in this area. Neglect from governments, the previous government, neglect from a whole range of media attention that aged care homes were getting, and neglect for our older Australians, which is shameful in a nation like Australia where we don't have the proper care to look after people who have worked all their lives, they've paid their taxes, some have fought in wars, and we will be measured in years to come of what sort of a nation we were by the treatment of our older Australians. As I said, older Australians have worked hard all their lives. They've contributed to our society and our communities and our economy. They deserve nothing short, Deputy Speaker, nothing short of being supported with dignity and humanity in their frailer years. That's the least that governments can offer. And this bill will ensure that we are able to do that. And this goes hand in hand with our commitment to fight for a better system for our older Australians, but also to fight for a pay rise for Australia's aged care workers. We know a lot of the problems stem from not giving the dignity as well to people that work in the aged care sector. We recently made a submission to the Fair Work Commission that supports a wage increase for aged care workers. Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety was clear that one of the problems was the undervalued, underpaid and highly casualised workforce in aged care. And the previous government ignored that recommendation, Deputy Speaker. Well, on this side of the House, we won't. We will fight for a better future for those aged care workers and carers and the most important people, the residents of aged care facilities. Because, Deputy Speaker, if you don't start paying aged care workers properly, we won't be able to attract and to retain enough staff to care for our loved ones as our population ages. So the government's committed to stopping the neglect in the aged care sector. We want to ensure that older Australians are cared for with security, dignity and humanity. Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge the hard work and dedicated staff in aged care and a lot of aged care facilities that are doing great work. And we know that the pandemic made it even harder. And we saw some of those horror pictures on our TV of people dying from COVID-19 in many of the aged care facilities around the country. But I think that increasing wages, job security and encouraging more people to work in aged care will give nurses and carers more time to care. And this is more important than ever, given the sector shortages that were created over the last few years by the pandemic and, of course, by no attention to this area by the previous government. This problem is also contributing to the gender pay gap. Low pay and poor conditions in care sectors like aged care, where the majority of workers are female, is a serious problem, as we heard again during the recent Jobs and Skills Summit. So increasing wages in aged care is essential to ensuring that men and women are paid equally and continue to equally to Australia's productivity. But, Deputy Speaker, we're also delivering, as I said earlier at the beginning of my speech, on our election commitment to improve this sector. And one of the ways is through transparency in the aged care system. This bill will introduce measures to monitor the costs associated with aged care. Providers will have greater responsibility to be transparent and fair. They will need to publish more information about their operations, including what they're spending and the costs and the spending of what sort of money they're spending on. We will also be delivering on our election commitment to stop the rorting of home care fees. And this will be done by placing a cap on how much can be charged in admin and management fees. And in addition, we'll remove the exit amounts altogether. So this is very important, Deputy Speaker. In my electorate, as all of us in this chamber hear from many older Australians who are receiving home care packages. And one of the things that comes up time and time again is that they don't understand where the fees are going when they're not getting the service that they signed up for. They find the system confusing and fear that a big chunk of what they are paying is not actually going to the services that they require for assistance and help in their homes and not going to the services that they're receiving. This measure, Deputy Speaker, will enable the government to cap these charges and maximise funding available to address the care needs of more than 210,000 older Australians currently receiving home care packages. We want to ensure that pricing transparency for consumers and providers and greater clarity about direct and indirect costs. In short, Deputy Speaker, home care users need to be confident that the money is going directly to care, not to the bottom line of providers. Other measures that we're introducing include the star rating system. Now, this means that the Department of Health and Aged Care will, in future, publish a comparison rating for all residential aged care services by the end of 2022, giving users and their families more peace of mind. In addition, the Secretary of the Department will make information on residential aged care services and provider expenditure publicly available. This includes what is spent on labour, workers, care, food, nutrition, cleaning, admin, maintenance and profit or loss. The information will be published online and will help inform consumers' choice of residential aged care services and providers. Deputy Speaker, and in addition, from the 1st of December 2022, approved providers and their governing bodies will be required to meet new responsibilities that will improve governance. They will need to notify the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission of changes to key personnel. The current disqualified individual arrangements will also be replaced with a broader suitability test, and we're also extending the serious incident response scheme to all in-home care providers from 1st of December 2022. And this is because of the horror stories we've heard during the Royal Commission. We need to increase protection for older Australians from preventable incidences from abuse, from neglect and from those horrible things that were reported in that Royal Commission. And we will improve information sharing between care and support sector regulators as well. In other words, streamlining so they both have the information. This will enable proactive monitoring across the sectors and monitoring of risks and better protection for the consumers and the participants from harm. And that was one of the issues that came up, that people that had been disqualified from one particular aged care provider could quite easily move into another one without these checks and balances being done. We're also introducing a new code of conduct for approved providers, their workforce and governing persons. Mr Deputy Speaker, we take this responsibility very seriously, and I think each and every one of us in this chamber has a duty to do so. As I said, we must fix the aged care system and we must provide the care that elderly Australians require so they can live with dignity in their frail years, whether it be home care in the home or whether it be in a facility that looks after them. And we must fix this system. This bill goes on a long way to protecting the safety, dignity and well-being of every older Australian accessing aged care services. And it demonstrates, Deputy Speaker, that there is a willingness from this government's commitment to ensuring a fair, transparent system for older Australians and their families and their carers. And our commitment to the welfare and conditions of these incredible Australians, these incredible people who care for older Australians. So in short, we're putting security, dignity, humanity back into aged care. And Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be speaking on this bill and to be part of a government that takes the care of older Australians very seriously, because all Australians need to have trust in a system that looks after some of our most vulnerable people. They deserve nothing less, Deputy Speaker. In short, this bill also will go on to include many measures that will provide additional protections directly to older Australians. And these protections have been long overdue, Deputy Speaker. The bill implements 3 of our government's urgent election commitments as well, to put security, dignity, quality and humanity back into aged care. So, as of the 1st of July of 2023, the bill will introduce the requirements to have a registered nurse, for example, on site and on duty at each facility, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is incredible that at this point that there was no requirement for a registered nurse to be able to administer particular medicines, drugs in a nursing home. So what happens if there is a requirement to administer a drug or a medicine or that some of the care that's required that has to be done by a registered nurse, and there isn't one on site at 1 a.m, 2 a.m, 3 a.m. Normally what takes place is they may ring a doctor if they can get one. If they can't, the residents are put into an ambulance and sent off to the public hospital. This would help clear two angles: one, waiting times at public hospitals, and of course giving the care that's required right then and there for those residents in the aged care facility. Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission made this a clear recommendation because it recognised the value of having on-site nursing care, and it'll save thousands of stressful, expensive and ultimately unnecessary trips to the emergency departments all around the country. And consistent with recommendation of 86 of the Royal Commission, the bill will also provide a mechanism for some exemptions, and these will be finalised once experts in the residential aged care sector has been consulted. However, it's important to note that any exemption framework will provide for tightly targeted exemptions, this could be in perhaps rural, remote areas. It could be in areas where the workforce is very hard to find. It could be in towns where it is the only aged care facility for kilometres radius. There are many very important, strict conditions to it. But, Deputy Speaker, we must recognise that older Australians have contributed to this nation. They've worked, they've paid taxes, and as I've said many times in this place, they have built the foundations that we go on today to stand on and to enjoy this wonderful life in this wonderful country. Because if we have got a great country, it's because of those that came before us, those that fought in wars, those that worked in hard labour, and those that had the foresight to build those foundations for the next generation of Australians. We have a duty to those people that they live out their last few years in dignity, humanity and in respect.
I thank the honourable member for Adelaide for his contribution and respectfully give the call to the honourable member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The responsibility to ensure every older Australian receives the care that they need falls upon us all. It's our duty as sons, as daughters, as caring citizens, as local communities. And it's absolutely our responsibility as lawmakers in this place. Whether you live in the city or in one of the thousands of rural communities across Australia, like mine, everyone deserves the right to live their senior years connected to family, loved ones and local community. Our seniors deserve to stay in the communities where they have lived and built their lives, and that's what they wish to do. Our senior Australians have the right to feel safe. Our seniors have the right to live their life with dignity. And when it's needed, our seniors should know that the care that they need is of the highest quality possible. And on the back of the Royal Commission, it was our government that started the journey to make aged care better. It was the Liberal National Government who implemented the largest investment into aged care in Australian history. The core principles of our response were founded in the pillars of respect, care and dignity. Our investment provided an additional $17.7 billion in order to deliver generational change in the aged care sector. And this is absolutely the right thing to do. But our government wasn't solely focused on implementing the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission. As well as implementing a once-in-a-generation improvement to the aged care sector, the Liberal National Government also focused on the specific aged care needs within local communities, and rural and regional local communities at that. A great example of this is within my electorate of Braddon. And the west coast of Tasmania is a rugged and great part of the world. It's the resource and economic heart of Tasmania. It's rugged and isolated. And in the lead-up to the 2019 federal election, I secured $1 million in order to invest into aged care in a place called Queenstown, a mining town on our west coast. During my time as the federal member, it became apparent that there remained an unmet need in aged care across the west coast of Tasmania. And so I worked with the West Coast Council and on behalf of their local community in order to secure that funding. In the lead-up to the 2022 election, the federal Liberal government pledged to address the shortfall of aged care beds in Queenstown on our rugged west coast,
Our $3 million commitment would have funded the extra beds in the region that they so desperately needed. Regrettably, this important commitment to the aged care on the west coast of Tasmania was not matched by the Albanese government, and this decision has left the west coast community without certainty around the provision of these desperately needed services. I promised the west coast community that I would continue to fight for them, and they know that. The aged care service in their region is important to them. The Minister for Aged Care has repeatedly promised that safety and the well-being of older Australians is important, they rely on these aged care services, is the Albanese government's #1 priority, she says. If this is the case, then I look forward to the federal government, the Labor federal government, matching that $3 million commitment and to ensure that the West Coast receives these desperately needed aged care services. The current government's commitment to the aged care must continue the once-in-a-generation reform that was undertaken by the former Liberal National Government. Their program must continue the important work of implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission. The Aged Care Amendment, implementing Aged Care Reform Bill 2022, is part of that process. The first reform under this bill is to legislate that every aged care centre has a registered nurse on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by July 2023. This is a key Labor election commitment. It should be noted that the scheduling brings forward by a full calendar year the Royal Commission's recommendation number 86 that 24/7 registered nurses should be provided in all aged care centres by July 2024. Deputy Speaker, I do have concerns. Firstly, I'm concerned around workforce. The Aged Care Minister has said that she will need just 900 more registered nurses in order to meet this important election commitment. However, the CEO of Aged Care and Community Care Providers Association, Mr Paul Sadler, says that it is his belief that this could be double that. Everywhere I go in my electorate, the most urgent need of employers is workforce. It's across all sectors, no exception. It's hospitality, it's agriculture, it's mining, it's trucking, it's tourism, it's public service, it's health, and yes, Deputy Speaker, it's aged care as well. The sector can find no sector can find, the workers that they need to do the work that is set in front of them, let alone meeting a legislative requirement in 11 months to further increase their workforce. And if you live in a regional and rural community, then that concern is amplified and exacerbated many times over. Where's this workforce going to come from? How will these regional communities across the northwest, the west coast, and King Island, in the middle of Bass Strait, where are they going to find, train and attract, retain these RNs in a 10-month window? Mr Sadler also calls out the Albanese government's lack of transparency with regard to the workforce numbers that they're quoting. I don't have the visibility of how the department advised that number, Mr Sadler said. It'd be good if they shared with the nursing colleges and the unions and providers this information. Now, Deputy Speaker, my second concern is the lack of detail around the exemption clause contained within the schedule. Again, the minister talks about the necessity for transparency in the aged care sector, and yet the Labor government is expecting us to vote on an exemption clause to which there is no detail, Deputy Speaker. It's important to note that most of the 34 written submissions received by a recent Community Affairs Committee inquiry raised concerns over the lack of transparency in drafting these exemption clauses. The scope of the exemption forms a crucial part of the schedule, so it makes sense that we must see the detail prior to us voting on it. If not, it appears that the government is seeking to retrofit an exemption clause into their election commitment because they know that the commitment is undeliverable without it. Now, implementing the reforms to cap the fees approved to home care providers can change, and the removal of existing exit fees was a matter considered by the Royal Commission. This schedule is widely supported by the sector and is also supported by the opposition. Schedule 3 of the bill responds to the Royal Commission's recommendation 88 in order to improve provider governance. This was a recommendation fully accepted by the previous Liberal coalition government and was being processed through a $27 million investment. Again, Deputy Speaker, I call for greater transparency in this schedule. The need for better public reporting of data in the aged care sector is crucial. It's vital. However, at this point, we don't know what information will be reported and made public. They haven't said. If transparency is to be the hallmark of this government, which they claim every day, then these details must be made clear before we vote on the bill. And finally, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this bill contains the work commenced by the Liberal National Government and our delivery in response to these recommendations from the Aged Care Royal Commission. There are, however, many questions that are left clearly unanswered. The need for more information, the need for more detail, the need for more costings around Schedule 1 and 3 of the bill. How is it going to work? How much is it going to cost? When does it need to happen? The eligibility concerns relating to the discretionary considerations provided before an instrument of exclusion is granted. What about the regional and rural communities and their hardships they have in order to source, retain and train RNs in their regions? They haven't taken into account the discrepancy between large aged care providers, i.e. in your big leafy green suburbs in the big capital cities, and small rural aged care facilities in the bush, which still require one RN. Deputy Speaker, I'd like these questions answered before we tend to vote on this bill, and I can guarantee you there are a lot of caring providers out there that would like to see exactly the same information provided.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution and remind him of the procedures of the House. The consideration in detail might provide that environment to ask those questions. I give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill. As a society, as a community, we have a duty and a responsibility to care for those most vulnerable amongst us. Over a long period of time, we have failed one particular group of vulnerable Australians to an unacceptable degree. Like all Australians, I was shocked and appalled by what I saw in the Four Corners special that aired in 2018 titled Who Cares?, and welcomed the announcement of a Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety. The final report handed down in 2021, April, detailed 148 recommendations, and I was proud to run as a candidate for a party that made election commitments on aged care reform designed to address the shameful neglect of our older Australians in line with Royal Commission recommendations. Deputy Speaker, this bill implements 3 of these commitments that were made in response to the Royal Commission. They are, firstly, to lift the care and quality standards and ultimately health outcomes by making it mandatory to have a registered nurse on site at all times in residential aged care. The fact that this is controversial boggles the mind, given aged care was once referred to as nursing homes. This commitment, if this bill is passed, will take effect from the 1st of July 2023 and will introduce a new responsibility for approved providers of residential care and of specified kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse not only on site but also on duty at each residential facility 24 hours, 7 days a week. This policy is designed to raise the standard of care to a level that our older Australians deserve and that I think we as a community expect. Having a registered nurse on site and on duty 24/7 is expected to save thousands of unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments. For instance, a urinary tract infection is extremely distressing and can quickly escalate to delirium, and older people can rapidly become very unwell, deteriorate and disordered. You wouldn't want to go to hospital for a UTI, and you certainly wouldn't want to be hanging around waiting to be seen. You need a rapid diagnosis and treatment. A nurse on site can facilitate that. Likewise, a nurse on site would be able to triage residents after a fall or an illness, again preventing unnecessary ambulance trips and hospital visits. These trips can, of course, be extremely unsettling and disruptive for patients, particularly for those with cognitive decline. So any step that can be taken to assist with dealing with minor ailments within the aged care setting is to be welcomed. This is also part of the solution to addressing the very serious issue of ambulance ramping and bed block in hospitals that we're seeing across the country. Now, I note that there are going to be some exemptions to that on a case-by-case basis, I understand, and certainly I have heard from local providers who also have facilities in rural and remote areas that they will be seeking that, because they understand that while we have to have the right level of care, there are some areas where workforce shortages will be a considerable issue. And I particularly note one that was mentioned to me in Boolaroo Centre, which is very remote South Australia and certainly not Boothby. The second commitment to this bill is to ensure that government funds that go to aged care are directed towards their real purpose, providing a better standard of care for residents. The bill introduces a power that will enable the government to cap the amount that home care providers can charge in administration and management, as well as remove the ability for providers to charge exit amounts. In practice, this means that the government has committed to capping the amount that can be charged for admin and management to people who receive home care packages. And given that over 210,000 older residents currently receive home care packages, this measure ensures that government funds go towards improving quality of care rather than being chewed up by additional and unnecessary administration fees. Now, of course, we recognise that organisations providing home care services do need funding for administration functions, and most services do the right thing. However, I hear from many older people their distress at being unable to access or fund the services they need, despite what they consider to be very generous aged care packages. As a government, we have a responsibility to ensure that our funding goes to the outcomes that we have designed it to be, and that is for the actual services to our residents in the community. Thirdly, this legislation implements our commitment for greater integrity and accountability in aged care. Specifically, it fulfils the government's election commitment to increase transparency about how much providers spend on care, nursing, food, maintenance, cleaning, administration and profits. This amounts to much greater transparency and insight into what aged care providers are spending government money, taxpayer money, on. And this is a crucial step in improving public trust in our aged care system. Again, many providers are doing the right thing, but as the Royal Commission highlighted, some are not. And this has a significant effect on the quality of life and the health of our aged care residents. During the campaign, I heard from a local man, Salvatore, about his mother's, Madalena's, terrible last months in an aged care facility. Sal had been horrified at the bland, unhealthy, unnutritious and inadequate food she was provided, and actually gave me some photographs which were pretty horrific, as well as the poor quality of her room. Family ended up helping out with minor maintenance and cleaning, including mould removal. And in a nursing home situation where we have people who are, in many instances, already of poor health, to actually have mould in their rooms is unacceptable. Sal was very distressed that despite his very best efforts, despite being a frequent visitor along with other family members to his mother, he was still not able to ensure that her care was even adequate, let alone what he wanted for her last months. So this is for you, Sal, and for your mother, Madalena. I am so sorry for your experience and for your mother's experience. Deputy Speaker, the electorate I represent, Boothby, is the home to many major aged care centres, and indeed my husband is the chair of the advisory committee to one, Alwindore Aged Care, which was founded by his step-grandmother. Many of them perform well and provide excellent care that is of a standard that residents and their families rightly expect. And I certainly heard some fantastic stories of people really finding that what their relatives were being offered was exactly what they had wanted and what they would have wanted to do it if they could have kept them at home. But as with the rest of the country, when you visit aged care sites or talk to aged care workers, a core theme of exhaustion and frustration comes through. It's no wonder workers are leaving the sector in droves. During the campaign, I also welcomed then Shadow Minister for Aged Care, Claire O'Neill, to a forum on aged care held in Merino to the south of Boothby. And we had a large number of local residents come, many of whom had family in aged care, but we also had a lot of workers come and tell us their stories. We heard harrowing stories from the aged care workers, from the United Workers Union, who were themselves sick with guilt and worry at not having the time or the resources to provide the care that they wanted to provide to residents. And we heard from exasperated and often desperate family members, just like Salvatore, of relatives of older Australians who could not navigate the system or find practical solutions to the need to find affordable care. Now, we know that aged care has changed very much over the past decade. A decade or so ago, there would be people would say 5, 6, maybe longer years, and we're now in a situation where often aged care is more of a palliative service. The average stay is often around the 6 to 8 month mark, and that's changed things significantly. It does mean that we have a higher need for care. We do need to have that nurse on site so that people are getting the care they need in their final months, so that they can ensure that they're getting the pain relief they need, so that we can ensure that when something happens, when there's a fall, when they're deteriorating, when they're ill, they get the care they need, whether that be something that happen in the nursing home or whether they do in fact need to go to hospital via ambulance. And obviously that's a very important part of palliative care. It's a very important part of living in a nursing home, is that you can access that care when you need. This aims just to ensure that people are not going unnecessarily, both because of the trauma and the distress that causes the residents themselves, but also because it often results in long waits at the emergency department or ambulance ramping. Deputy Speaker, these are some of the first steps in what is going to be a long journey to fixing aged care in this country. Because we know that older Australians have worked hard all their lives. We know they deserve a better situation than the Royal Commission, which summed up the title of its interim report as simply neglect. The previous government presided over this neglect of older Australians and the aged care system. There were multiple reports into aged care before finally a Royal Commission following that Four Corners report. The Royal Commission was handed down in April 2021 and the recommendations have still not been implemented. And so this government, the Albanese Labor government, is determined, under the fine leadership of our Minister for Aged Care, Annika Wells, to leave no stone unturned in helping implement all possible practical measures to guarantee older Australians get the care that they deserve, the care that we as their family, as their friends and as a community expect that they can have. I don't know anyone who isn't impacted by aged care at some point in their lives, whether they be residents themselves, those in middle age who are facing the daunting task of figuring out how to get adequate and affordable care for their ageing parents, and those now looking at their own future in aged care, either through home care services or in residential aged care themselves. The aged care system, the aged care services that we provide our community impacts us all, and even beyond that, the current situation in aged care that we have inherited should outrage us all, because all Australians deserve to be supported with dignity and humanity in their twilight years. and this bill is a strong start towards making that a reality for all older Australians, their friends and their loved ones. We understand that aged care is a system, from home care to residential care, the intensive services provided to dementia and, of course, palliative care. But it needs to be a system that can be navigated easily, and that when people are putting their loved ones either through services at home or into aged care facilities, that they can feel confident that they are getting the care they need, they're getting the food they need, that they have some quality of life in those last years, because that is what we all expect for ourselves and for our loved ones. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill.
I thank the honourable member for Boothby for her contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I support the amendment proposed by the member for Farrer, and the concerns the opposition has about this bill are shared by aged care providers in my electorate of Nichols. The bill does not contain adequate detail or an acknowledgement of the complexity of the many issues. It fails to outline an exemption framework that would give comfort to small aged care providers, ensuring that they won't be unfairly impacted by the changes. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a loose legislative framework, and there are aged care providers who have tried and failed to find out from this government what their fate will be when the full regulations are finally implemented. Here's a practical example of the challenges and uncertainty faced by small regional aged care facilities, predominantly in regional Australia. Nathalia is in my electorate of Nichols. It's a beautiful township of 2,000 people with a long history of taking care of their own. Barwow Homestead is a community-run aged care facility, reflecting the desire of residents from the district to remain in the district when they can no longer look after themselves at home. I recently visited Barwow Homestead and spoke with Linda Walker, the CEO. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety was a landmark, and the Morrison government responded to the recommendations in May 2021, announcing $17.7 billion aged care reform package to respond to the 148 recommendations and deliver sustainable, quality and safety in the home and residential aged care services. One of the measures recommended by the Royal Commission was for an Australian National Aged Care Classification, which people are calling ANAC, care funding model to replace the aged care funding instrument from October 1, 2022. Now, this measure, ANAC, includes mandatory care minute standards for residential aged care. The Royal Commission identified staffing levels as vital to the quality of care that older Australians receive and recommended that the care minutes be introduced to drive increased care time. Now, consistent with the Royal Commission recommendations, from October 1, 2023, the initial care minute requirements will be set at a sector-wide average of 200 minutes per day, including a minimum of 40 minutes of registered time. This will be based on care provided by registered nurses, enrolled nurses and personal care workers. The 200-minute overall target and the 40 minutes of registered nurse time are an average target across the sector. In practice, each residential aged care facility will have its own care minute target reflecting the ANAC case mix of residents. Now, in relation to aged care, the goal of dignity, quality and safety in aged care is one that we should all share in this place. The issues I raise are not a criticism of the response to the Royal Commission or the goal of providing quality care nationally, but there is, as I will outline, a need for a nuanced response given the specific circumstances we find ourselves in as we emerge from the disruption of the global pandemic, particularly in rural and regional Australia, places like my electorate of Nichols. In the case of Barwow Homestead, there are currently 17 residents in a 20-bed facility. All are low care and the absence of chronic care needs means they are adequately cared for by personal care staff with the support of 2 registered nurses. The transition to formula of minimum care minutes poses a significant challenge for small, low-care facilities, as does the requirement for 24/7 registered nurse cover addressed in this legislation. They will need to provide 40 minutes of registered nurse time from October 1, but in the current environment, a place like that just cannot recruit registered nurses. Nathalia has a wonderful environment. It's a beautiful place, but registered nurses don't grow on trees. For a small facility like Barwell Homestead, currently at less than 70% occupation, there is also a serious issue with affordability of additional registered nurse hours and the additional administrative burden placed on a small number of staff who would be otherwise engaged with residents. There is also the issue of reporting on care minutes, one of the measurable indicators used to inform a new star rating system on the My Aged Care website that will be introduced from December 2022. Given the difficulties faced by small, low-care facilities, and Barwell Homestead is just one of these, they are unable to respond as efficiently or as comprehensively as larger facilities, especially those in the big population centres with a larger pool of qualified labour. What smaller facilities want is time to adjust and, in particular, to be exempted from the STAR system in the interim, so that they are not tarred with the stigma of a low rating through no fault of their own and one that isn't reflective of the wonderful care that they provide. The longer-term issue is one of financial viability for small community providers in our rural towns. Mr Paul Sadler, the Interim Chief Executive Officer, Aged Community Care Providers Association, informed the Community Affairs Legislation Committee on the 25th of August 2022, and I quote, "We would say that until we know the detail of how exemptions are going to operate, we do run a risk that we could end up with unintended consequences, even up to the closure of aged care services across regional Australia if they cannot obtain the staff that are going to be required." Just going to repeat that line. Run the risk that we could end up with unintended consequences, even up to the closure of aged care services. The Nationals understand rural communities and how important it is that residents remain connected and cared for in their twilight years. We don't want to see important community-based facilities gobbled up by big operators, or worse, disappearing altogether simply because of the financial burden of minimum requirements. We don't want aged care residents who are happily being cared for in the communities they love being forced into care in larger towns where they lose that connection to family, friends and the community. The opposition supports the Royal Commission's recommendation on the 24/7 RNs in aged care facilities where it is possible by 2024 and in line with the recommendation. This government wants to legislate much earlier, but has not been transparent with any of the details of the exemption clauses, of any exemption clause, with significant questions still to be answered, such as, firstly, what is the exemption mechanism that will be contained in the delegated legislation? Who will be eligible for an exemption? How long will they be eligible? What will the penalties be for non-compliance? The Nationals and our coalition partners have a long-standing commitment to aged care. Our total investment in government in response to the final report of the Royal Commission amounted to $19.1 billion. Our 2022-23 budget responded to 10 recommendations of the Royal Commission and built on our existing 5 pillars of aged care reform. We delivered record investment across the aged care system over the forward estimates, from $13.3 billion in 2012-2013 under Labor to $30.1 billion in 2022-23, a growth of 126% under the coalition. The government must continue our generational reform of the aged care system for the benefit of all Australians, and stop playing political games with older Australians and their families, particularly in small regional communities such as those in my electorate of Nichols. I urge the government to ensure that places like Barwo Homestead in Nathalia, and there are many of them, while still held to account for their quality of their care, are provided the flexibility to continue to operate as they always have and provide the quality of care in small regional communities that is so valued. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022. I'll give a bit of advice to those opposite. You know you're not going well and your government hasn't handled an area well when the interim report of a Royal Commission you initiate is titled Neglect. You want to have a read of the foreword of that. You don't even need to read the final report titled Care, Dignity and Respect, which called for far-reaching and fundamental reform, to know that the coalition in 9 long years failed abysmally in terms of the aged care of our people, whether it's in residential aged care or in home care, or those people getting the Commonwealth Home Support Program. This is a government that went through aged care ministers like throwing confetti. One of the first acts of their government, and I think it's important to look at where we've come from, one of the first acts of this government, now in exile they think, but they're actually in opposition, one of the first things they did was get rid of the aged care workforce fund, development fund, which we brought in as part of our Living Longer, Living Better package. It's a $40.2 million fund, which, and I've heard the previous member talking about, developing aged care workers and people who can work in regional areas. Well, you don't get rid of the fund that was there to assist. It's one of the first acts of your new government back in 2013. And this is a Liberal and National Party grouping that decided that they would demote aged care out of health and ageing and put it into the mega portfolio of social services, and then eventually, after Labor campaigned for years and the stakeholders did to bring it back into a Doha situation, they finally did so. But one of the first acts of the coalition government back in 2013, in September 2013, was to get rid of the workforce supplements. We're crying out, those opposite, for workers in aged care, but notice that in none of their speeches really they talk about what they really did. They didn't develop an aged care workforce strategy. They abolished the Panel for Positive Ageing, which was led by Everil Compton, Susan Ryan and Brian Howe, which went ahead and did their report anyway. So if they're interested in positive ageing, you don't abolish that panel. And they got rid of $1.2 billion straight away. That was funding to go to residential aged care to assist in increased wages, training and workforce development. That's one of the first acts of the Abbott government in 2013. $1.2 billion in funding cut. Now, when Labor opposed that, it took them 32 minutes in this chamber. I was the shadow minister for ageing in the opposition. 32 minutes to cut $1.2 billion in funding and aged care workforce development. 32 minutes. That's all it took them. And then, in June the next year, they cut the dementia supplement and the veteran supplement to help people stay in their homes and get the care they needed. That was to help providers to support people living with dementia and veterans staying in their homes. So don't come into this place and give us sermons about aged care as if the last 9 years didn't happen. It certainly happened, and that's why there's a Royal Commission. That's why interim report was titled Neglect. That's why the final report talks about far-reaching
and almost traumatic changes that need to happen in the sector, because those opposite neglected it again and again and again. They could barely find a budget or a MyEFO when they didn't cut funding again and again. Listen, this is what the 2016-17 budget papers said. This is the coalition government. The government will achieve efficiencies of $1.2 billion over 4 years. That's not the $1.2 billion I was referring to before. That's additional cuts. $1.2 billion over 4 years through changes to the scoring matrix of the aged care funding instrument that determines the level of funding paid to aged care providers. So they cut $1.2 billion directly to the sector, and they wondered why there was neglect. They wondered why people were leaving the sector because they weren't being paid enough and they didn't have career development and training and opportunity. People were malnourished, maggots. They were literally starving in soiled bed sheets and soiled clothing under the Liberal and National Party government's watch. And the reports there, those two Royal Commissions, are damning. What this Labor government's doing is trying to correct the failures and the follies and the foibles of those opposite who failed the aged care sector and failed those people who were going before us, who needed care. They were vulnerable, living with dementia. More than half the people living in residential aged care are living with dementia. And they failed monumentally. And they shuffle money around all the time. We saw situations where, for example, they would take money of 26,000 packages for residential aged care and they would give it to home care for 10,000 packages. No new money, a sleight of hand. And that's why the sector was crying out for reform. It's only this Labor government that's taking reform and taking seriously the recommendations of the Royal Commission. Because if the recommendations were taken seriously by the former coalition government, they should have a look at the fact that the interim report titled Neglect was handed down in October 2019. 2019. And what did they do? They continued to sleight of hand cut funding. And they do things just before the interim report was handed down to see if they could provide a bit more money in the sector to satiate the aged care providers and to con people effectively. So we're putting more money, billions of dollars extra, in aged care because those opposite failed the sector and failed our senior Australians. Care, dignity and respect is the title of the final report. And that's what those opposite failed to do. Provide the care, dignity and respect that those older Australians deserved. So this government is taking steps and acting on the recommendations of the Royal Commissions. And we know that it's backed by the sector. I noticed those opposite not quoting the sector. CODA, the Council of the Ageing, suggested to the Senate inquiry looking into this bill that welcomes the commitments made in this legislation, supports its intentions. We warmly welcome the priorities which the Albanese government and the Minister for Aged Care has given this bill in the legislative program. This is unprecedented. That's what CODA says. Unprecedented. The National Seniors Australia commented to the Senate inquiry. As a peak consumer body for older Australians, National Seniors Australia has long advocated for improvements to aged care services, and as such, we support the intent of proposed amendments. The HSU, the Health Services Union, supports the bill. This quick passage through the Senate welcomes the new government's prompt and decisive action in aged care, making it a first-order business. For our members, and I praise the members who work in aged care, the nurses, the personal carers, the administrators, the heroes of the pandemic, those opposite called them, but never supported them. The HSU said this bill addresses the deepening workforce crisis, the HSU called it, and the public's trust deficit in the sector is long overdue and therefore most welcome in terms of this legislation. So this coalition has no good track record. John Howard in 1997
produced the Aged Care Act, which governs this particular sector, and those coalition members opposite, who were in the dregs of the previous government, should hang their heads in shame for what they've done to the aged care sector in this country. Never seeing a budget or my EFO they wouldn't cut funding. So this bill goes a long way, but is our first step for transparency and accountability, making sure that those in the sector know they have to deliver the care that they espouse in their propaganda and their advertising. On the 1st of July 2023, there's a new responsibility for approved aged care providers in residential and the specified kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse on site. This will help alleviate pressures on public hospitals and GP clinics. 24/7 care. That's what the sector's been crying out for years, and the coalition refused to listen to it. Again and again, people from the sector would come to this place, speak to Labor and coalition members, and the coalition government refused to do so. Act on it. The member for Cook, the Prime Minister, was the Minister for Social when he was the Treasurer and also the Minister for Social Services. The previous government neglected coalition government in it. No conditions on nutrition, quality of care, nothing. Political problem. Aged care was a political problem for the previous coalition government. They knew what we're going to make sure receiving home care packages. I can't, Deputy Speaker, the number of times I've stood in this place or up in the Federation Chamber giving example after example of people who had to and sometimes even 12 Guarantee Coalition people that we used to get. I gave example after example in speeches I've made. Any aged care providers with and for the sector. And when I became the Parliamentary Secretary for Health and Ageing, I remember going to a conference and speaking on aged care reform and what we were doing, and seeing so many of my clients in Queensland, in Brisbane and the prostituted and abolished effectively. I'm so glad to see him as the minister now in this place, along with the member, to make sure that we can do it better. We need people to live longer and live better in this country.
Pleased that the current member for Lilley is now the Minister for Aged Care, taking up that step. But this the failings of the previous government. They should have a look at themselves and what they've done. It's no good coming into this place and government will legislation. It's part is opposite in aged care.
Thank the member for. It is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Answers. Elected and not being able to be treated with the care they deserve. As a society, we now need to decide how we want to treat our older Australians. I believe that if implemented, this bill will play a role system decades because of poor policy. Back in 2018, the ABC on the neglect and abuse in our aged care system. As a consequence, a Royal Commission was instigated. In the last few years, the crisis he told the Royal Commission into 2020 is not a system that is failing. It is a system operating. That is to say, our aged care system has evolved over time so that its primary purpose older Australians are viewed as a commodity to be monetised, as opposed to respected citizens who deserve our care. Be charged and requires greater transparency through greater public reporting standards. It also requires the capping of fees by home care providers. These changes will lead to greater fairness and transparency and help our older Australians and I want to ensure complexities and time of day or night may need the medical assistance of a registered nurse. A 24-hour, 7-day-a-week on-site registered nurse will not only give aged care residents the care they require, but will also support and overrun recently an aged care nurse who has worked across multiple aged care facilities and provided home assistance in Mackellar for the last 6 years. She recently wrote to me stating that, even after the Royal Commission, I see people in appalling, unhygienic and undesirable living conditions. Clients
them. Families, and on behalf of all the aged care workers who care for and love their residents and want to see them live a life. I'm also speaking deficit of 14 will require the new government to, at an economy-wide, increase wages and improve training opportunities for aged care workers. I'm satisfied, however, that the legislation provides sufficient support to assist around the heart of what it means to be a caring society. And of course, we all want to see our older Australians live with dignity and respect and enjoy their golden years. Let's bring care back into our aged care. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for McKellar and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And it's great to hear a member for McKellar speak in a positive light. You know, but it's something that's so important to all of us, for our loved ones, nation. Dignity that they have in this place, going to the different aged care facilities across my electorate, where you see some amazing people doing amazing work and getting very little credit. And I think that what we learnt through report, and it had that awful title, neglect. Simple one word, but it summed up everything that was happening. The horror stories of people with maggots in room, people not getting fed. I mean, you see out. And I think about the time I spent at Goonawarra during the pandemic. And work with, and how easy it is to make a mistake. I know I did it myself. I got in there to scratch my nose, bang, straight off you've got to go and redo it. Care workers who don't get paid a lot of money. Then we're talking the ones in the kitchen staff, the cleaners, the ones who are out there day in, day out dealing with in their room 24/7, can't see their families, can't see their friends. But each and every day, those aged care workers turned up and did their job, and they put everything they had on the line. Their own families they were kept away from because when they needed help, when they needed support, against it, not wanting to support the Royal Commission, which in effect, not wanting to support our older. That'll put security, dignity, equality and humanity back into aged care, and I'm proud to rise and support that because it's so important. On the record in this place of raising the issues with aged care and the issues that we were left with from the previous government. And during the election campaign, we ran hard on the fact that Labor would reform the mainly focusing on the residents, their dignity and their health. And I remember having the then Shadow Minister, now the Minister, planned for aged care. What we were around and just had a chat to the residents. No fanfare, no nothing. That's what the minister's like. She's just a wonderful, warm person. Through an aged care place, an aged care home, talk to the residents, you find the wonderful stories. President Eisenhower Secretaries was in that home. Just wished I'd had a tape recorder. Someone probably a little bit. Anthony Hopkins played in the movie The World's Fastest Indian. To be able to sit there and listen to her stories, and you could see her eyes light up because someone was actually talking to her about her history and what she'd been through. And I asked her specifically, was Bert as cheeky as what the movie portrayed him? And she said they were very kind in the movie to Bert. So, this is a someone who came here and spent her life, people that have worked hard country that we have today, and we should respect them. Work they've we often over the years, but also their families and what they went through. You know, these people did it hard, they did it tough, and they built what we've got. Aged care is so important that we make sure that people are looked after and given the week registered nurse. That should be in place. It's a no-brainer, really. Why hasn't it happened? Workforce that were in there. Providers of residential aged care and specific kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse on. The of cost, but they never talk about the terms of investment. What does this mean by having a nurses in our hospitals, our emergency departments? We know that despite what some newspapers predict, Victoria is not alone in this. New South Wales, Western Australia, everyone is dealing 24-hour. This investment in putting nurses in place saves us money at the other end at our emergency service. It saves our ambulances from being ramped. Like, you know, Victoria proudly. This is the idiocy of the argument that gets put by those opposite. And I'm glad I'm going to take that interjection because Victoria has the highest number of paramedics in the country. In every budget, you can think, ah, look at me, I'm going to stick my nose in and carry on, but you make a goose of yourself. Because is addressing the 9 years of what your mob did when you were in government. And it's something the Chair has my absolute respect. About aged care. In Casey, we actually went to those places to look after them, to actually what we're dealing with. You know, it's interesting that you find the ability to laugh about the idea of having nurses back in hospitals and trying to take pressure off ambulance systems. That's a really intelligent thing to do, but not unexpected, I guess, because when it talks ,80% of residential facilities having registered nurses, but we need to get those numbers up. Recognise the difficulties, as mentioned by previous speakers, about the shortages. These are not people that you can just turn a tap, do a 4-week course and away you go. These are people and do special, you know. And today I met with workers from the ASU about what's happening there. My area, you know, we've seen a lot of growth in the aged care facilities, but what we also see in our communities is councils now walking away. Now, it's easy to sit there and say, but I'll tell you what doesn't happen. Outside providers focus on one thing, profit. So the idea that you're going to drive people an hour and a half out of Melbourne to go to a regional area to give people care, it just doesn't happen. To what I said at the start, this is about how we as a country see ourselves. It's how we treat and respect the most vulnerable in our community. This is an issue that's been developing for a long time, and this House should be supporting every opportunity to help this government deliver. Hopefully. And more dignified. And if that means making sure that they get proper food, make sure they get proper care, make sure they have face-to-face contact with people that have built this country and made it what it is. So with those remarks, I commend this bill to the House and wish it a very, very speedy package.
Thank the member for
across the country, the seniors of our nation who deserve our. At times, the political debate about the many issues in aged care, so brutally exposed by the recent Royal Commission, today. The work of staff who are deemed unskilled. Aged care is not a burden. The treatment of our elders is how we. In this political forum, the people at the heart of what we're talking about are often left out of the. And I want to extend my deep to this country in your lives. The Royal Commission's report on the state of aged care in Australia. Important work. Liberal government deregulated aged care, did not need to have anyone on site with nursing qualifications. Nurses and specialist geriatric doctors spoke out in alarm. They knew that people living in care facilities were some of the most vulnerable in our communities, and that without the oversight full dangers of this. Money that laid bare the worst of their warnings. Horrors that no one could wish upon their worst enemy. Elderly mother or father, their uncle or their aunt. That report, titled Neglect, is a national shame, but is also and I'm pleased today to support the Aged Care Amendment implementing aged mandate that responsibilities, and that nurse needs to be on duty 24/7. We cap home care. It's important that we limit the prices people, vulnerable people. Power in of the open via subordinate accountability greater transparency of the legislation.
To speak on this today. I would like to take this union also to support aged care workers awareness of what's happening. I also want to thank the many aged care workers that have raised these issues and so I'm really workers. I come from one of the oldest age demographics in Australia, in the electorate of Gilmore, and our aged care residents are much loved and they deserve that dignity and respect. I want to thank our aged care nursing homes as well, and I meet with a variety of nursing home representatives across my electorate, and we've had many a roundtable discussion about. It is really good to see people working together. And of course, Deputy Speaker, I was, absolutely devastated. Many of those discussions. So devastated by what came out of the Aged Care Royal Commission and the harm, particularly for our residents. Neglect, a powerful word and a truly devastating one. That was, of course, the summation of the Royal Commission. Older Australians deserve better than neglect. They deserve a system. That's what aged care should be. Care. My time as the member for Gilmore, both in aged care and in home care. I get a lot of stories, a lot of people contacting my office. As I said, my electorate has one of the oldest home, and they're worried about them for their care. And sometimes their children, they might be in another state, that their parents are being looked after. So it is a really huge issue that impacts so many people. The electorate of Gilmore on the beautiful New South Wales South Coast is a place that many people want to retire to. That are truly beautiful in our providers, and it's really hard to find the right services. I just want to talk about some examples. I contacted my office just yesterday, and she was receiving cleaning services, but without to providers, and the fees they are charging is a complaint I hear often. In another example, one 95-year-old lady from Ulladulla that she really needed. Her daughter told me package through finally, but this, unfortunately, is such a common story. Sadly, many people have also some home care providers were charging incredible amounts in too many people waiting too long, struggling to find services and being on the amount that home care people should feel confident that their money is going directly to care. After all, that key recommendations of the Royal Commission. Deputy Speaker, we need to stop combined with a GP crisis and a health system that has been mismanaged at a state and federal level for years. Just last and I note that there were many rallies across my electorate, and we had many nurses making to aged care. It's given them hope for their future and hope for their patients. I wish them well in their fight. Moment as well to say, Deputy Speaker, fantastic job, and that is the case, but they need more support from their state system. I've lost track of the number of times I've been called about the bed block outside Shoalhaven Hospital. They want ratio. You know, when we look at what we've achieved through this bill, implementing recommendations from the Royal Commission. We're actually moving forward, and I think there's great frustration with the new that they're just I think at the federal level we have was at that rally at Shoalhaven Hospital. Caitlin candidate for Kiama. And she's our mum and she will absolutely stand with nurses. To all our nurses as well across the health system for everything you do, and we will absolutely keep working hard. We need to make sure that if there is a way that we can stop older Australians ending up in hospital unnecessarily, that they won't solve everything. Also having those conversations with local GPs like Dr. Kate, who is we also need support to keep doing this, and we need to support our GPs more to do that important work in nursing homes to support our registered nurses. But this bill is a really good place to start. We need to make sure that this means we need to find the nurses, we need to upskill our workforce, and we need to get the nurses we lost during COVID-19 back into the industry. How do we do for the work that outcome of absolutely. It's one more step, one more piece of the system left to disintegrate for far too long. Deputy Speaker, the third change this bill will make is to help ensure greater transparency. Aged care isn't cheap. Families want to know that there is accountability in aged care. I'm proud to be part of a government that is working every step of the way for dignity, humanity and support as they age. The families of older Australians in my electorate deserve to have they care about. So, Deputy Speaker, I am delighted to support this bill. I support it wholeheartedly. I want us to get on with putting the care back into aged care. I am proud to be government finally
I call the member for Park.
To speak on this bill and support the amendment, the member for Farrer. And I want to make it very clear right from the start that I support particularly in some of my more regional, smaller communities, provider can't find that staff. If they are in breach then of legislated some tragic in the past, or maybe run by the local council. We have seen some amalgamation of late, and McLean Care, for instance, have come in and taken over the Alkira and the nursing home in Gunnedah. Service from very dedicated staff, and they're doing the best that they can to attract the staff that that is available. And quite frankly, they should take recognise the people who have spoken at home. The subcontinent countries that are doing a great job filling in that workforce gap. We also, doing a lot of work locally, and I want to give a shout out to my hometown and the Guida Learning Region, an organisation into Cert 3 of 8. Trained up, who are now working in aged care, and they're fantastic. They are fantastic. There was a resident at Nauru, a facility that he was actually instrumental in building, and chairman of the committee, ultimately in job. My towns are more committee now for probably about more than a decade, and it was started by a couple of gentlemen whose wives had dementia, and there wasn't services locally, and so their wives, they'd been married for they couldn't be there every that terrible thing that dementia does. Those years together, and the final years of their lives, they're separated, and so my concern is in my and helping them, working with some capital grants to upgrade their facilities so that they can necessary. Another great example is Cooey Lodge at Gilgandra, and the community of Gilgandra have actually made aged they've a hostel nursing home and dementia care, and so because of the care that's offered in that community, and so hostels of their later years of their life there are now going in as high care patients, and so the funding model that allowed for a bond been as high over the last care, and so facilities in my electorate now are in financial difficulty, and we're going to have to look at how we do that funding model, because it's just not. And so the funding is particularly difficult, and so despite the great facilities there where of those and to retire, but the ones I'm particularly concerned about are these smaller towns of 1,000 or 2,000. Famous hard-working Mayor Lillian first year, and these communities have banded together to build facilities so that they can care for their there could be I'm hoping that the government will support the member for Farrer's amendment, so that the exemptions mean that issues that we're facing as a country, as you know, we need that higher care, not only just am expressing extreme caution on putting that may ultimately lead to some facilities having to close, and that would be a complete disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Member.
Please. For 65, and it matters in every suburb, town and city. Better. That's why it's crucial this legislation, the Aged Care Amendment Bill, is supported and implemented. I want to start by saying to the many people in my community who live in residential aged care, receiving home care or know someone in aged care, you deserve better. And as a government, we're acting on the recommendations handed down by the Royal Commission stories which are familiar to I also acknowledge the members of the Health Service Union who stood up for older Australians. Deputy Speaker Nicole from Chittaway Bay in the electorate I represent contacted my office earlier this year to talk about her experience with aged care. She told me, and I quote, search around for someone to help is needed. It worries me, and I often worry that she is being neglected. Deputy Speaker Elizabeth from Barrow Bay also contacted me in July this year about her husband who is living with dementia and in residential aged care. Elizabeth told me she has to spend hours a day caring for him herself. Deputy Speaker, and that's what the Albanese government is doing. And will help us as a nation to put security, dignity and humanity back. A registered nurse on site and on duty at every aged care home. It will also prevent thousands of avoidable and distressing trips to the hospital emergency department. I've spoken often in this House about the particular situation was my father was in Stones, and he had an episode whilst he was in the respite care. He wasn't able to communicate his distress or the and what they were able that any older person, particularly someone living with dementia, should be. It was very single day. And that's why it's so important that we have the right care at the right time so that people can get the support that they need, so that and they end up in emergency departments or having long stays in geriatric. There are currently more than 210,000 Australians receiving home care packages, and they deserve quality care. They need to know that the care will be of a standard. In capping these charges, the Albanese government will make sure providers are spending more of their funding on care. Is it the government committing to improving integrity and accountability in aged care and providing greater transparency? We support. Government is on administration, maintenance and profit or loss. This information will be published online and will help older Australians. These measures respond to increasing public concern about the aged care system, and they'll improve transparency for those living in residential aged care, for those who love them and for the providers. This is an important step these measures build on legislation passed. Personally, and for me as a local MP, I'm so pleased to say that this was the first bill, and I think this is not just symbolic, but it is practical as well. Royal and accountability, something which all and after close to a decade of inaction under the previous government, Australia's aged care system has fallen into crisis, and we need to act, and we need to act with urgency. People's lives depend on every baby of infection control with COVID. Nursing homes. So absolutely everyone plans to stay at home for as long as possible. Deputy Speaker, we need to make sure that older people and those who love them aren't fearful about the prospect of being forced into aged care. Now to reflect that this I recognise the work of Dementia Australia and locally the Central Coast Dementia Alliance. As many of you in this House know, dementia impacts close to 500,000 Australians and almost 1. Who have been worked hard their whole lives, raised families, supported communities, older Australians who deserve to be treated with dignity, who deserve respect.
Australian School of the Year and also Primary School of the Year. Government ceremony for 2022. Now, the excitement at the school was palpable when I dropped in a couple of days ago, and they recently held an afternoon tea for the staff and volunteers together just to celebrate this amazing achievement. It was for many years. Remarkable culture and a testament to the very dedication other than English, and through a holistic and Adriana Palermo, who've all been at the school for well over 10 years. Under the IPS structure that has contributed to the school's outstanding performance in close alliance with the parents and school community. The board key plan on students by positive behaviour support, which means Bunbury primary teachers social students at a great message referred to earlier. It's an undisputed leader in delivering curriculum outcomes paired with social, emotional and behavioural outcomes. All practices and strategies applied are evidence-based. They love data at Bunbury Primary. It's a Digitech school leading change is the outdoor e-library, an interactive virtual e-library featuring student-developed content covering a wide range of topics. Posted around the school are e-books, which are locations with QR codes. With your smartphone or tablet, you can download content covering and to So I am really for this long-term dedication to their students, that this has been recognised way I want to commend all of those involved and been involved for so long at you deserve this award, and the young people whose lives you've changed will always be grateful for the influence you've had on them.
World War II. Environmental degradation and global population growth have had a very similar trajectory. That should come as no surprise, as the three issues are entwined. Climate change contributes to environmental demise. Environmental degradation in turn contributes to environmental loss. The world reached critical level, wiped out 2/3 of animal populations. 34% of the world's tropical rainforest completed report statistics I could refer to that point to a world that is extensively degraded. Regrettably, however, over the past 2 decades, the global response has focused on climate change and the need to reduce carbon emissions change and the environment. Population growth, carbon emissions and environmental depletion. The reality is that population growth and increased human consumption are the underlying causes of both climate change and environmental degradation. Yet the pursuit of economic growth and consumption dominates both corporate and government thinking. Thankfully, the rate of population growth appears to be slowing down. Global on the achieving emission reduction targets becomes increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, the scarcity of water and land resources leads to more weather events. Obviously, human conflict escalates as people fight for precious land, increasingly scarce resources, all of which bring power and wealth. The incremental Israeli land grab of Palestinian territory is a stark countries is about which there is widespread global consensus. It presents a common threat to all countries, and no country can isolate itself from it. However, to effectively tackle climate change, there must be an equal focus on there is no climate change and environmental losses. Our Future generations will be burdened with our failures.
The question is that the House do now.
Within the boundaries of my electorate. Let down by a chronic underinvestment by the Queensland Government. Redland Hospital is ground zero. Was at a having to wait beyond the recommended time. It's just not service necessary for a community of my size. Consider the Redland Hospital in comparison to some other Queensland hospitals serving communities of similar size or demographics to my electorate. Beds for 53. Has been warned for years about the sorry state of Redland Hospital. Back in February 2019, emergency physician Dr. Michael Cameron took the As your doctor, Dr. Cameron wrote, "I have a duty to warn you that the choice you make may make a difference." It had free parking. Well, not for long, Mr. Speaker. Joint investment. I note that the state Labor government only committed to construct the car park after a public petition led by the LNP, and this commitment came 443 fees, not just in the new car park. The Nationalist government did not help fund this new car park just to create a new revenue. With the state member for Oodgeroo, Dr. Mark Robinson, I've led a campaign to get the state government to reconsider the imposition of parking fees at the Redland Hospital. Never. Blaming out for the Queensland Labor government, but in 2019-20 they received $776 million from the Commonwealth for the local health network, a 92% increase from the figure in 2013. The time for excuses is over. My community a proper that a reality. The House informed of progress, and I trust that the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, will inform anyone within his network who might have control over expenditure in the Queensland government.
Thank the member for that advice. I give the call to
Today I rise to shine
and we certainly didn't have any experience whatsoever in gain as much information as you possibly can and support. Caleb now lives with type 1 diabetes, and with good medical advice and love and care, his age, of what he eats, when sharing snacks at recess with his school friends, when sharing these worries. He has to make sure he carries his insulin, medication and needles, and measure each dose in relation to his food intake. Lunchtime. Type 1 diabetes means 24/7 monitoring, with every day being a balancing act between administering illness, stress and more. This balance is critical but also incredibly challenging. Fortunately for Caleb, he's able to 21. However, before commitment to give all eligible Australians living with type 1 diabetes access to but for many people the cost was previously prohibitive. Under our commitment, Australians will not pay more than $32.50 per month. It is safer and healthier through access to the best possible management technologies. Let me explain what a continuous glucose monitoring product does. Caleb of Caleb's insulin levels to an app. Caleb's mum, grandparents have this app, including myself. This means are too high and are able to view a map of him when needed. Whether we're at home, travelling, we still receive diabetes. We had no idea how long Caleb had for bedtime, so he was reduced to how much he could drink. But of course that made no difference whatsoever. So an appointment with the doctor was arranged, blood tests were arranged. In my electorate of Pearce in WA, there are 1,030 Australians living with type 1 diabetes. Caleb's mum and I will be participating in the JDRF1 walk, which is a 120-kilometre walk to raise funds for type 1 diabetes research. I would like to sincerely
and I give the call to
a single word. valour, sacrifice. And I'm sure everyone in the chamber knows it, is Anzac. Every day should be Anzac Day. Today, Mr Speaker, this happened. The excavators arrived on site to demolish the pool and the surrounding buildings. Now, the Bundaberg Mayor and the Council are well aware of the angst amongst the community. Their legislation. Decided to demolish the Anzac Memorial Pool. This is a memorial which next year would celebrate its centenary. It would be 100 years old. Built at the moment. As we all know, every individual is struggling to pay their bills, their electricity bills, their rates bills, and we have seen increases in which has been assessed, a heritage application, and council has been out disconnecting services, cutting off water pipes, and we now have excavators arriving on a declared of Bundaberg built by World War I diggers. Now, council may well be within their rights to do that, but wait until the assessment process is finished, because you cannot put this back together when it is done. The times of the Dean brothers and others are gone, and I know, Mr. Speaker, and I say this is your job. Locally, Mr. Speaker, who have been heavily involved. We have trained at this pool. If I remember correctly, some 2,000 school children a year utilise this facility. Weeks, wait and see what the outcome is, continue the community and listen to them and listen to veterans. I have written to the Minister for Veterans Affairs to ask for his assistance. The Shadow Assistant Minister for Defence Personnel State Representative his they would keep Anzac Pool. Simply hasn't happened. Thousands of kids have learnt to swim there. There's been a petition which has been launched. There's already at 1,400 signatures. 4 weeks is not that long. This is outrageous. This is an Anzac memorial, and it should be treated
entertainment, displays, talks and being able to meet and talk to some of the elders and their contributions as a lot of those spoke to me about they survey all of their members across the Northern Territory. Their latest one showed that many seniors do not have any money left after paying for basic expenses, and this survey was conducted before the massive increase in inflation. To talk to a lot of those seniors, there is still a lot that they want to contribute, particularly to some of the increase in youth issues that we're seeing across Alice Springs, and they've lived there most of their life, so it's been great. It was great to have a discussion about singles and 50 that will help the financial health of older Australians is allowing those on a pension to earn more. Aged and veteran pensions will be able to earn an additional $4,000 over this financial year without losing any of their pension. Once the $11,800 before their pension is reduced. Pensioners will also retain access to their pension workforce if they wish without for PBS medication has doubled since the year 2000. Doubled. Their pharmaceutical benefits on just one medication script a month could be as much as $150 a year. This is a real saving that will make a difference to all Australians, but especially seniors. I'm pleased to be part of a healthcare system, but also support to senior Australians. I want to acknowledge Sue Shearer, who is the CEO of COTA NT. That they certainly the work and the advocacy that they do throughout the Thank you.
The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.